Chapter 9:17. 3 moves, ha. Ha. Lin Ling laughed loudly. You all said that I became the Rain clan's bloodline, but you all seem to have forgotten that I didn't agree. Ha. You're courting death. Everyone's pupils constricted. For others to be able to become the Rain clan's bloodline, that was already burning incense in their previous life. However, this child didn't even care about it. What arrogance! Also, don't casually claim to be related to me. I don't have such snobbish relatives, and don't compare your trash juniors with me. They aren't qualified. After Lin Ling laughed, his expression turned cold. Today, I came to see my mother, not to see you clowns who think you're infallible. Ha! What a poisonous mouth! Ha! Everyone gritted their teeth. If the patriarch wasn't here, they would definitely teach this arrogant junior a lesson. Rain Master Mo Ping's face turned ashen. You just came to the Rain clan, so you don't know the rules of the Rain clan. This time, I won't blame you, but you should know that strength is respected in the Rain clan. With strength comes status. You are Nianquan's son. If you want to see her, then you have to fight for her honor, and not behave atrociously here. Ha! Although he was angry, because he was an elder, he didn't punish Lin Ling. However, how could the others be willing, especially Mo Zifen? Because Lin Ling even dared to reprimand his mother, and Lin Ling was a bastard from who knows where. Since when was it his turn to speak? Grandfather, since cousin wants to see Aunt Nianquan, then give him a chance. Just as grandfather said, cousin came to the Rain clan for the first time, so he doesn't know the rules of the Rain clan. Sometimes, as elders, we have to remind him. Mo Zifen walked out and said respectfully to Rain Master Mo Ping. Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. This was his grandson's first time coming to the Rain clan, so he didn't know how powerful the Rain clan was. That was why he ran amok. Mo Zifen smiled faintly. Since his grandfather had agreed, he could use this chance to display himself. Maybe his grandfather would be happy and reward him. He looked at Lin Ling. Cousin, the Rain clan is a big clan with rules. You can't do whatever you want unless you have great talent and can make the Rain clan make an exception for you. But now, grandfather will give you a chance. Defeat me in 10 moves and grandfather will let you meet Aunt Nianquan. 10 moves? Many people laughed. Mo Zifen was 20 years old this year, and his strength was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. This cultivation level didn't seem high, but it was actually very strong. Because the Rain clan's talent was too strong, their cultivation speed was much slower. At least they knew that Mo Zifen was several streets ahead of the top geniuses of the various martial arts halls. Cousin Zifen, you are at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, but Aunt Nianquan's son is at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Mo Xiaoyan felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling, but her parents soon looked at her with anger. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. Only their daughter was speaking up for Lin Ling. This would incur the wrath of the crowd. Ha! Mo Zifen laughed arrogantly. How about this? He doesn't need to defeat me in 10 moves. As long as he can damage a single strand of my hair, he will win. This Mo Zifen, many people shook their heads. Mo Zifen was very confident. This was also a way to make his grandfather happy. How about it? Mo Zifen looked at Lin Ling and said, if you can't do it, then you have to follow the rules. Grandfather must have his own reasons for his decision. As a junior, you should respect him and put the Rain clan's interests first. He seemed to think that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to agree, so he used his status as a cousin to criticize Lin Ling. Zifen. Rain Master Mo Ping shook his head and smiled. This grandson of his was a little arrogant, but sometimes he was quite popular. Then he looked at Nianquan's son and shook his head again. They were about the same age, but it was a pity that growing up outside couldn't compare to the Rain clan's nurturing. The difference between the two was too great. 10 moves. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right, 10 moves. If you don't have the confidence, 20 moves are fine too. Mo Ziffen nodded. 10 moves is too much. Let's make it 3. Lin Ling walked out slowly. Since he had the chance to see his mother, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Ugh. Mo Ziffen's pupils constricted, and the others also widened their eyes. Mo Ziffen had the right to be arrogant, so he allowed 10 moves. In the end, Nian Chen's son was arrogant. He also allowed 3 moves. You have to know that I'm at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. In addition to the talent of the Rain Clan, I'm the number 1 existence in the Heavens Pride ranking among the 7 major martial arts halls. Mo Ziffen shook his head and smiled. Let's begin. Lin Ling didn't say much and took a step forward. Sigh, outsiders don't know the strength of the Rain Clan. Mo Ziffen shook his head helplessly and walked out slowly. The two stood tens of meters apart. Lin Ling signaled with his eyes. Are you ready? I'm ready. Although you said 3 moves, I said 10 moves, so I'll make it 10 moves. Mo Ziffen smiled and looked at his grandfather. He had decided that he would make Lin Ling hurt himself in 1 move. This was also considered as letting his grandfather see the results of his cultivation before the end of the year assessment. Bang! Lin Ling didn't say much. He took a step forward and shot out like a leopard. His fist followed and punched out heavily. He doesn't know martial arts. Many people shook their heads and laughed. Nian Chen's son's martial arts foundation was so weak. That punch was full of loopholes and had no power at all. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the seemingly ordinary punch contained 30 million points of strength. Boom! The punch landed on Mo Ziffen's chest. Mo Ziffen's body was covered in rain mist. It looked hazy, but it was actually a powerful defensive martial arts. Time seemed to have stopped. The crowd only saw one person punching out and the other standing quietly. Whoosh! But in the next moment, Mo Ziffen was blown away as if he was hit by a cannonball. Ah! Everyone's eyes widened. Although Mo Ziffen only defended and didn't attack, he used the true meaning of rain mist. His defense was extremely strong. However, he was still blown away. This was too unbelievable. What kind of trick did you use? Impossible. I even dare to fight with the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. How can I be defeated by you? Bang! On the ground, Mo Ziffen didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, he was humiliated. Because in just 1 move, not only did his hair get damaged, but he was also blown away. That 10 moves was simply a joke. Whoosh! His figure moved through the rain and shot a finger at Lin Ling, Thousand Rain Finger. Bang! 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 The true meaning of rain mist exploded and reached 100%. The rain condensed into a point and the power was sharp. Ziffen, no! Many people shouted. The clan leader was present. After Mo Ziffen lost, he became angry and attacked again. This was something the clan leader didn't want to see. Because a loss was a loss. Refusing to admit defeat was a disgrace to the proud Rain clan. He shot a finger at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. Flames surged out from his left hand. He looked forward and punched. Boom! The fist and finger collided. The void shattered. In the next moment, a figure flew out again. This time, he hit the ground and spat out blood. It was Mo Ziffen. What? Chapter 9:18. The 2 prides of the Rain clan. I thought you'd need 3 moves, but I overestimated you. In fact, 1 move is enough. Move! At the same time, a soft voice floated out, shocking everyone. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. Nianqian's son was so strong? How was this possible? Nianqian's son didn't have any cultivation resources and was born in the 100 territories. How could he defeat a genius of the Rain clan? How dare you hurt my son? Move! After a moment of silence, a sharp voice came out. It was Mo Zifen's mother. The Rain clan is a proud clan, but your son seems to be a disgrace. If you don't have the strength, don't let others attack you. Lin Ling looked at the beautiful woman indifferently. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. These elders had always compared their sons to others, and Mo Nianqian's son was the weakest among them. But now, it seemed like they couldn't compare at all. It's just a spar. Brat, you hurt him. He's your cousin. Another person reprimanded. It was Lin Ling's uncle. It's the result of overestimating myself. Lin Ling looked at that person again. According to you, me teaching you a lesson is also the result of overestimating yourself? A junior of the Rain clan said coldly. Lin Ling laughed evilly. Not to mention you, even if all the juniors of the Emperor Spirit Realm came together, you wouldn't be able to teach me a lesson. The juniors of the Rain clan narrowed their eyes. This son of Mo Nianqian was so arrogant. If you don't believe me, try me. I'll defeat all of you. Lin Ling stepped forward. If he defeated these geniuses of the Rain clan, not only would he be able to see his mother, but he would also be able to win glory for her. So, he wouldn't back down. What a stinky mouth. Let me see if you have the strength. Rain barrier. A genius of the Rain clan stepped forward and displayed his mysterious talent. The misty rain actually separated Lin Ling's spiritual chi from the heaven and earth. As one of the 4 great desolate clans, the Rain clan's talent wasn't weak. If it was anyone else, their defense and attack would be greatly weakened. However, Lin Ling cultivated the innate chi technique, and his body was strong. Without the help of the heaven and earth spiritual chi, he wouldn't be affected. Whoosh! He took a step forward, and like a sword being unsheathed, he punched out. Myriad colors. Geniuses were also displaying powerful true intents of martial arts. Boom! Fist and palm collided, but the prodigy was sent flying backwards. How could he have known that Lin Ling was invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm just by relying on his physical body? Next! The indifferent voice sounded again in the hall. Arrogant! Another Rain clan's genius walked out. According to seniority, you belong to my cousin. Therefore, I won't yield to you. Then I'll let you have it. Lin Ling laughed lightly and stood at his original location without moving. His words caused the expression of the Rain clan's genius to turn incomparably ugly. With a flicker of his body, 5 afterimages appeared as he pounced towards Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. The 5 afterimages were all real bodies. Some used their fists, some used their palms, and some used their legs to chop down like a battle axe. Boom! There was a dull thud, but Lin Ling was unscathed. His physical body had been tempered, and he no longer feared any Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. That's all you've got? Lin Ling's fist shot out like a meteor, and the 5 figures were all sent flying backwards. Who else? Then, the voice sounded again, causing the hearts of many to tremble. In this way, it seemed that other than the 2 strongest prodigies of the Rain clan, no one in the younger generation could be his opponent. This son of Mo Nianqian, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. So powerful. Mo Xiaoyan covered her mouth with her small hand. One had to know that her cousins in the 7 major martial arts halls would definitely be at the top of the prodigy ranking. However, even they were not a match for Lin Ling. Then, how powerful was Lin Ling? Could it be that he was the #1 prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls? Can I see my mother now? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Lin Ling slowly said. He turned around and looked at the Rain Master Mo Ping. Previously, the Rain Master Mo Ping had said that the Rain clan was a large clan that prioritized benefits above all else. Now that he had displayed his strength, it meant that his future potential would not be weak. In that case, from the perspective of benefits, Lin Ling should have some special privileges. So young and already invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Impressive. Let me test your strength. Yes. At this moment, a young man in white robes walked into the hall. His hands were behind his back, and his steps seemed to carry the charm of nature. His steps did not seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. A powerful aura quietly spread out. It was the strength of an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. He was about a year older than Lin Ling, but his strength was unparalleled. He was comparable to the saint of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Rumble. A curtain of rain fell from the sky. This was the small world of the profound meaning of rain. The center of the hall seemed to have become an area of heavy rain. In the rain, two figures stood facing each other. One of them was the mysterious young man in white, and the other was Lin Ling. What a powerful aura. He is definitely not an ordinary Saint Spirit Realm expert. Lin Ling was shocked. He realized that he could not move his body. It was as if everything was controlled by the rain. However, he still controlled himself. His right hand slowly reached for the tyrannical song sword behind him. This was the usual action of drawing the sword, but it was incomparably difficult today. Cousin Mo Zihu. Everyone in the hall had a drastic change in expression. Some of the younger generation revealed looks of worship. Any one of the Rain clan's geniuses was atop heaven's pride of the 7 great martial arts halls. The most dazzling geniuses of the Rain clan were Mo Zihu and Mo Zilong. These two were famous in the 4 great desolate races. They had stepped into the Saint Spirit realm at such a young age, and were known as the Rain clan's twin prides. Of course, those that paid attention to them were the top factions. No one in the 7 great martial arts halls knew of them. This was because the heavens prides of the martial arts halls did not have the qualifications to know of them. And today, Lin Ling had swept away all the geniuses of the Rain clan. It was impossible for Mo Zihu to not come out. He represented the orthodox bloodline, and Lin Ling represented the collateral bloodline. How could he let Lin Ling be proud? Must the Rain clan's twin prides be able to suppress him? Rain Master Mo Ping looked deeply at Lin Ling previously. He could tell that Lin Ling's body was very strong. But after the geniuses came out one by one, he wanted to see Lin Ling's limits. But who knew that none of the Rain clan's geniuses could stop Lin Ling? They had to send out their strongest elites to suppress him. Although Lin Ling was being suppressed, he did not feel good in his heart. After all, even though Lin Ling was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. In the entire Rain clan, there were only 2 geniuses above Lin Ling. Rumble. The Rain profound world was still as vast as before, constantly suppressing Lin Ling. Mo Zihu also saw that Lin Ling was about to draw his sword. He gently smiled. In front of me, what can you do even if you draw your sword? Lin Ling's pupils were cold. His opponent was the strongest opponent he had ever met, yet he could not draw his sword. But if he could not even draw his sword, that would be a great humiliation. Rumble. The small world within Lin Ling's body crazily surged. Waves of energy and flames erupted, allowing Lin Ling to finally grasp the sword hilt. Mo Zihu did not care at all. Under his Rain profound world, what could Lin Ling do even if he drew his sword? After all, once the profound world was used, it could suppress all true martial intents. All right. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping indifferently said. However, just as he finished speaking, a sword light slashed out. Fire Profound World. Chapter 919. Breakthrough Show. A shallow sword wound appeared on Mo Zihu's cheek as blood flowed out. His eyes narrowed. This son of Mo Nianchen had actually injured him, and he had even comprehended profound. Profound. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes widened. He didn't expect Mo Nianqian's son to not only have a strong physical body, but he had also touched the threshold of profound. One had to know that among the Rain clan's 20-year-old geniuses, only Mo Zilong and Mo Zihu had comprehended profound. Now, there was one more person. This son of Mo Nianqian had given him a huge shock today. You injured me. At this moment, Mo Zihu stared coldly at Lin Ling previously, because he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had scratched his cheek. I know. Lin Ling replied softly. He also knew how powerful Mo Zihu was. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be his opponent. This was because Mo Zihu had profound and his talent was terrifying. If Mo Zihu hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. You are very powerful. Mo Zihu looked deeply at Lin Ling, but in the end, he looked at Rain Master Mo Ping and could only retreat. Previously, he wanted to represent the Rain clan to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Although he had suppressed Lin Ling's aura, he didn't gain any advantage. Now, it wasn't suitable for him to make a move. His spar with Lin Ling was actually a draw. However, Lin Ling believed that Mo Zihu had won. Then, he looked at Rain Master Mo Ping and said, "Can I see my mother now?" Yes. Rain Master Mo Ping finally nodded, but he still asked, "What is your name?" It was ironic. Lin Ling had been with him for so long, but he only remembered to ask for Lin Ling's name now. Senior. Lin Ling smiled and slowly walked out of the hall. He didn't call Rain Master Mo Ping grandfather, but just said, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Rain Master Mo Ping's heart stirred. This name was like the sun at noon in the rainforest Holy Land. He was the #1 genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. It was no wonder that none of the Rain clan's geniuses were his opponents. The #1 Heaven's Pride disciple represented the total #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the 7 major martial arts palaces. The Rain clan's geniuses could become the #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the Heaven's Pride list, but they couldn't become the #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the 7 major martial arts palaces. This meant that other than the 2 prides of the Rain clan, all the other geniuses were not a match for Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that this Lin Ling was not nurtured by the Rain clan, but rather grew up on his own. Disperse. Rain Master Mo Ping stood up and left with a solemn expression. The hall was still silent. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They could sense that the patriarch's mood had become bad. Little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. One of the men angrily shouted. All of this was because of Lin Ling. They didn't resent Lin Ling, but they had been sitting in high positions for many years. In addition, they were members of the Rain clan, an exalted desolate race. Therefore, they were proud and arrogant. But now, Lin Ling had made them lose face. They couldn't let it go. Trash. Following that, the elders began to curse their own juniors. Zihu, how is his strength? A woman with a high status looked at Mo Zihu and asked. Among the Rain clan's juniors, only the 2 prides of the Rain clan could suppress Lin Ling. This would make the patriarch value Lin Ling, so she felt that Lin Ling was a hidden danger. Strong points. His martial arts background is deep, his foundation is solid, and he has profound meaning. He can suppress all true martial intents. Even geniuses with emperor physiques are not his match. Weak points. His talent is too weak. His cultivation is only at the late stage of the emperor spirit realm. Mo Zihu indifferently said. Many people's eyes flickered. This was very appropriate. Lin Ling did not have the talent of the Rain clan and had to rely on his own hard work to build a solid foundation. However, to be able to comprehend a small world of profound at such a young age was indeed terrifying. If Lin Ling reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he would definitely be the 3rd genius of the Rain clan. Can you defeat him? Someone asked. If I face him head-on, he is not my match. Mo smiled faintly. Then, he slowly left. He thought to himself, no wonder he is so powerful. It is said that even the Night Clan's the second dream was defeated by him. The next time I meet this Lin Ling, I must defeat him with all my strength. Fortunately, the two prides of the Rain Clan are above that little bastard. Otherwise, that little bastard would really rebel and sit on top of our heads. Many people relaxed. In the Rain Clan, outstanding talents were valued by Rain Master Mo Ping. If Lin Ling was just a little bit stronger, then his status would be above them. Although many of them could easily defeat Lin Ling, they were old and had cultivated for a long time. The Rain Clan did not care about these things. What they cared about was the potential of the younger generation. In an ancient clan, if the younger generation was not strong, then the clan would eventually decline. He is only a year older than me, but he has already comprehended a profound meaning. This is simply unheard of in the Seven Profound Martial House. After leaving the hall, Lin Ling was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating, as long as he was a genius of his age, he would be able to surpass them one by one. But today was the first time that he had encountered a genius of his age that was stronger than him. He had finally lost this battle. Not only that, but besides Mo, the other geniuses were also very fierce. For instance, there was a genius with a gifted emperor body. His talent was able to seal away the spiritual energy of the world. It was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Lin Ling's mortal body was powerful, so he did not fear him. If it were anyone else, they would have already been defeated. After interacting with them, Lin Ling knew that the reason the Rain Clan was able to stand tall was because they had the capital. Compared to the ancient Desolate Clan, his strength was still much weaker. Young Master Ling, come with me. At this time, an old man around 60 years old walked over and respectfully said to Lin Ling. He looked a bit excited. Through their conversation, Lin Ling knew that this was his mother's former housekeeper. He was loyal and devoted, and his name was Nu Shu. He was not of the Rain Clan's bloodline. Nu Shu. Lin Ling quickly bowed. Young Master Ling, you are too polite. That slave uncle immediately panicked. He had seen it when he was outside. Lin Ling didn't bow when he met Rain Master Mo Ping, showing no respect at all. However, he bowed respectfully to him, the butler. This made him feel flattered. You are my mother's subordinate. I've troubled you to take care of my mother all these years. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had a good impression of Nu Shu. Furthermore, he could sense that Nu Shu was also a sacred spirit realm expert. This made him sigh. The Rain Clan was indeed filled with experts. Following that, Nu Shu led Lin Ling to where Mo Nianchen was facing the wall. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Flames began to emanate from his body. It was extremely hot. He broke through. Nu Shu was stunned for a moment. Following that, he smiled happily. Following that, he circled Lin Ling constantly, protecting Lin Ling so that no one could approach him. At the same time, the seniors and relatives in the Grand Hall walked out one after another. However, their footsteps came to a halt. They looked at Lin Ling, who was cultivating in the distance. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. He actually broke through. One of them said through gritted teeth. Previously, Mo had just said that Lin Ling's weakness was his low cultivation level. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had broken through. Was he mocking them? Chapter 920. Mother. The stronger a martial artist was, the more difficult it was to break through. This was especially true after reaching the royal spirit realm. Cultivation breakthroughs were measured in years, unless one used pills to forcefully increase their strength. But this was squeezing out one's potential, making it even more difficult to advance in cultivation. As for Lin Ling, his foundation was solid. The advantage was that he could easily jump realms to fight, but the downside was that breaking through was difficult. But now, Lin Ling had broken through. He was getting closer and closer. Let's go. No one could bear to watch any longer. They strode away. This humiliation was not something they could bear. At this time, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening outside. Within his dantian, the vermilion bird Dao platform was growing larger and larger. Heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be sucked in by a vortex, endlessly pouring into his dantian. The breakthrough this time was a matter of course. Currently, Lin Ling's innate king body was no longer an advantage, because the genius he faced had an innate king body. But, the combination of his mortal body and fire had become an advantage. Not only that, but the profound meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword were also advantages. Pa pa pa. Flames burned the earth. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Flames flashed in his pupils, and a powerful strength caused him to roar towards the heavens. Peak of the royal spirit realm. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through. Slave uncle excitedly said from the side. Lin Ling faintly smiled, but in his heart, he thought of Mo Zihu. He had lost not too long ago, but he was confident that before long he would surpass Mo Zihu. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was losing and not daring to fight again. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked deeper into the mountain valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, as if it were the most ancient and wild world. Lin Ling could even hear the occasional roar of monster beasts. This mountain valley was so mysterious. We've arrived. After a moment, slave uncle softly said. At this time, they were standing atop a cliff. At the edge of the cliff, ice and snow intersected. Beneath their feet was 10,000-year-old profound ice that was harder than steel. It's so cold. Lin Ling frowned. Even though he was a fire attribute martial artist, he could still feel the cold. Miss is at the bottom of the cliff to reflect on her mistakes. Uncle Nu seemed a little sad, which made Lin Ling nod. Then, the two of them jumped off the cliff. The cliff was very high. Astral winds howled, and the cold wind pierced straight into one's heart. After Lin Ling and Nu Shu landed, there was an ice valley in front of them. There were mirror-like profound ice all around, as if this was a corner that had been abandoned by the world. Young Miss is inside. Young Master Ling, go and see her. Nu Shu was even more excited than Lin Ling, so much so that his body was trembling. Lin Ling nodded heavily and walked forward step by step. He was also very excited. Was he finally going to see his mother? Along the way, Lin Ling saw a large number of lifelike ice sculptures. Some were cultivating, some were looking at the sky, and some were smiling. These ice sculptures gave Lin Ling a very familiar feeling. It was his father. And in the distance, sunlight shone into the ice valley. A woman in a blue dress quietly stood there. At this time, she was constantly sculpting, a new ice sculpture quietly taking shape in her hands. It was so real, so dazzling. The woman smiled as she looked at the ice sculpture, as if she were in a very good mood. Perhaps in these past years, she could only rely on ice sculptures to make up for her nostalgia. Lin Ling excitedly looked at the blue-dressed woman. In his eyes, she was extremely beautiful. Every movement she made was natural, as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world. He walked forwards, step by step. As for the woman, she seemed to sense that someone had arrived in the ice valley. She slowly turned around, but when she saw Lin Ling, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Although this was the first time she had seen this youth, she could see a familiar outline in his delicate features. He was like Lin Chen, too similar. Who was he? The two people stared at each other, their eyes seeming to pierce through the endless void. Mother! Finally, Lin Ling softly called out. The woman's body trembled once again. Mother, this was a very long time ago. Could it be that he had come? She took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Ling. She reached out and caressed Lin Ling's face. All of this was very familiar. Although she had only seen him once, she was finally sure that this was her son, Lin Ling. A clear and kind voice floated out from the woman's mouth. She suddenly hugged Lin Ling, tears flowing from her clear eyes. Mother. Lin Ling was also very emotional. He had finally seen his mother. In the distance, tears also flowed from the corners of Nu Shu's eyes. After so many years, he knew that the young mistress had missed him and his son very much. Today, the young master had finally returned. Time seemed to freeze in the valley. Although this was also the first time Lin Ling had seen his mother, the kinship that blood was thicker than water could not be erased. Therefore, he did not feel any sense of unfamiliarity, only a deep sense of joy. Mother, this is from father. Lin Ling took out the soil that he had kept in his father's grave and finally gave it to his mother. Mo Nianchen stood in a daze, holding the soil in her hands. At the corner of her eyes, tears flowed out. Although she already knew everything, she could not help but miss it. She looked at the sky. The past, the little bits of beauty slowly flowed in her heart. She did not ask for eternity, she only wanted to have it once. Although they were separated by life and death, it was enough that they had once loved each other and cherished each other. In the following days, Lin Ling also stayed in the Ice Valley, enjoying the hard-won peace. Mo Nianchen also woke up from her memories and also enjoyed the time with her son. Ling, how did you find this place? Moreover, your grandfather is a very strict person. He should not have let you come to see me. Like all mothers, when she saw her son again, she was very concerned about everything about him. She was also very happy to be able to cook for her son. Mother, what do you think? Lin Ling said with a smile. He was like a child, not at all like the mad god Lin Ling of the rainforest sacred land. Stinking brat, your wings have hardened. You actually hid it from your mother. Mo Nianchen glared at Lin Ling. Although she seemed to be reprimanding him, her eyes were full of kindness and love. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and said proudly, I defeated all the Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses of the Rain Clan. Then, the patriarch allowed me to see mother. At this moment, Mo Nianchen was cooking. After hearing this, her face froze as she looked at her son in disbelief. She naturally knew how powerful the Rain Clan's geniuses were. It could be said that in the rainforest sacred land, other than the 4 great desolate clans, no one in the younger generation was qualified to compete with them. Even the geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls were not qualified. However, her son had defeated all of them. Clang! The spoon in her hand fell to the ground. Other than the Saint Spirit Realm, no one in the Rain Clan's younger generation is my match. Lin Ling laughed and said. He liked the look of surprise on his mother's face. Perhaps it was because he felt a sense of accomplishment when talking about these proud achievements in front of his mother. Moreover, I am the #1 prodigy of the 7 great martial arts halls. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, I even made the Fire Ancient Clan the #1 kingdom. I became the #1 king of the Cloud region. Chapter 921. Bitter Cultivation. Mo Nianchen's body trembled when she heard her son's words. She was overjoyed. Every parent hoped that their son would succeed in life. After meeting Lin Ling, she was afraid that Lin Ling would feel inferior. Hence, she had never mentioned Lin Ling's strength or his past. However, she had never expected that her son would exceed her expectations and obtain such impressive results. She stared at her son and finally revealed a smile. Even though her son's achievements were dazzling, she knew that her son must have put in 10 times more effort than an ordinary person. After all, it wasn't something that just anyone could achieve from a weak existence in the 100 realms to where he was today. Your father is proud of you. Mo Nianchen said excitedly. Lin Ling's smile became even brighter. He didn't care how much his peers respected and admired him. However, he valued his mother's praise very much. Oh right, what are my eyes? Lin Ling asked after a smile. This was the thing he was most curious about. His eyes had helped him grow to where he was today. Mo Nianchen's expression turned serious. She looked into the distance and said, "Remember not to tell anyone about the eyes. Otherwise, it will bring you trouble. Mother can only say that the pair of eyes didn't come from the rainforest sacred land. It came from the ancient times. In the past, many experts wanted to find this pair of eyes. It caused a great war outside the domain. Hence, this is your secret. Never tell anyone. The eyes came from outside the domain." Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Mo Nianchen nodded. However, she didn't explain further. She seemed to think that the less Lin Ling knew, the better. This was to protect Lin Ling. This world isn't as simple as you think. The rainforest sacred land is just a corner of the world. As for where this pair of eyes came from, I left the rainforest sacred land in the past. I found it by chance in an ancient secret realm. That time, I left the rainforest sacred land and was heavily injured. In the end, I hid in the cloud domain to cultivate and met your father. Mo Nianchen said. She returned from the outer realms and hid in Stone Saint Nation's extreme ice palace, hiding her identity. At the same time, she began to take in disciples, all for the sake of hiding the secret of her obtaining the eye. Fortunately, to the outer realms, she was just a small figure. Those ancient gods and devils didn't know at all that the important treasure had been seized by her. After that, she met Lin Ling's father, Lin Ling, and the two fell in love. After they separated, she gave the pair of eyes to Huo Leiting and told him to wait for Lin Ling to grow up before giving them to him. Who would have thought that Huo Leiting would give the eyes to Lin Ling? All of this seemed to be predestined. This pair of eyes can look down on the world. In reality, it is also a type of innate gift. However, it is an existence that surpasses the innate gift of an emperor body. Mo Nianchen walked slowly towards Lin Ling and looked quietly into Lin Ling's eyes. In the past, I already knew that the eyes can see through the river of time. However, that is only the most basic ability. Now, I will awaken it for you. Mo Nianchen stretched out his hand. In his hand, water droplets and flames merged together. The world of profound meaning was displayed and then enveloped Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling felt that the area around his eyes was very warm. It seemed that something had awakened. At the same time, his soul power was increasing crazily. After a long time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, the world became clearer. It was as if he could see through everything. Lin Ling's aura also changed quietly. It became more profound. The arrogant and domineering aura of the past was also restrained. My soul power has increased tremendously. Lin Ling was shocked. She looked at her mother and noticed that Mo Nianchen looked a little tired. She smiled and said, "There is a condition for the eyes to be awakened. The master's strength must increase. You are not strong enough to control the eyes yet, so I used my strength to awaken them. However, this is my limit. You will have to figure out the secrets of the eyes yourself." Lin Ling nodded. The eyes were a type of innate gift. It could be considered Lin Ling's greatest trump card. Currently, he could see through the river of time, use the boundless demon eye to intimidate the soul power of his enemies, devour souls, and control the souls of others. 3 types of abilities. In the future, if there were any other abilities, he would have to slowly explore them. Moreover, before that, he could not tell anyone about the eyes. Chapter 922. Mission of the Rain Clan. What a terrifying ice fog ability. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His fire could burn all kinds of ice, but it was helpless against the ice dragon worm's ice mist. This meant that if ordinary ice was negative 500 degrees Celsius, then the ice dragon worm's ice would be negative 1000 degrees Celsius. Although it was the same type of ice, there were strong and weak ones. Although it was the same type of fire, there were strong and weak ones. Lin Ling had a king body, so he was unable to resist the ice of the ice dragon insect. The king body was now Lin Ling's greatest flaw. After all, the desolate race disciples all had king bodies. For example, the Rain clan had the fiery rain body, rain demon body, etc. 10 Directions World Lotus. Lin Ling unleashed the fire profound meaning. Lotus flowers bloomed, melting large amounts of ice in the ice valley. Soon after, many ice dragons were incinerated, but even more appeared. Profound meaning of killing flame. 2 great true meanings fused into a slash. Lin Ling's strength was slowly increasing, but there were too many ice dragon insects. Therefore, if he couldn't win, he would run and rest before fighting again. Furthermore, by using the tyrannical song sword to kill the ice dragon insects, the sword would absorb the ice dragon insect's essence, causing Lin Ling's small world to continuously awaken and become stronger and stronger. This son of mine, his talent cannot compare to the Rain clan's, but his diligence surpasses theirs. Moreover, the technique he cultivates is a bit strange. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. While Lin Ling was cultivating in the ice gorge, the Rain clan was still as usual. But one day, Nu Shu came and told Mo Nianchen and Lin Ling, the clan leader has ordered that the Rain clan's saint-ranked martial art, the evergreen art, has been taken away by the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Therefore, the clan leader has ordered the younger generation to go and retrieve the evergreen art. The clan leader also said that young Master Ling should go as well. Eternal Youth Technique. Mo Nianchen's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling asked curiously, what kind of martial art is that? Profound martial arts. Mo Nianchen said solemnly. This was the absolute art of the Rain clan. Not to mention outsiders, even the members of the Rain clan would not be able to cultivate it. That was because this martial art cultivated the vitality of the clan. Nu Shu, who is the heaven fiend Ming Wang? Mo Nianchen asked. The Rain clan has found out that this man is a guest of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He came from a nameless place in the 100 territories. However, he was lucky enough to obtain a cultivation technique left behind by an ancient martial artist from another region. With an ordinary king body, he forcibly cultivated to the Holy Spirit realm. Then, by chance, he obtained the cultivation technique of our Rain clan. Of the clan. Of the but the order was given by the clan leader. It seemed like he wanted to test the younger generation of the Rain clan. If Lin Ling could complete the mission, he would have more weight in front of her father. That would be of great help to Lin Ling's future. After all, the 4 great desolate clans were not the 7 great martial arts halls. The desolate clan was more ancient and had a greater reputation. A Saint Spirit Realm expert? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then smiled and said, I want to see the results of my hard work. Mother, I will get the Eternal Youth technique back. Good. Be careful. It doesn't matter if you fail. Safety first. Mo Nianchen was a little worried. But knowing that his son would eventually spread his wings, he did not stop him. Young Master Ling, follow me. Nu Shu immediately led Lin Ling to the Rain clan's main hall. Lin Ling had obtained the portrait of the heaven fiend Ming Wang. He had to get the Eternal Youth technique back from him. Then, Lin Ling followed the Rain clan's genius out of the valley. Lin Ling is also participating. The mission this time was for all the Rain clan's geniuses to come out. Many of them were looking at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had defeated them, Lin Ling did not have the Rain clan's bloodline. Hence, they were unwilling to accept the result. Let's see who can find the heaven fiend Ming Wang first. Among them, Mo Zifen was looking at Lin Ling with battle intent. Mo Zihu was also there. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling, I hope there will be a chance for us to have a fair duel." What he meant was that the last time Lin Ling tied with him, it was not a fair duel. He had underestimated Lin Ling, otherwise, Lin Ling would have been humiliated. "Sure. After this mission is over, I welcome you to challenge me." Lin Ling chuckled. Then, he took a big step forward and shot off into the distance. Mo Zihu was currently Lin Ling's greatest enemy. But after this period of bitter cultivation, he was confident that it would not be easy for Mo Zihu to defeat him again. In the past, in the Seven Profound Martial House, there were countless geniuses. Lin Ling had finally risen. Now, in the even more powerful Desolate race, Lin Ling would also rise. "In Sha, come out and see me." After leaving the Rain clan, Lin Ling came to the main city of the Rainforest Holy Land and shouted in his heart. A portion of In Sha's soul had been swallowed by Lin Ling. Even though they were far apart, In Sha could still hear Lin Ling's voice. This was a resonance of the soul. Thus, in the valley, In Sha opened his eyes and quickly looked for Ancestor Extreme Flame. He respectfully said to Ancestor Extreme Flame, "Grandfather, Lin Ling has come out of the Rain clan." Lin Ling was her master, and after coming to the valley, she knew that Ancestor Extreme Flame was Lin Ling's grandfather. Thus, she was extremely respectful to Ancestor Extreme Flame. Good, good, good. Ling should have seen his mother. Ancestor Extreme Flame had been paying attention to Lin Ling's news. At this moment, after hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. In Sha's face was still cold, but his heart was jumping with joy. After saying that, he ran towards the main city. At this moment, in a restaurant in the main city, Lin Ling was sitting quietly by himself. There were many people in this restaurant. Looking carefully, most of them were the prodigies of the 7 major martial arts halls. Many of them knew Lin Ling and their hearts were surging. He is the #1 prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls. He is at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but his aura looks very ordinary. Nonsense. In the semi-finals, his dazzling sword was incomparably sharp. Lu Fan, you are currently ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride list of the Howling Sky Academy. Don't you want to test his strength? There was a lot of discussion among the prodigies. Some of them were top prodigies. They were afraid of Lin Ling, but they also wanted to test Lin Ling's strength. If they could defeat Lin Ling, they would be famous in the 7 major martial arts halls. Lin Ling naturally heard these voices, but he didn't care at all. His current horizons had already surpassed the 7 major martial arts halls and were now the 4 major desolate races. Lin Ling, my strength has greatly increased during this period of time. I wonder if there is a chance for us to exchange pointers. Finally, a prodigy from the Holding Heaven Manor looked at Lin Ling indifferently and asked. I'm not free. Lin Ling didn't even look at him, which made the prodigy's pupils dilate. He had asked nicely, but Lin Ling actually said that he was not free. You're not free, or you don't dare. I know you are very powerful, but that was in the past. For a prodigy, everything can change in a short period of time. It's not strange for someone to surpass you, so you don't dare. On the other side, a prodigy from the Central Martial Arts Hall said lightly as he drank. Lin Ling said that he was not free. Chapter 923. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, you are too rude. Today, I don't care if you are free. You have to spar with me. The prodigy from the Holding Heaven Prefecture stood up. The weaker Lin Ling's aura was, the more confident he was. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was still drinking. He took a step forward, and the rolling mountain intent turned into a palm strike towards Lin Ling. The power of this palm strike was rolling with mountain intent. There were less than 20 people in the 7 major martial arts halls who could block it. Swoosh! However, in the next moment, a shadow pierced through. A dagger sliced through the majestic mountain and broke the terrifying mountain in tent in one move. Master, is this someone you are qualified to challenge? At the same time, a slender figure appeared in front of the prodigy. The dagger was gently placed on the prodigy's neck, and the prodigy didn't dare to move. What a terrifying aura. It's killing intent. In the restaurant, the prideful prodigies stopped drinking. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but a mysterious lady did. She subdued the prodigy from the Holding Heaven Prefecture in one move. "In Sha, he's just a kid. Don't mind him. Let him go." At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. "Yes, master." The dagger in the lady's hand disappeared into her wide cloak. She slowly came to Lin Ling's back. "A Saint Spirit Realm expert calls Lin Ling master?" All the prodigies gasped. The lady was older and wasn't a prodigy. However, she was extremely powerful. Someone like her was willing to call Lin Ling master. Moreover, Lin Ling said that he was just a kid and they didn't need to mind him. This meant that Lin Ling was treating them like kids. This was a huge irony. "Let's go." Lin Ling finished the wine on the table and left the restaurant. At the same time, his calm voice sounded, "I am the strongest prodigy. You want to challenge me and use me as a stepping stone to become famous? That's fine. However, in terms of etiquette, shouldn't you be more polite? Therefore, it's not that I don't dare, but that I don't care." After the voice was heard, the wine cup in the hand of the elite prodigy from the Central Martial Arts Hall melted as though it was being burned by an invisible flame. His clothes were also turned into ashes, leaving him sitting there naked. The most frightening thing was that he couldn't react at all during the entire process. He didn't even know who had attacked him. It's Lin Ling. Everyone's pupils constricted as a guess formed in their hearts. What kind of power is this? It's as if we're in his world, and he can control us at will. Everyone thought back, and they were even more shocked. How could they know that this was the fire profound meaning? Once the profound meaning was used, it could suppress all true intents. As for the prodigy whose clothes had been burned off, his complexion was ugly. He had been drinking naked, and it wouldn't be long before he became the laughing stock of the 7 major martial arts palaces. The most ironic thing was that he wasn't an ordinary prodigy, but a powerhouse ranked 5th on the prodigy roll. After the other prodigies recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but laugh as they looked at the prodigy. In this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased again, and he was still the #1 prodigy in the prison. No wonder he didn't want to fight. At this moment, below the restaurant, Lin Ling was leading In Sha towards the southwest of the rainforest sacred ground. He didn't take the previous episode to heart. "Master, where are we going?" In Sha was looking forward to it. "To catch someone called the Evil Sky Ming Monarch," Lin Ling said indifferently. "The Evil Sky Ming Monarch." In Sha's pupils constricted. "I know this person. He is a lone martial artist like me. In terms of strength, he is above me. In terms of assassination, I am above him. Most importantly, this person is good at hiding his whereabouts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch him. If that's the case, it will be even more interesting." Lin Ling smiled confidently. Currently, the Rain clan had announced the general direction of the Evil Sky Ming Monarch. As long as there was a direction, Lin Ling would be able to find him and complete the mission before the other prodigies from the Rain clan could make a move. A day later, the two of them arrived at the border of the rainforest sacred ground. There were few people here, and there were only a dozen old villages nearby. Further ahead, there was an endless cliff. After crossing the cliff, they would arrive at the 6 shaman sacred ground. At the peak of a mountain, Lin Ling was looking into the distance, standing motionless like a statue. In Sha was also standing beside him, and she was puzzled. She noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be looking at something, but in front of him was an endless cliff. Other than that, there were only a dozen villages. There was nothing else to see. She did not know that Lin Ling was using the Eye of Time to find the whereabouts of the evil Sky Ming monarch. Currently, after the Eye of Time was awakened by Mo Nianchen, the speed of the Light of Time was much faster. Lin Ling only needed a breath to see what he had experienced in a month. It was almost twice as fast as before. Therefore, Lin Ling was looking for the whereabouts of the evil Sky Ming monarch. It's Lin Ling. In the sky, a large number of Rain Clan's geniuses were passing by. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but smile. Lin Ling seemed to have lost track of the evil Sky Ming monarch, and they had received news that the evil Sky Ming monarch had appeared in the god's village. Therefore, they were all rushing towards the god's village. To the Purple Shaman village. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked in another direction with a smile. Purple Shaman village? The village beside the endless cliff? Yin Sha was even more curious. She knew that Lin Ling was going to complete the mission of the Rain Clan, but she saw that the Rain Clan's geniuses had all gone to the god's village. The evil Sky Ming monarch is quite powerful. Lin Ling did not answer her question, and instead, he headed in another direction. Yin Sha didn't pay much attention to it and hurriedly followed him. This person is very mysterious, he is doing some shady business among the major factions and became very strong. It is said that he is very close to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'll catch him sooner or later. Lin Ling shrugged. At the same time, in the god's village of the rainforest's holy land, this village was also a village with a long history. Like the Great Serpent Mansion, this village was inhabited by native cultivators. However, because it was close to the border of the Holy Land, there were fewer people, causing the entire village to be isolated from the outside world. However, today, the god's village had attracted many geniuses. In a restaurant that was packed with people, a middle-aged man wearing farmer's clothes was sitting in a corner. He was drinking wine and singing a little tune. At this time, several figures entered the restaurant and walked towards the middle-aged man. The person in the lead had his hands behind his back, and he had an indescribable expression on his face. He came to the middle-aged man's table and said indifferently, "Where is the eternal youth art?" This person was the Rain Clan's twin prides, Mo Zihu. The people in the restaurant were stunned. What were these people doing? This person is Uncle Lu, a farmer at the end of the god's village. Sir, what is the meaning of this? One of the young men said indifferently. He was from the god's village, so he was speaking for the middle-aged man. The heavens pride of the holding heaven province? Get lost. Mo Zihu looked at the young man with disdain and said indifferently. How dare you? You are the first person to tell me to get lost in the rainforest sacred land. The young man stood up. Indeed, he was the heaven's pride of the holding heaven province. The Rain Clan is doing something. If you say another word, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 924. Sorcery, Rain Clan's genius. In the restaurant, everyone's expression changed drastically. The heaven-bearing manners elites did not dare to say a word. Desolate race geniuses were rare, but upon seeing them, most people would take a detour. Heaven Fiend Ming King, must you force me to take action? Mo Zihu disdained the ants around him as he looked nonchalantly at the middle-aged man. Impressive. You managed to sense me even though I was hiding here. However, do you have the strength to take back the eternal youth technique? The middle-aged man put down his wine cup and finally stood up. That's right. Don't worry if you don't have the strength. Mo Zihu nodded and punched out with his right fist. As though he was drawing a prison, a surging profound small world appeared. This punch heavily injured the middle-aged man, and the profound small world trapped him. You are not an ordinary sacred spirit realm. The middle-aged man said in horror. The Rain Clan has trash? Mo Zihu looked disdainfully at the middle-aged man before waving his right hand, take him away. Go. Today, they had completed their mission of capturing the Heaven Fiend Ming King alive. When they returned, they would be rewarded and praised by Rain Master Mo Ping. Mo Ziffin and company clenched their fists and were extremely excited. The group of people left the restaurant one after another. No one dared to stop them. They could not stop the geniuses of the Four Desolate race. Master, what are we doing? On the other side, Lin Ling was walking slowly in the forest with Yin Sha, as though they were on a scenic tour. This left Yin Sha puzzled. She did not know that Lin Ling's Eye of Time had been locked onto the former Heaven Fiend Ming King. Now, he was following the figure in time, quietly approaching the Heaven Fiend Ming King. At the same time, several figures floated across the sky. They were Mo Zihu and company. They were also tying up a middle-aged man. This made Yin Sha's pupils constrict. She had met that person once before. He was the Heaven Fiend Ming King. She never expected them to succeed. Lin Ling, you are too slow. Are you here to be a joke? Mo Ziffin also saw Lin Ling walking on the ground and could not help but mock him. Back then, he was defeated by Lin Ling, but today, he seemed to have vented his anger. Following that, they did not stay any longer. They slowly flew towards the Rain clan with excitement and pride. Master, we failed. Yin Sha looked at the leaving genius of the Rain clan and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lin Ling also looked into the distance, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Yin Sha, have you heard of witchcraft? Again, he did not answer the question, causing Hong Yen to open her small mouth, but she still nodded and said, I've heard of it. It's said to be a martial art from the Six Shaman Holy Land. There is a type of sorcery that can control the souls of others and turn them into puppets. The Heaven Fiend Ming Wang has countless clones and this is his forte. This guy relies on stealing other people's martial arts and exchanging them with others to become stronger. That's why he learned some sorcery martial arts. Lin Ling walked forward again, and Yin Sha was stunned. She still didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. She also realized that although Lin Ling was younger than her, he seemed to know more than her. How could she have known that Lin Ling's Eye of Time was now much more powerful? After locking onto a person, he could see their every move, so he knew everything. The infernal deity Ming Wang that was taken away was a puppet. Lin Ling finally said something, causing Yin Sha's body to tremble. Was that a fake? How terrifying, it was exactly the same. Even the Heaven Fiend Ming Wang's mother couldn't tell the difference. But, how did Master know? Her heart was filled with doubts. The two of them continued along the forest, circling around several boundless mountains. Finally, they arrived at a cliff shrouded in fog. In the distance, there was an endless cliff. It was said that this cliff was boundless. Even if a martial artist flew through the air, it would still take them a full month to reach the other side. It was incomparably mysterious. At the top of the cliff, there was a wooden house with smoke coming out of it. It was as if someone lived there. At the same time, the door of the wooden house was pushed open and a hunchbacked old man staggered out with a wooden bucket in his hand. He was holding a walking stick and seemed to have trouble seeing. There's someone. Yin Sha's pupils constricted. She didn't expect someone to live on the edge of the endless cliff. It was said that the sky above the endless cliff was filled with demonic beasts. However, there was no road here. Could the infernal deity Ming Wang that Lin Ling mentioned be the old man? However, Yin Sha had seen the infernal deity Ming Wang before. In addition, she was an assassin, so she was very sensitive to auras. She could remember it after seeing it once, and this old man was completely different from the infernal deity Ming Wang in her impression. Come, we've walked so far. Have a seat. Lin Ling's face turned serious, then he said with a smile. He led Yin Sha to a rock and sat down, watching the old man fetch water. The old man was blind, as if he didn't see Lin Ling and Yin Sha. He kept fetching water from the well beside him, but as time passed, the old man seemed to have noticed something. "Sir, who are you? I thought you wouldn't talk." Lin Ling was already drinking, and he smiled faintly. The old man was puzzled, but he still said, "You're also a guest. Come in and have a seat." "No need. Let's get straight to the point. I'm here to take back the art of everlasting youth," Lin Ling said while drinking, which made the old man even more confused. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Even Yin Sha felt that Lin Ling's words were a bit rude. It would be strange if the old man understood what he was saying. Why pretend? I can find this place, so I'm sure. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly, "You're just an old man. On the surface, you don't seem to have any martial strength, but you can live on the edge of a cliff filled with demonic beasts. This doesn't make sense, not to mention that you're blind. Also, you seem to be waiting for someone. If I'm not wrong, you're waiting for someone from the Sixth Shaman Holy Land." Sigh. The infernal deity Ming Wang stole other people's martial arts. Through trading, he became stronger. If I'm not wrong, you must have made a deal with the Sixth Shaman Holy Land. You stole the Rain clan's secret martial arts in exchange for the Sixth Shaman Holy Land's martial arts. Lin Ling's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to a friend, but the old man was stunned. He seemed to be startled, and also seemed to be surprised. "So, you don't have to pretend anymore. Whether you're real or not, I'll take back the art of everlasting youth from you today," Lin Ling finally said. The old man took a deep breath, and his old eyes slowly opened. His bent body gradually straightened, and a powerful aura burst out, making Yin Sha's pupils constrict. At this moment, she was sure that this old man was the infernal deity Ming Wang. The art of everlasting youth is the Rain clan's secret martial arts. If I'm not wrong, your surname is Mo, right? The old man's hair gradually turned black, and his voice became incomparably deep. He became a tall and sturdy man in his 40s. "No, my surname is Lin, but I'm here on behalf of the Rain clan." Lin Ling shrugged. Chapter 925. Battling Sky Fiend Ming Wang, they are just fools. Lin Ling chuckled and said, "The one that was taken away was just a puppet. That way, the Rain clan would think that they had caught you, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. By the time the Rain clan realized what was going on, you had already completed the transaction and flew away." "That's right. Why do I feel like you know everything about my plan? After so many years, you are the first one to find my real body. Kid, tell me your name." Sky Fiend Ming Wang said with admiration. "Lin Ling. That's right. No wonder you are so powerful. However, you seem to be overconfident. Even if you found me, you can't catch me. What's the use?" Sky Fiend Ming Wang said with a smile. He looked at Yin Sha from the corner of his eyes. "That's enough. You can try. That's enough." Lin Ling slowly stood up. He knew that Sky Fiend Ming Wang was stronger than he had imagined. However, since he dared to come here, he naturally had some confidence. After all, it was time to test the results of his bitter training in Ice Valley. "Master, I will catch him." "That's enough," Yin Sha said coldly. He took a step forward, and as if he had entered the void, a dagger with surging profound meaning was thrust out. This was the profound meaning of killing shadow. It allowed the warrior to enter the shadow land and control a small world. In terms of attack power, it seemed calm, but it could kill with one strike. In terms of speed, it was even more unpredictable. Swoosh! The cold and emotionless dagger instantly appeared in front of Sky Fiend Ming Wang. Sky Fiend Ming Wang cracked a smile and said, "Ancestral witch body." Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out. Sky Fiend Ming Wang's body became more muscular, like a human and a demon. He was a witch. He struck out his palm. Pop! Pop. 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 The palm seemed ordinary, but it carried an ancient aura. It was like a palm of profound meaning of heaven and earth. It heavily slammed onto the dagger. Xianxia's pupils constricted. What a powerful force. This was the Six Holy Lands witchcraft martial art. The witchcraft martial art was very ancient. It could be traced back to the Desolation era. Martial arts were not complicated, but every punch and palm contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Although we are both Saint Spirit Realm, you underestimate me. Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang's voice was hoarse as well. Billowing baleful aura emanated from his body as his hands suddenly moved in a strange manner. Heavenly Fiend Spirit Channeling Technique. Something strange happened. Xianxia couldn't move. It was as if he was being controlled like a puppet. Moreover, her dagger was slowly moving towards his own neck. It was a strange spell. You think you can catch me just because you brought a Holy Spirit Realm expert? Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang laughed maniacally as he watched Xianxia commit suicide step by step. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword slashed down and knocked the dagger out of Xianxia's hand. Is witchcraft a game of soul force? Looks like the Six Shaman Holy Land cultivates both the physical body and soul force at the same time. However, you're still too inexperienced to play with soul force in front of me. Lin Ling walked over step by step, his eyes shining with a strange light. Boundless demon eyes. An ancient eye appeared behind Lin Ling with a domineering aura, causing Heaven Fiend Ming Wang's expression to change drastically. What a powerful soul force. He felt as if he was looking at an ancient demon god. At the same time, Xianxia's body was bound by invisible soul strings, which made her unable to control her own body. However, a dazzling light bloomed in her eyes, and those soul strings disappeared as if they were burned. Xianxia was able to control her own body, but her face was full of terror. What a horrifying sorcery spell. It almost killed her here. Then, she took a step forward and came to Lin Ling's side. Her expression became more serious as Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was very difficult to deal with. You stand aside. I'll play with him. Lin Ling smiled, causing Xianxia to suck in a cold breath. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was stronger than her. Back when she was chasing after Lin Ling wasn't her opponent. But now, Lin Ling wanted to fight Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Could it be that Lin Ling had surpassed her? Even she can't do it. You're even weaker. Even Heaven Fiend Ming Wang did not believe Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was famous in the divine rainforest sacred land, so he knew how strong Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling's opponent was an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm elite. Lin Ling was too confident. Ancestral Witch Sky-Splitting Palm. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang took a step forward, causing the cliff to tremble. His burly figure appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant and slammed his palm heavily. You have reached the pinnacle of martial intent, but what's the use? Watch me crush you. Boom. The palm covered the sky, commanding the wind and clouds. What a powerful physical strength. However, you're not the only one with strength. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He took a step forward and threw out a flaming fist with his left hand. Rumble. The fist and palm collided, causing an invisible gale to explode. The rocks in the distance cracked, and Lin Ling stood in the middle of it all, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Your strength? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang sucked in a breath of cold air. He could sense that Lin Ling had at least 40 million points of strength. His physical body was extremely condensed, which was unique in the sacred rainforest. I didn't play around every day in the Ice Valley. Lin Ling raised his head and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. The results of his arduous training in the Ice Valley were showing. He kept challenging the ice dragon worms and devouring their essence, which made his innate chi art even more powerful and allowed him to awaken 40,000 small worlds. Early Holy Spirit Realm. This isn't the first time I've fought. I used to think that I was unworthy, but now I feel that it's nothing. Fire Kill Ultimacy. Lin Ling smiled and his eyes turned cold. His left hand remained in a punching posture, but his right hand quickly unsheathed his sword. The sword slashed out with the force of thunder. Swoosh! After awakening 40,000 small worlds, the sword was even more terrifying, as if it could split open the heavens and earth. Not good. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang retreated frantically. He could sense that Lin Ling's slash not only contained terrifying strength, but it was also the combination of two martial intents. However, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was fast enough to dodge the fatal slash. Little bastard, your growth potential is terrifying. Unfortunately, I managed to dodge your full power slash. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang's eyes turned even colder after he regained his footing. Lin Ling was the champion of the semi-finals not long ago, the genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. However, in such a short period of time, his strength had increased tremendously, and he was now able to challenge the early Holy Spirit Realm. What a terrifying monster! Such a monster must be eliminated. Otherwise, no one would be able to evaluate his future achievements. Who said that was my full power? However, as soon as the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord's voice faded, a calm voice came from the front. There, the golden and red flames intersected and dazzled. A slender figure stood there with his left hand stretched out. As soon as he stretched out his palm, a sacred golden red lotus appeared. It quietly circled, but it carried an inviolable aura. What? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang squinted his eyes. In such a short period of time, Lin Ling had not only blocked his punch, but he had also slashed out with his sword and formed a flaming lotus. His actions were as smooth as flowing water, and his reaction was extremely fast. Moreover, the lotus made Heaven Fiend Ming Wang extremely wary. It was like a world bomb, and if it exploded, even he would not be able to block it. 10 Directions World Lotus. Chapter 926. The experts of the 6 Shaman Holy Grounds, Shaman Art. Sky Fiend Ming Wang roared anxiously and created a large number of doppelgangers in an attempt to prevent Lin Ling from finding his real body and avoid the fatal blow. I'm sorry, my 10-directional world lotus is no longer the same as before. However, Lin Ling chuckled as if he was the inferno god that controlled the heavens and earth. The dazzling lotus shot across the void and locked onto the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord's real body. The Heaven Fiend Ming Lord roared angrily as he wondered what kind of monster he had offended. He did not know that Lin Ling's soul power had increased tremendously. The 10-directional world lotus was able to combine with his soul power and lock onto his opponent. Boom! The destructive power of the flame exploded and destroyed everything in its path. The entire cliff had turned into the forbidden land of fire. So powerful. Insha's heart pounded as she witnessed Lin Ling defeating the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord. Her master's strength had surpassed her. What kind of progress was this? Whoosh! A figure flew out from the forbidden flame. His body was engulfed in flames as he fell to the ground and spurted out blood. It was the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord, who had a powerful shaman body that could withstand the first-level fire ultimacy. An early Saint Spirit Realm martial artist would have been turned into ashes by now. The number 1 Sky Pride of the 7 martial arts halls. He's the number 1 Sky Pride of the Rainforest Holy Grounds. Damn it, how did I offend such a malefic existence? The Heaven Fiend Ming Lord felt extremely sullen. He thought that he had everything under control and had the Rain Clan's prodigy in the palm of his hand. However, he did not expect that a Rain Clan's prodigy, who was not surnamed Mo, would be able to break through all his plans and suppress him with his strength. Pa! Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and placed his sword on the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord's neck. The Rain Clan's mission is to retrieve the art of everlasting youth. Therefore, you still have a chance to live. Of course, you can also refuse to hand it over. Little bastard, I, evil deity Ming Wang, accept my fate. He understood what Lin Ling meant. If he did not hand it over, Lin Ling would kill him and find the everlasting youth technique himself. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, the art of everlasting youth is the saint-class martial art that you traded with me. How can you hand it over so easily? At this moment, a desolate and ancient voice came from the hazy cliff in the distance. Then, a figure stepped forward and shot over like a cannonball, causing the clouds to churn endlessly. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying speed! It was even faster than his sword steps. Moreover, the endless cliff was a stretch of cliffs with no end in sight. There was also a large number of demonic beasts within it. That person was walking on air. Could it be that he had come from the Six Shaman Holy Land to the Rainforest Holy Land? One had to know that there were natural barriers between the Holy Lands, and unless one was a top powerhouse, no one would dare to easily cross them. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft, you're late. But do you think I have a choice now? It was obvious that Heaven Fiend Ming Monarch knew that person. That person was the martial artist from the Six Shaman Sacred Land who had traded martial arts with him. However, that person had arrived a little late. Pa! A figure landed on the cliff. It was a short and fat man in a loose robe. This person was not tall, but he had a ferocious face that was filled with dignity and dominance. Clearly, this person's status in the Six Shaman Holy Land was quite high. You, actually lost to a junior? The fatty named Supremacy Tianwu's eyes were filled with astonishment. After all, he knew very well the strength of the Heaven Fiend Wisdom King. The only people who could defeat him were from the four desolate races, and there were very few juniors who could defeat him. However, the youth in front of him had defeated the Heaven Fiend Wisdom King. It was too incredulous. Then you test his strength. Heavenly Fiend Ming Monarch said bitterly. He knew that Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft was surprised, but in fact, he was also surprised. All he could say was that Lin Ling was a super genius that could fight above his level. The art of everlasting youth is the cultivation technique that I agreed to trade with the Sky Fiend Ming Wang. Sir, you want to take it back? After receiving the affirmation from the Sky Fiend Ming Wang, Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft looked at Lin Ling. He knew that the only way to take away the art of everlasting youth was to deal with Lin Ling. The art of everlasting youth is the Rain Clan's cultivation technique. Today, I am under orders to take it back. No one is to stop me. Lin Ling took a step forward and reminded Yin Sha with his soul, asking him to keep an eye on the Sky Fiend Ming Monarch. You have courage. To have such an extraordinary temperament at such a young age, you will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. Unfortunately, you are too confident. You are not qualified to speak against a mid-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft revealed a sinister smile. His cultivation level was at the mid-stage Saint Spirit Realm, and he had a powerful king physique, extreme Yin body. How could that junior be his match? I'll show you the power of a Six Shaman Holy Land warrior. Extreme Yin Shaman body. Ha! A hoarse voice came from Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft's mouth. His body emitted green smoke that corroded his robe, revealing a greenish-black body that was as hard as a zombie's. His hair was constantly growing longer, making him look extremely sinister. Rumble. Above his head, the dark clouds in the sky turned into a whirlpool and were absorbed by him. It was extremely terrifying. This was the force of Extreme Yin. According to legends, the birth of Extreme Yin was when the ancient ghost demons were at their most frenzied. This person's witchcraft had controlled all of the Extreme Yin. Lin Ling, let me go. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft wants to kill us all and take the art of everlasting youth. The art of everlasting youth cultivates endless vitality, while his witchcraft consumes corpses to cultivate. He needs vitality to fill his chi of death. Sky Fiend Ming Monarch shouted in horror. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft seemed to be here to trade martial arts with him, but it seemed like he wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. Master, this person can trigger the force of extreme Yin. He is a warrior from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect. Yin Sha. Yin Sha also shouted. She had heard of the force of extreme Yin. It was an ancient martial art from the Six Shaman Holy Land that was not passed down to outsiders. Once the extreme Yin appeared, it would bring calamity to the world. But now, no matter how strong her master was, he was no match for an ancient warrior from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect. Rumble. The entire sky was filled with rolling dark clouds. It was as if a calamity had befallen the world. Lin Ling, Yin Sha, and Yin Sha were trapped in the small world of the extreme Yin. Witchcraft. Master. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He had seen the martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land, and today, he also saw the martial arts of the Six Shaman Holy Land. The martial arts of the Six Shaman Holy Land were even more ancient and eerie. However, Lin Ling dared to come here today because he had a trump card. Yin Sha, take Sky Fiend Ming Monarch and leave this place. Master. Lin Ling said coldly. Yin Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her master seemed to want to fight with venerable heavenly witchcraft. This was too terrifying. Even Sky Fiend Ming Monarch sucked in a breath of cold air. This fiend Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden. Then, Yin Sha took him and shot into the distance. Both of them were powerful warriors from the Rainforest Holy Land, but at this moment, they needed to avoid the brunt of the attack. However, the one protecting them was a rising star. Everything was like a dream. Kiki. Can you stop me? Kiki. Chapter 927. Holy Land Guardian Deity, I can't stop it. Beneath the lunar clouds, Lin Ling could feel a terrifying aura pressing down on him. His sorcerer body was indeed powerful, but he still smiled. Then why don't you run? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer's pupils were also a strange green. He felt that this youth was happy and content, without the slightest fear. I can't, but that doesn't mean it can't. Lin Ling took a deep breath, finally making a decision. When he was bitterly cultivating in Ice Gorge, besides increasing his strength, he had also unearthed a new supernatural power in his eyes. Today, he wanted to test it out. That was why he was so fearless in front of Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer. Otherwise, he would have already fled. After all, Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer was too strong. His strength was comparable to the 7 profound martial house's old Xian. What nonsense are you talking about? What a pity, the genius of the Rainforest Holy Land will fall here. Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer cruelly laughed. This youth was indeed a genius. Even in the Six Sorcerer Holy Land, he was an existence that could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, he was facing him, the top sorcerer of the Six Sorcerer Holy Land. No matter how strong a genius was, he would still fall. However, his smile did not last long. It even stiffened. At the same time, Lin Ling's body exuded an ancient aura. It was vast and overbearing, as if he were the world's most ancient demonic beast. Pop pop pop. The lunar clouds in the sky seemed to have met their nemesis. A large hole was torn open, revealing the true sky. What? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer's pupils shrank. This junior could actually shake his lunar energy? He roared, die. Billowing lunar energy was like a vortex. He grasped it in his hand, turning it into an ancient sorcerer's hand that viciously grasped at Lin Ling. It was as if one hand could cover the sky, rebuking the wilderness. Master, be careful. In the distance, Yin Sha anxiously shouted. Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer was too strong. Lin Ling simply could not block him. Is that little monster crazy? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer is an existence comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 great ancient countries. Sky Fiend Bright King also sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that Lin Ling, this up-and-coming junior, was truly unfathomable. Rumble. However, under their gazes, when the Grand Magus' hand came into contact with Lin Ling, a white flame erupted, destroying everything in its path as if it was going to destroy the world. Ah! Venerable Celestial Sorcerer let out a painful groan as he retracted his right hand. Immediately, he realized that there was a burning flame on his right hand that couldn't be extinguished. One had to know that his sorcerer body was so powerful that he didn't fear any kind of fire in the world. Yet, he was still burned. What kind of fire was this? Martial artists of the 6th Shaman Holy Land, enjoy your remaining time. It was at this moment that Lin Ling's deep voice came from the depths of hell. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. White smoke floated around the young man's body. Everything was so mysterious. White flames danced inside the smoke as if he had activated some kind of taboo. Moreover, the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. It was even more terrifying than his lunar clouds. Roar! Finally, an ancient roar came out from the smoke, causing people to tremble in fear. What is that? Venerable Tianwu took a step back. At this moment, he was also a little afraid. As the smoke gradually dispersed, 100-meter-tall ancient desolate beast appeared on the cliff. It had 6 gorgeous tails that swayed slowly. Its powerful claws pressed on the ground as if it was controlling the earth. The head of the desolate beast resembled a fox, and it was staring coldly at Venerable Celestial Witchcraft with ridicule, violence, and even evil charm. It was as if Venerable Celestial Witchcraft was an ant. This is... Venerable Tianwu's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. In the distance, Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Wisdom Lord's expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling had disappeared, and an ancient fox desolate beast had appeared. What was going on? It's an ancient devil. Finally, Venerable Tianwu let out a horrified cry as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. How could the sacred land's guardian deity appear here? Although his voice was horrified, it was also filled with joy as if he had seen the most precious treasure in the world. The sacred land's guardian deity. In the 6 great holy lands, each holy land had a guardian god. In ancient times, the guardian god was the totem of the holy land, the strongest existence. However, after the 6 great holy lands had been peaceful for many years, the 6 great guardian gods had disappeared, and the ancient legends had become mere historical records. Only in the legends was the day of the great calamity of the Holy Land, when the heavenly fall era began, the guardian god would return to the world. And now, he saw the guardian deity here, and it was the 6 Shaman Sacred Land's guardian deity. The Sacred Land's guardian deity. If I can get it, I'll be the strongest king in the 6 Shaman Sacred Land. Venerable Tianwu was so excited that he even forgot about his fear. His eyes were filled with endless greed. You're celebrating too early. However, just as Venerable Celestial Witchcraft was overjoyed, a deep voice filled with murderous intent drifted out. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft narrowed his eyes and looked over. Only then did he discover that a young man had mysteriously appeared on the terrifying ancient flame devil's head. The young man's lower body was buried in the ancient flame devil's neck, revealing only his upper body. However, his eyes were tightly shut and exuded a cold and domineering aura. Who's talking? Venerable Tianwu muttered to himself. Could it be that young man? But how could the sacred land's guardian deity fuse with the young man? It's me. As if sensing Venerable Tianwu's doubts, the young man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a devil's, like a god looking at the world, pitch black, cold, and bloodthirsty. Plop. Venerable Tianwu's legs trembled as he fell to the ground in shock. Impossible. Everything is fake. It's that young man from before. But he seems to be safe and sound, and he seems to have fused with the sacred land's guardian deity. How is this possible? Could it be that the sacred land's guardian deity has been hiding in the young man's body all this time? But even so, the young man couldn't possibly control the sacred land's guardian deity. Die. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he had turned into the ancient flame devil. Everything was so familiar as if this body was his original body. Of course, if there was a change, it would be the addition of endless killing intent. Although Lin Ling retained his consciousness at this moment, he still had the feeling of killing everything in the world. This killing intent was the ancient flame devil's influence on him. Whoosh! Smoke filled the air, eerie and sinister. A huge wild beast appeared in front of Venerable Tianwu. At this moment, it tilted its head and looked at Venerable Tianwu mockingly, as if Venerable Tianwu was a cornered rat. Are you the ancient flame devil or the young man from before? Venerable Tianwu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. What do you think? A cold voice came from the ancient flame devil, confirming Venerable Tianwu's suspicions. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still rational. It was that young man from before. Chapter 928. Evergreen Method. You have no chance. The ancient flame devil's huge tail swept over like a flaming dragon, causing Honorable Heavenly Witch's pupils to dilate. What a powerful aura. He then struck out with his palm. 6 Witch World. Rumble. In the sky, all the lunar clouds gathered in the palm, as if it was going to split the world. However, when it collided with the tail of the ancient flame devil, a terrifying wave of spiritual chi exploded, but it couldn't stop the tail. Whoosh! Venerable Tianwu's arm was reduced to dust as his entire body was burned by the flames. Ancient devils were indeed as terrifying as the legend said. Then, a dazzling claw swept over as if it could split heaven and earth, causing Venerable Celestial Wizard to roar, no. He knew that he was going to die here today. He had never imagined that he would die in the rainforest's sacred land just to kill a rising star. He had never imagined that the guardian that the mighty figures of the 6 shaman sacred land were searching for would be on the body of a puny youth. The Purgatory Shaman sect will find you. Leaving behind an unwilling voice, Venerable Tianwu turned into ashes. The ancient flame devil had descended, and with just one move, the powerful 6 shaman Holy Land martial artists had fallen here. How frightening! In the distance, Yin Sha and Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang's hearts trembled. This was too terrifying. What kind of secret was Lin Ling hiding? Whoosh! However, in the next moment, the smoke spread out and the huge figure appeared in front of them. The fox's demonic eyes looked at them indifferently, full of ridicule and brutality. This desolate beast wanted to kill them. Master, it's me. Yin Sha hurriedly knelt down. Lin Ling, who was at the neck of the ancient flame devil, blinked his eyes. He had almost killed Yin Sha and Yin Sha before, but now he had calmed down. Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang, look into my eyes and devour my soul. Lin Ling shouted coldly from the top of the ancient flame devil. His voice was filled with killing intent and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang did not dare to resist. He looked at Lin Ling and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his soul as if his soul was being torn apart. Then, an innate majestic aura came from the ancient flame devil. Master. The Heaven Fiend Ming Lord also knelt down immediately. He did not know why he had to kneel down, but he had a feeling that Lin Ling had become his master, possessing supreme authority. Chi. At the same time, endless smoke floated out and the huge ancient flame devil disappeared into the smoke. A slender figure slowly walked out from the smoke. The ancient flame devil disappeared, and Lin Ling returned to his normal appearance. Master. Looking at that figure, Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang felt their hearts skip a beat. They were at a loss for words. Especially Yin Sha. She was already in awe of Lin Ling, but now, she was even more in awe. As for the infernal wisdom lord, there was no need to even mention it. Previously, he had seen with his own eyes how Lin Ling killed Honorable Heaven Witchcraft with a single move. That terrifying strength made him willingly submit to Lin Ling. Furthermore, he could vaguely guess that the desolate beast Lin Ling had transformed into was the guardian of the 6 shamans' sacred ground. "Get out of here." After Lin Ling walked out, he said lightly. At this moment, he was a little weak. "All right." The two of them quickly brought Lin Ling away. In another mountain range, Lin Ling sat with his legs crossed. His body was a little weak. Although the ancient flame devil was under his control, its murderous aura still affected him. Moreover, the longer it lasted, the greater the effect. For example, he had almost killed Yin Sha previously. However, this time, Lin Ling's control over the ancient flame devil was much smoother than before. The reason was the eye. The ancient flame devil was a desolate beast without a soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was extremely strong. The stronger it was, the more his soul could enter the ancient flame devil's body and completely control it. This was similar to the eye's soul devour superpower. As for the ancient flame devil's soul, it was still in a deep slumber. This was the new superpower that Lin Ling discovered after Mo Nianchen helped Lin Ling awaken his eye. The guardian of the sacred ground. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was his new understanding of the ancient flame devil. He had not expected the ancient flame devil to have such a background. Moreover, there were so many people who wanted to get their hands on the ancient flame devil. In this case, the ancient flame devil could not be used easily. After all, Lin Ling's strength was not at the peak yet. Facing an ancient martial artist, he would not be able to fight back unless he had a trump card. Moreover, the ancient flame devil's strength had increased tremendously. However, its murderous aura still affected Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not dare to use it easily. This ancient flame devil is the guardian of the 6 shaman sacred ground. I wonder what the sacred ground of the rainforest is? Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He looked at Yin Sha and Yin Sha, who were guarding him, and said, "Remember not to tell anyone about what happened earlier." "Yes." Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang nodded without hesitation. Lin Ling was their master now. If Lin Ling died, they would die as well. Therefore, unless they were stupid, they would not tell anyone about what happened earlier. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, take out the Eternal Youth technique. Lin Ling shouted again. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang quickly took out a black jade stone from his belt and handed it to Lin Ling with both hands. The Eternal Youth technique is in the memory stone. Lin Ling took it calmly. He touched the black jade stone with both hands. Then, the jade stone shone with a hazy light. It was the cultivation technique of the Eternal Youth technique. This cultivation technique was very magical. Half of it was the path of the spiritual qi in one's body. The other half was an ancient tree. The image was of the ancient tree growing from a sapling. Lin Ling was confused. "Master, this is a profound martial skill. It depends on one's comprehension." Heaven Fiend Ming Wang reminded. Lin Ling nodded. Profound martial skills were indeed more mysterious and complicated. Lin Ling had completed the mission from the Rain Clan. However, it would be a waste if he went back to complete the mission. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to learn the Eternal Youth technique first. "You two should learn it too," Lin Ling said. Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang were his loyal subordinates. Therefore, he had to help them improve their strength. "Thank you, Master," Yin Sha and Yin Sha said gratefully. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the memory stone and memorized the cultivation technique of the Eternal Youth technique. However, it would take some effort to comprehend the profound martial skill. Master, it is very difficult to comprehend the life force. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang looked at Lin Ling and said respectfully. He had obtained this saint-profound martial skill long ago. However, he had never succeeded in cultivating it. Therefore, he reminded Lin Ling, I got it. Lin Ling was still looking at the image. There, the ancient sapling gradually grew from a young sapling to a robust one. Finally, it became an indomitable giant tree. The image continued to loop. It looked ordinary, but it contained the laws of the world. The sun rose and set, the flowers bloomed and withered. Life, old age, sickness, and death. These were the unchanging laws of heaven and earth. The stronger a martial artist was, the more he wanted to control the power of heaven and earth. He had to be familiar with these laws. Knowing the laws is one thing. However, there are very few who can comprehend the essence of them. It is like looking at flowers in the fog. It looks close, but it is actually far away. Chapter 929. Sword of Esoteric Intent, Amazing. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat as if he had seen something. He pulled out the sword in his hand and a mysterious ancient aura emanated from it. Vitality. Beside him, Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Bright Lord were also practicing the martial art. Their eyes narrowed as they sensed the vitality of Lin Ling's sword. It was the vitality of the everlasting youth art. Could it be that Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it? What a terrifying genius! The two of them looked at each other and became even more determined to follow Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's comprehension was monstrous. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered the realm of unity of heaven and man. He was isolated from the outside world. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen through something. It was as if he had seen the origin of heaven and earth, the origin of all living things. He didn't know why he could see it, but he could see it with his eyes. Moreover, the scene had changed. It was no longer the scene of the ancient tree growing. Instead, he was immersed in a green light. It was as if he had returned to the beginning of heaven and earth, the Hongmeng Ocean. It was a comfortable feeling. Vitality was endless. Look at the plants around you. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the changes in the surroundings. Within 100 meters of Lin Ling, the plants grew rapidly. They were lush and green, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. It's caused by vitality. Master has mastered the life esoteric intent. Heaven Fiend Ming Lord gasped as he stared fixedly at the slender figure. That handsome face gave him a sacred and dignified feeling. After the two of them recovered from their shock, they quickly sat down with their legs crossed. Since Lin Ling was displaying the life esoteric intent, they would naturally seize the opportunity to comprehend it. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity if they missed it. Time passed quietly. The three of them cultivated in silence. Lin Ling's surroundings were filled with vitality. Hundreds of flowers bloomed like a sea of flowers. The beautiful scene made Lin Ling and the other two look like side characters. At this moment, a soft voice drifted out. I won't bloom when the flowers bloom. I'll kill the flowers after they bloom. As the sword was drawn, vitality rippled like the final flower. Swoosh! All the flowers within 100 meters withered, deprived of their vitality. The sword was like the king of flowers. Before the sword was drawn, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Who would have thought that my sword intent of sword is esoteric intent? Lin Ling Xianxia and Xianxia stood as well. The other dark esoteric king stood Lin and smiled respectfully. He said, Master, for comprehending the esoteric intent of life. And with Master's esoteric flame, Master's esoteric intent. And fire Master, you, is Dragon Cloud Lucas is Ice Cloud Wing. Is light is and fire intent youth fire, Master is Eso and Lin, thank you. Lin Ling smiled softly. Today, he had an unexpected gain. The Eternal Youth technique can be returned to the Rain clan. Let's go back and turn in the mission. Lin Ling carried the Tyrant Song sword on his back, looked at the distant sky and smiled again. This time, he had given his mother a lot of face. Master. Those Rain clan geniuses thought they caught the real Infernal Ming monarch and were feeling smug. But now that you're back, you'll definitely leave them speechless. Yin Sha laughed. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. This is the first time I've seen you laugh. It's beautiful. Following that, he took a big step and flew towards the sky. Yin Sha's purple mouth opened. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Unknowingly, she did seem to be laughing. Yin Sha, the rainforest sacred land's most ruthless killer. This is also the first time I've seen you laugh. Infernal Ming monarch laughed. Yin Sha's face instantly turned cold. Her killing intent filled the air. If you want to die, say that again. I surrender. Infernal Ming monarch shook his head helplessly. This woman changed her face like flipping the pages of a book. At this moment, the Rain clan was extremely lively. The younger generation geniuses had all rushed back. They were representing the Rain clan, and in fact, it was a test given to them by the clan. As such, not only were many people from the Rain clan looking forward to it, even the other 4 desolate races had come to watch. The 4 desolate races were extremely noble. They usually formed their own circle, and rarely interacted with the 7 great martial halls and the 5 great ancient countries. This was because they felt disdain for them. Infernal Ming monarch, this person's strength is only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm. He's not very strong, but he's a good opponent for the younger generation geniuses. It's good to use him to test the disciples. An elder from the Yi clan said lightly. It made the other desolate races' ancient grand sovereigns nod their heads. But if this sentence were to spread to the various martial halls, it would definitely shock them to the extreme. A sacred spirit realm expert was not considered strong in front of a desolate race ancient warrior? After all, a sacred spirit realm expert was a formidable existence in the rainforest sacred land. From this angle, it could be seen how powerful the 4 desolate races were. They were indeed worthy of being the royal family of the rainforest sacred land. Are the Rain clan's 2 prides here? It feels like only the 2 of them will be able to complete this mission. That might not be the case. After all, the mission is to find the everlasting youth technique. It doesn't prohibit the younger generation geniuses from teaming up. Hence, it's hard to guess who will end up with it. Of course, if the Rain clan's 2 prides are here, the chances of them completing the mission are much higher. The 2 of them are the future of the Rain clan. The various desolate race members were in a flurry of discussion. And in the Rain clan's vast mountain valley, everyone was gathered. It was indescribably lively. The elders were looking at their juniors with great interest, hoping that their juniors would amaze the world and make them proud. Furthermore, this was a grand event where the top 4 desolate races faced off against each other. Compared to this grand event, the 7 great martial hall's strongest semifinals were nothing. After all, after the mission ended, it would be the Rain clan's year-end assessment. Zai, you have to do your best. Dad has high hopes for you. Once this mission is completed, not only will Mom feel proud, you will also receive the Rain clan's reward, the Bodhi liquid. Many elders secretly clenched their fists. At the same time, Rain Master Mo Ping slowly arrived. He was not tall, but he had an indescribable majesty. It made the other desolate race members' pupils constrict. Rain Master Mo Ping controlled all the rain in the world. He was in existence like a dragon king. In the rainforest sacred land, other than the Bodhi sacred palace, no one could shake him. Everyone, take a seat. A calm voice came out of Rain Master Mo Ping's mouth like a king. Senior Rain Master. The various desolate race members bowed respectfully before sitting down. Among the crowd, Lin Ling had already returned. Seeing Rain Master Mo Ping's supreme authority, he was secretly surprised. The 4 desolate races were famous throughout the 6 great sacred lands. Even supremacy heaven witchcraft from before knew of the Rain clan. Yet, the Rain clan's patriarch was able to make the other desolate race members revere him. This showed how powerful Rain Master Mo Ping was. Beside him, Ying Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang were present. Today, the Rain clan's valley was open to welcome outsiders. They followed Lin Ling and could easily enter. As for Lin Ling, he had previously promised Heaven Fiend Ming Wang that he would guarantee his safety. Hence, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang dared to come here. Not only that, he didn't steal the Eternal Evergreen technique from the Rain clan. He also didn't have the strength to do so. It was someone from the Rain clan who secretly traded it with him. That person, he guessed, should have been punished by the Rain clan. However, the Rain clan didn't announce it publicly. It was obvious that the Rain clan didn't want too many people to know about the theft of the Eternal Evergreen technique. And now, he was here in person. The other Rain clan geniuses were full of confidence. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 930. Mission Attribution. The Eternally Evergreen technique is a secret technique of my Rain clan that is not passed down. Today, due to certain reasons, the Rain clan wants to take it back. At the same time, we want to announce to the world that the Rain clan's items are not to be passed down to outsiders. Anyone who dares to covet it will be killed, no matter how far they are. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping's voice sounded. It was filled with majesty and his expression was inviolable. The person who takes back the Eternally Evergreen technique will be rewarded with cultivating in the Bodhi flower. Rain Master Mo Ping's voice sounded once again, causing a stir among the crowd. It was not the Bodhi liquid that was rewarded, but the Bodhi flower. Legend has it that the Bodhi ancient tree rarely bloomed. Only 7 flowers bloomed in 10,000 years. Each flower was extremely rare and precious. 2 of them were occupied by the Bodhi sacred palace, while the 4 desolate race clans each occupied 4. The remaining flower buds were designated by an expert as their own cultivation cave abode. Without a doubt, the Bodhi flower was more suitable for cultivation than the Bodhi spirit root. Even the Bodhi liquid was the flower's due. By cultivating beside the Bodhi flower, it would definitely allow a warrior's body to transform, allowing them to achieve a supreme future. All the Rain clan geniuses were excited. Even they had never seen the Bodhi flower before. It was said that only the Rain clan's 2 prides had the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy in the flower. Grandpa, I will definitely go to the Bodhi flower. At this moment, a 17-year-old youth strode out. He looked dignified and energetic. It's Mo Zishan. The Rain clan's people's eyes flickered. Seeing Mo Zishan so confident, could he have completed the mission? This child is full of vigor. His king body is not low. The Rain clan has a good seedling. The other desolate race members nodded their heads in appreciation. Zishan, you found the Eternally Evergreen technique? Rain Master Mo Ping gave a faint smile. That child always gave him surprises, making him rather fond of him. Of course. Mo Zishan's voice was loud and clear, like a tiger cub. However, his strength was not weak. In the martial hall, he had the strength of a top elite. He waved his hand and said, "Bring him up." A man who was bound by Bodhi vines and had a black cloth covering his head was brought forward by 2 of Mo Zishan's lackeys. The 2 lackeys had a smug look on their faces, looking forward to shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Bodhi vine, that's a rare treasure. Even a Holy Spirit realm expert can't do anything about it. It seems like Mo Zishan has been spoiled by the Rain Master and has rewarded him with such a treasure. The crowd's eyes flickered with surprise. Mo Zishan took a step forward and removed the black cloth on the man's head. He then laughed proudly, "Heaven Fiend Ming Wang is here." He is the heaven fiend Ming Wang. The crowd stared at the man. Many of them had never seen heaven fiend Ming Wang before, but they had heard of his reputation. He was very mysterious and was adept at concealment. Other than the 4 desolate races, the other 5 ancient countries would find it difficult to capture him. You have the art of everlasting youth. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at the man and said. Then, he saw that the man's spirit chi had been sucked dry by the Bodhi vine. Hence, he pointed his finger and the raindrops shot towards the man, turning into dense spirit chi and waking the man up. I'm not the heaven fiend Ming Wang. I've been wronged. The man shouted in horror. He knew that he had been caught by the desolate race. If he was wronged, he would not be able to escape death. Hence, he begged for mercy. Humph, you still want to bewitch everyone when you are about to die? Mo Zishan gave a disdainful smile and remained confident. I'm not the heaven fiend Ming Wang. I'm the heaven fiend Dark King. Furthermore, that's a title given to me by warriors. How am I qualified to be a king? The man became even more panicked, causing the crowd to be surprised. Following that, there was a burst of laughter. Heaven fiend Dark King and heaven fiend Ming Wang differed by a single word, but they were very likely not the same person. Furthermore, they could sense that the man's cultivation level was very low. The legendary heaven fiend Ming Wang was not that weak. Nonsense. When I went to catch you, everyone said that you were the heaven fiend Dark King. Mo Zishan's smile froze as he said with an ugly expression. That's a title given to me by everyone. How am I qualified to be called a king? The man was on the brink of tears. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at the man in a daze and shook his head helplessly. With his cultivation level, he could naturally sense that the man was not the heaven fiend Ming Wang because he was too weak. Take him away. Don't embarrass yourself. Ah. Mo Zishan opened his mouth and looked extremely indignant. Zishan, didn't we show you a picture? That person looks like the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Rain Master Mo Ping said with a frown. I remember that the heaven fiend Ming Wang has many transformations, so he can change his appearance at any time. Furthermore, he is called the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Mo Zishan said nervously. Sigh, take him away. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed and shook his head. Just because of a similar name, his grandson had brought him back. This was too embarrassing for the Rain clan. Ha! Many people began to laugh. That man was innocent. Mo Zishan gritted his teeth. Previously, he wanted to amaze the world with a single feat, but in the end, he was the one who embarrassed himself. Hee, Zishan is still young and lacks maturity. Grandpa, I am the real heaven fiend Ming Wang. Bring him up. Another genius from the Rain clan walked out with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he brought over 100 people. After removing the black cloth on their heads, he realized that all of them looked very similar to the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Obviously, they were all captured from the various countries in the 100 territories. Sai, did you kill the wrong person and not let him go? Rain Master Mo Ping sighed once more. As long as they caught anyone who looked like the heaven fiend Ming Lord, it wouldn't look good even if the heaven fiend Ming Lord was among them. Furthermore, he could sense that the heaven fiend Ming Lord wasn't among them. Ah, there's no one? The genius from the Rain clan who was about to claim the credit was startled. Was he also disappointed by the clan leader? Let me explain it to you. The heaven fiend Ming Wang is not only looking at his name and appearance, but also his aura and strength. The most important thing is whether he has the eternal youth technique. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, causing the entire plaza to become silent. The person who spoke seemed to be very confident. It's Mo Zifan. Many people realized that the person who spoke was the one who spoke. Killing the wrong person and not letting him go is good, but the efficiency is too low. Moreover, it affects the reputation of the Rain clan. Our Rain clan wants to recover the Eternal Youth technique, so naturally, we have to hit the nail on the head. We don't have to capture some useless people to make a fool of ourselves. Moz Yun, Moz Shan, you two need to go out and train yourselves. At this moment, Moz Fan walked out with his hands behind his back. His aura was as steady as a mountain. This kid is steady and sure, he is the material for great things. The crowd looked at the handsome Moz Fan and nodded secretly. Moz Fan was obviously much better than the previous genius from the Rain clan. Z-Fan, did you catch the wrong person? Moz Shan and the other geniuses were not satisfied. After all, Moz Fan scolded them in front of so many people, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Chapter 931. What was the most important thing? The two prides of the Rain clan. The crowd was in an uproar. Sure enough, with the appearance of the two prides of the Rain clan, the mission was easy. Then, everyone looked at Moz. At this moment, Moz was sitting at the edge of the square, calmly drinking tea. He was unspeakably calm. After everyone looked at him, he smiled slightly, bowed to everyone, and walked out in a manner that was neither arrogant nor servile. His calm appearance made the crowd admire him secretly. This young man was probably going to be the pillar of the Rain clan in the future. Zihu, you caught him? Rain Master Mo Ping faintly smiled. Previously, he had caused a bit of a ruckus, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a serious person, and what he disliked the most was this type of reckless and careless person. But now, with the appearance of the Rain clan's twin prides, they had given the Rain clan a great deal of face. Grandpa, I caught him. Moz did not say much, but every word was like a gem, showing the demeanor of a great general. Then, he waved his right hand, and a figure was brought out from the crowd. In mid-air, the rope that tied that person was untied, and the black cloth on his head was also untied, gently falling to the center of the square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that person. He looks the same as the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Moreover, he's in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Looks like he's the real heaven fiend Ming Wang. Many people said with certainty. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded in admiration. With his experience, he naturally noticed that the person had the aura of the 6 shaman Holy Land. According to the legends, the heaven fiend Ming Wang knew witchcraft, which was unique in the Rainforest Holy Land, so he was sure that the person was the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Are you the heaven fiend Ming Wang? However, Rain Master Mo Ping still asked. I'll never change my surname. I'm Calamity Ming Wang. The man shouted coldly, filled with the arrogance of an expert. Is the Eternal Youth technique with you? Rain Master Mo Ping asked again. I'm convinced that I've fallen into the hands of the Rain clan. Yes, the Eternal Youth technique is with me. Even though that male was arrogant, he was still willing to accept his loss. This made Rain Master Mo Ping nod his head. This person actually had some backbone. Even though he obtained the Eternal Evergreen technique, in the end, it wasn't stolen from the Rain clan. That was why he took back the Eternal Evergreen technique. A small punishment was enough. Zihu, well done. Rain Master Mo Ping smiled at Moz. That's because Grandpa taught me well. You must do things cleanly and decisively. That's why I searched for Apocalypse Ming Wang from every angle and finally made my move. Moz voice was sonorous and powerful, filled with might and dominance, causing Rain Master Mo Ping to nod his head in praise. Amazing! The crowd murmured to themselves. The geniuses of the Rain clan all came out to capture the heaven fiend Ming Wang alive. Only the two prides of the Rain clan succeeded. These two prides of the Rain clan truly lived up to their reputation. One had to know that there were very few people in the Rainforest Holy Land who could capture a Holy Spirit realm expert alive, let alone the martial arts hall. Alright, you, Mo Ziffin, and the others can enter the Bodhi flower to cultivate. Of course, others can as well, but don't get too close. Rain Master Mo Ping finally said with certainty. This made Mo Ziffin smile in excitement. Today, he had rendered a meritorious service to the Rain clan. Furthermore, he had let the other desolate race know his name. Suddenly, he looked at a corner of the square. There was a youth in a blue and white robe sitting there calmly drinking tea. It was as if he was oblivious to the matters of the world. It was Lin Ling. I thought you would succeed, but in the end, I was one step ahead of you. Do you still have the face to drink tea in front of me? Mo Ziffin looked at Lin Ling and said meaningfully. Back then, he had been defeated by Lin Ling. Today, he had vented his anger. Furthermore, at such a glorious moment, he naturally wanted to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to make Lin Ling speechless in embarrassment. Who is that? The other desolate race members looked at Lin Ling curiously. Among them, there were two people whose beautiful eyes were twinkling. One of them was Yu from the Sparrow race, while the other was the second Dream from the Night race. The two of them had followed their seniors to observe the Rain clan's geniuses. As for the Rain clan's seniors, they were also looking at Lin Ling. All of them gave a faint smile. Lin Ling's surname was not Mo, but back then, he had defeated the Rain clan's geniuses, making them feel embarrassed. And today, Lin Ling had helped them vent their anger. He went as well. Rain Master Mo Ping was somewhat surprised. The mission he issued was for all the Rain clan's geniuses to move out. Although he had informed Lin Ling, he did not believe that Lin Ling would go. And now, Lin Ling had gone as well, but it seemed to be fruitless. It was no wonder he was silently drinking tea in the distance. For some unknown reason, even though Lin Ling also possessed half of the Rain clan's bloodline, at this moment, when he saw Lin Ling being suppressed, he also felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. The reason for this was perhaps because the Rain clan had a large number of grandchildren and descendants, and he did not like Lin Ling, this little grandson, too much. The person has been found. His name is correct and his aura is similar. His strength is exactly the same, but there seems to be a crucial point that has not been confirmed. Many gazes looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling gently put down his teacup and suddenly said lightly. What does that mean? The crowd was stunned. They thought that the youth who was being suppressed would definitely remain silent and endure the humiliation, but who knew that the latter would say something so nonchalant that no one could understand. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Ziffin frowned. Lin Ling did not complete the mission, yet he had the cheek to be so arrogant. You are not qualified to speak to me. Mo Zihu is. However, his words made Lin Ling shake his head lightly. It was as if he disdained to speak to Mo Ziffin. How arrogant. The various desolate race members were alarmed. Since when did the Rain clan's geniuses have such a figure that only the Rain clan's two prides had the right to speak? Bastard, to be so arrogant without completing the mission. Mo Ziffin's expression was as ugly as the bottom of a nest. Just as he was about to speak again, Mo Zihu, who was beside him, said lightly, Then what do you want to say? Did you not understand what I said previously? Lin Ling slowly walked out and looked at Mo Zihu with a teasing look. You are saying that the heaven fiend Ming Wang that Zihu found looks the same. His name is correct, and his aura and strength are the same. However, there is a crucial point that has not been confirmed. This means that he is very likely not the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Mo Zihu was still in doubt, but Rain Master Mo Ping was indeed the desolate race's patriarch. He immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. Senior is indeed impressive. Other than being the patriarch, your insight is no trifling matter. Lin Ling chuckled as he came to the middle of the square. Rain Master Mo Ping frowned. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling's words were filled with sarcasm. What he meant was that the desolate race's patriarch position did not live up to his reputation even before confirming the heaven fiend Ming Wang's identity. Then what is the last crucial point? Rain Master Mo Ping said in a deep voice. Lin Ling had embarrassed him by saying that in front of so many people. In a large family clan, what was most important was face. Lin Ling had offended his superior. Furthermore, he was Lin Ling's grandfather. Didn't you capture the heaven fiend Ming Wang to retrieve the eternal youth technique? What do you think is the most crucial point? Lin Ling retorted with a question. That's right, this does not seem to be confirmed. Chapter 932. True and false Amitabha. The mission this time was to retrieve the eternal youth technique. If the eternal youth technique wasn't even confirmed, how could the final victor be determined? Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. Previously, he seemed to have made his decision too quickly. Then, he looked at the man and asked, "Do you have the eternal youth technique?" "Of course." The man said proudly. Among the crowd, heaven fiend Ming Wang smiled faintly. This was his witchcraft puppet technique. Everything had already been set up. For example, after the Rain clan caught the puppet, they would admit everything. Only when they took out the eternal youth technique would they see that it was fake. And by the time they wanted to catch him again, he had already escaped far away. This plan was very thorough, giving him enough time to escape from danger. Unfortunately, he encountered the fiend Lin Ling, causing him to fall short of success. "Hand it over." Rain Master Mo Ping waved his hand and a huge suction force gushed out, pulling out a large number of items from the man's body. Then, he checked them one by one. Finally, his gaze landed on a black memory stone. Then, he looked at Lin Ling as if saying, "What else do you have to say? You're asking for humiliation." Mo Zihu also smiled coldly. Even the memory stone had been found. Lin Ling still wanted to bewitch everyone. However, when Rain Master Mo Ping entered the memory stone, his pupils began to violently change. It must be fake. Before he could speak, Lin Ling's light voice drifted over. "It's fake." The eyes of the crowd flashed. Lin Ling was so confident. Rain Master Mo Ping didn't even say anything, but it was as if he was the ruler of everything. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He finally raised his head and said with an unsightly expression, "It is indeed fake." "Is it real or fake?" This time, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling really knew everything. "Impossible, this is impossible. I found the heaven fiend Ming Wang through other means. How can this eternal youth technique be fake? No, the heaven fiend Ming Wang is real. He must have brought out the real art of everlasting youth." Mo Zihu kept shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Previously, he had obtained endless glory, but after Lin Ling's appearance, everything turned to ashes. Moreover, he believed that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He mocked those geniuses of the Rain clan who failed, but in reality, he was also a mantis. This was a complete loss of face, bringing endless humiliation to the Rain clan's prides. Even the heavenly fiend Ming Wang is fake. However, after he spoke, Lin Ling spoke again. This time, Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. The heaven fiend Ming Wang was also a fake. Why couldn't he see through it? Could it be that this Lin Ling was stronger than him? "What proof do you have?" Rain Master Mo Ping said with a frown. With Lin Ling saying this, he felt even more humiliated. "Because the real apocalyptic deity is with me. However, before I let him out, you have to promise me that you won't attack him." Lin Ling said calmly. "Sure." Rain Master Mo Ping said in a dignified manner. He didn't believe that Lin Ling had captured the heaven fiend Ming Wang, and Mo Zihu didn't believe it either. After all, everything was too surreal. "Come out." Lin Ling waved his hand gently, and a man in a cloak walked out from the crowd. He slowly came to Lin Ling's side and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling, then said, "My apologies, I am the real apocalyptic deity." The cloak was slowly removed, revealing a familiar face. It was exactly the same as the man in the square, causing a commotion in the square. It was another apocalyptic deity. Who was the real one, and who was the fake one? Apocalyptic deity? Rain Master Mo Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. The situation had changed beyond his imagination. It was as if there was a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. One by one, the apocalyptic deity appeared, and no one knew which one was real and which one was fake. As for Mo Zihu, his face turned ugly. He stared at the man and suddenly said, "How can you be sure that he is the real one? From the looks of it, everyone is more or less the same. Maybe yours is the fake one." With that said, he looked at the apocalyptic deity he had brought back and coldly said, "Are you the real apocalyptic deity?" "Nonsense, if I'm not the apocalyptic deity, who is? Is it him? I never expected that in this world, there are so many people who want to use my name to commit such atrocities." The man laughed arrogantly, making the crowd believe that he was the real one. After all, the man was still so confident at this moment. If he wasn't the real one, then what was he? Instantly, the crowd was at a loss. Who was the real apocalyptic deity who had brought back? Do you see that? Lin Ling, you are the fake one. I don't understand why you are causing trouble in front of so many people. Is it because the Rain clan has mistreated you, so you want to embarrass the patriarch in front of the desolate race? You have such evil intentions. Mo Zihu coldly shouted. He insisted that he was the real one, or he would lose all his face today. I don't think as much as you. At least I have completed my mission, and I won't mock others like a clown. Lin Ling chuckled. At the same time, he pouted at Mo Zifen. This made Mo Zifen's expression turn ugly. Previously, he was the one who provoked Lin Ling, resulting in the current situation. As for the patriarch's embarrassment, that's because he was too arbitrary. As the patriarch of a clan, how can he be so sure of something that has not been verified? Is it because the Rain clan's two prides took action that he is so sure? Lin Ling said again. His voice was calm, but it stirred the hearts of everyone. Lin Ling, are you crazy? How dare you talk about the patriarch like that? The Rain clan people's hearts trembled violently. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling chuckled, Mo Zihu, why are you so nervous? The real one can't be fake, and the fake one can't be real. To be so frivolous, are you really the Rain clan's two prides? You. Mo Zihu gritted his teeth. Before, he was as calm as a general, but now, he was irritated by Lin Ling. The most hateful thing was that when he saw Lin Ling's carefree aura, he had the urge to beat Lin Ling up. Rain Master Mo Ping's face turned ashen. He coldly stared at Lin Ling and said, "Then why are you so sure? You should know that in the Rain clan, slandering is a big crime." "I know, but I am confident." Lin Ling chuckled and nodded at Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. The latter smiled and stretched out his hands, drawing a mysterious pattern. At the same time, the man in the middle of the square trembled violently, as if his soul was taken away. His body kept changing, and the witchcraft aura disappeared. In the end, he spat out a bug and turned into a short and fat man. "It's just witchcraft." After finishing, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang smiled faintly. Silence. The crowd fell into a dead silence. What Mo Zihu brought back was indeed a fake. However, everything was so real. Putting aside the appearance and cultivation, the most important thing was the aura. It had the aura of witchcraft and used it to deceive everyone. Even the top experts could not see through it. This witchcraft was so powerful. Chapter 933. One sword to kill 100 flowers. Lin Ling, well done. Amidst the shocked crowd, Yu waved her fist. She already knew that Lin Ling was of the Rain clan's bloodline. Hence, she was the one who suggested coming to the Rain clan. Previously, when she saw the Rain clan bullying Lin Ling, she was infuriated. But thankfully, Lin Ling managed to turn the tide and obtain the ultimate glory. This was the Lin Ling she knew. Be it a young man or a young man, he was always behind the scenes, controlling everything. The witchcraft puppet, he actually deceived me. Rain Master Mo Ping stared blankly at the short and fat man in the square. Previously, he had sensed the aura of witchcraft, so he was certain of everything. However, it was just a smokescreen. He should have thought of it. Witchcraft was mysterious and ever-changing. Unless he could confirm it with his own eyes, anything could happen. He had been too careless. In fact, with his strength, he would have discovered everything if he had paid more attention. Unfortunately, he thought highly of Mo Zihu, believing that Mo Zihu would be the one to complete the mission. And when he saw Mo Zihu suppressing Lin Ling, he silently agreed. This was because although Lin Ling was his grandson, he was too unruly. Hence, he wanted Mo Zihu to suppress his momentum. But in the end, he had embarrassed himself. Sigh. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed. Today, Lin Ling was in control of everything. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, hand over the Eternal Youth technique, lest others say that it's fake. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. He was indeed in control of everything. Everyone thought that Mo Nianshan's son was not important, but today, he would once again tell the Rain clan that Mo Nianshan's son would not embarrass his mother. When it came to his mother, he would not tolerate it. Beside him, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang threw a black memory stone at Rain Master Mo Ping. After Rain Master Mo Ping received it, he finally said with a solemn expression, "This mission has been completed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling has completed it." The final confirmation stirred the hearts of the crowd once again. This was the first time the Desolate Race members were carefully looking at Lin Ling. His surname was Lin, not Mo. Clearly, he did not have the pure bloodline of the Rain clan. He had an ordinary bloodline, but he was very powerful. Lin Ling is truly a dragon among men. He rose up in the martial arts hall and now, he has come to the 4 desolate races. However, the desolate race's geniuses are still unable to stop him. It's no wonder I lost to him. The second dream's eyes flickered as she watched from the Night Clan. In truth, she knew that Lin Ling would win the moment he stepped out of the arena. Because Lin Ling was the only person in her life that she couldn't see through. Lin Ling, first place in the semifinals? Then, someone came to a realization. Lin Ling's name had shaken the sacred rainforest. Even the desolate race had long heard of him. However, they never expected that Lin Ling, who had just entered a stronger world, would rise up again and steal the limelight from the Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zihu. And at this moment, Mo Zihu was standing in his original spot, trembling. Everyone thought that he would perfectly complete his mission and take first place. However, he had indeed been the center of attention previously. However, at the most dazzling moment, Lin Ling had been smashed down from the highest stage by him. Lin Ling. Mo Zihu looked coldly at Lin Ling. When you were standing high up and criticizing others, you should have realized that you would also be criticized by others. The Rain clan's twin prides do not mean that they will never be defeated. Lin Ling's eyes were also looking at Mo Zihu, as his indifferent voice floated out. Mo Zihu was the genius that had defeated Lin Ling for the first time in his life. But now, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of him. Knowing shame meant courage. The stronger the opponent, the more Lin Ling wanted to surpass him. You said that I lost, but you don't know who the loser is. Mo Zihu coldly shouted. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had won previously, but that did not mean that he had won everything. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was like an ant, but Lin Ling had actually said that he had lost. He was overestimating himself. Lin Ling, if you are so strong, why did you lose to Brother Zihu last time? Mo Zifen coldly snorted. That's right. I was only proud today, but I forgot about the shameful battle from last time. The other Rain Clan's geniuses also coldly shouted. Today, Lin Ling had not only ridden on their heads, he had also trampled on the Rain Clan's geniuses. They could not swallow this humiliation. Did I lose? Lin Ling looked at Mo Zifen, causing Mo Zifen to be startled and speechless. Although everyone knew that Mo Zihu could suppress Lin Ling, in reality, the result of the last battle between the two had not been determined. Therefore, when Mo Zifen said that Lin Ling had lost, it was a little arbitrary. Mo Zifen, other than climbing up the coattails of others, what else can you do? Loser. Lin Ling disdainfully laughed and said again. This caused Mo Zifen to tremble with anger, but he could not say anything. Although he was proud, he was indeed not Lin Ling's opponent. And you guys, you have the proud bloodline of the Rain Clan, but you lost to me, a half-blooded outsider. I don't know where you guys got the face to talk. Did the Rain Clan not teach you that losers have no right to speak? Lin Ling coldly shouted again, causing those geniuses to grit their teeth. They were so angry that they could not say anything. Losers had no right to speak. Today, Mo Zifen thought that he had completed his mission, so he wanted to suppress Lin Ling and provoke Lin Ling. However, the moment Lin Ling walked out, all the Rain Clan geniuses were bullied to the point of speechlessness. It looks like we underestimated Lin Ling. The other Desolate Race members gasped. Lin Ling seemed to have defeated all the Rain Clan geniuses not long ago. The speed at which Lin Ling rose was too terrifying. He's still so frivolous. The second dream felt an inexplicable excitement. Maybe, if Lin Ling was too trash, she would feel aggrieved losing to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still dazzling in the Desolate Race, so losing to Lin Ling made her even more convinced. After all, the man she had lost to was no ordinary person. The Rain Clan has given you powerful bloodlines and endless glory, but it is not for you to flaunt your prowess. If geniuses are not convinced of being geniuses, then use force to resolve it, and not with your mouths. That is a method used by trash. In the entire square, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. Even Rain Master Mo Ping had a rare moment of silence. Maybe, he also felt that Lin Ling had the right to speak. Courting death. The Rain Clan's geniuses are not for you to talk about. After being ridiculed in public, all the Rain Clan geniuses could not bear it any longer. Their powerful king physiques were displayed as they surged towards Lin Ling like waves. Lin Ling's attempt to suppress all the heroes had naturally infuriated them. They wanted to see if Lin Ling had the right to be arrogant. All the geniuses have made their moves. Although they do not dare to attack and suppress Lin Ling, they are using their auras to suppress him. Are those the Rain Clan's king physiques? The eyes of the various Desolate Race members focused. This was a battlefield for the youths. Youths were hot-blooded, so how could they be easily convinced? Rumble. Large amounts of auras exploded. They were all from the Rain Clan's bloodline. They were colorful, with the Moon Rain body, the Nine-colored Rain body, and the Sky Silkworm Golden Rain body. When they joined forces, the aura was extremely terrifying, like 100 flowers blooming. You are not qualified to suppress all the heroes. Mo Zihu sneered. Lin Ling had angered the elites. No matter how strong an invincible Emperor Spirit Realm expert was, he could not stop the elites. Rumble. Countless auras surged over, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. He never expected that these fellows would join forces to suppress him, to make him kneel down. However, was it possible with just them? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he held the sword behind him. An ancient aura bloomed from his body, and when his sword came out, vitality rippled, like the most beautiful flower blooming. I won't bloom when the flowers bloom, but I'll kill the flowers after they bloom. A terrifying sword attack exploded with Lin Ling at the center. The green beam made the desolate race's ancient expert's pupils constrict. A voice resounded in his heart, profound truths of life. Rumble. Around the square, the Rain Clan geniuses that were blooming seemed to have met the Flower King. Under that powerful sword attack, they all fell to the ground. One sword attack killed 100 flowers. Chapter 934. The Clash of the Desolate Race Geniuses. Pudong. All the Rain Clan geniuses were blown by the strong astral wind, as if they were being affected by the profoundness of the sword. They fell to the ground as their eyes stared intently. Lin Ling's sword was terrifying. Bullying me with numbers? At the same time, a cold voice floated out from the square, causing the square to fall into a dead silence. Previously, the Rain Clan geniuses were unhappy with Lin Ling's rise, so they wanted to suppress Lin Ling's momentum. However, they were eventually defeated by Lin Ling's sword. His sword had even caused 100 to fall to the ground from shock. They had lost all their face. 100 Ying's attack was nothing more than that. When 100 flowers bloom, I do not bloom. After I bloom, 100 flowers die. The pupils of the desolate race experts congealed. It was a very fitting name. Previously, the Rain Clan's top 100 elites had wanted to take back their glory, but when their 100 flowers bloomed, the Flower King also bloomed. With the Flower King appearing, the 100 flowers paled in comparison. When a genius met a monster, how could a genius have the right to speak? Is that the profoundness of life? Rain Master Mo Ping felt a sense of familiarity, but he was not very sure. This was because the profoundness of life in his impression was not something that could be easily comprehended. Loser, don't be too arrogant. Mo Zihu's pupils congealed. Previously, Lin Ling had trampled all the Rain Clan geniuses under his feet. This time, he was even crazier. He had fought 100 alone. He could not throw his face away. Loser? May I ask how I lost to you? Did I lose to you in 1 move or 3 moves? Lin Ling's eyes swirled as he coldly shouted. Previously, you were not my match, so you were a loser. Don't try to show off. Mo Zihu said in a deep voice. The one trying to show off is you. I admit that you are very strong, but you have never defeated me, so how can you win? Lin Ling took a step forward and said without any weakness. You will know. Mo Zihu's tiger-colored hair fluttered in the wind. He waved his right hand and an azure halberd appeared in his hand. It was true that he didn't defeat Lin Ling last time, but he thought that it was because of the timing. But this time, Lin Ling still dared to be so arrogant. Then, he would make Lin Ling lose in front of everyone. Neptune's halberd paired with the emperor body of the ocean rain. Is this Mo Zihu's strength? The crowd's pupils constricted as they looked at the insufferably arrogant Mo Zihu. The 2 prides of the Rain Clan indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Great waves washing away the sand. Mo Zihu took a step forward and waved his halberd. Light lingered in the air as if the god of the sea had descended. Brother Zihu, defeat him. The geniuses of the Rain Clan who were sitting on the ground all cheered. Only the 2 prides of the Rain Clan could help them regain their face. With regards to the strength of the Rain Clan's prides, they were incomparably confident. Of course, they were not the only ones, the others were the same as well. Innate emperor physique? So what? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that a battle with Mo Zihu was unavoidable. Moreover, he also wanted to test Mo Zihu's strength. Soon after, his right hand also pulled out the tyrannical song sword. An unending stream of life profound rippled out as the sword swept out. 1 sword to kill 100 flowers. The green sword light was ancient and divine. It formed a huge circular sword slash and rushed towards Mo Zihu's halberd. Rumble. In the air, profound energy erupted. The Neptune's halberd was blasted apart by the impact, causing rain to scatter in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. One had to know that under the emperor physique, everything was just an ant. Lin Ling's innate talent couldn't compare to Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. In addition, Mo Zihu had a second-grade innate emperor physique. However, no one had expected that Lin Ling would be able to block Mo Zihu's attack. Looks like this kid has comprehended the profound meaning of life from the eternal youth technique. What a genius! Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. This time, he was finally sure that Lin Ling had comprehended the profound meaning of life. However, he was even more shocked. After all, the profound meaning of life of the eternal youth technique was very difficult to comprehend. The profound meaning of life was endless. It was an extremely powerful profound meaning of defense. It wasn't strange that it could block Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. Moreover, Lin Ling's physical body was strong. This also increased Lin Ling's ability to fight above his level. This Lin Ling's strength had doubled after rising from the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Interesting. You should be proud that you were able to block my attack. Unfortunately, you're still going to lose. Next, I'll use my true strength. Humph. In the distance, Mo Zihu's eyes narrowed slightly. The halberd in his hand emitted the sound of crashing waves. The sky also started to rain, making him look even more hazy. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to suppress Lin Ling, but he had failed. However, this time, he wouldn't hold back. The halberd twisted and tore apart the void. The sun and moon lost their light. The profound meaning of sea and rain bloomed. The two prides of the Rain clan will never be something that you can understand. Ocean. He swept out with his halberd. Rumble. Waves surged and countless sea demons appeared, turning the square into a world of the sea. This wasn't an illusion, but a world of profound meaning. This also meant that he controlled this world, like a god of the sea. The entire world disappeared, leaving only the sea. Are you the only one who hasn't used your full strength? Ha! Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The tyrant song trembled, and the golden and red flames on the blade intertwined. The entire sword became dazzling, like the sun on the horizon. At the tip of the sword, a sacred lotus with 10 petals appeared. It was as if the tip of the sword had been lit up by his sword as it ruthlessly slashed out. First layer of the profound meaning of fire, World Lotus of 10 directions. At present, Lin Ling had awakened 40,000 small worlds in his body. Although his innate king physique was ordinary, his innate physique allowed him to have the power of an innate emperor physique. Coupled with the first layer of the profound meaning of fire, he dared to challenge any genius. Shwa! The dazzling sword light slashed out. The power was vast and the flames were tyrannical. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, and some experts' eyes narrowed. Another profound meaning of martial arts. This Lin Ling actually had two profound meanings of martial arts. Moreover, the profound meaning of fire was even more tyrannical, capable of destroying everything. Rumble. The ocean and the lotus collided. The void was torn apart, and the frenzied power continued to mix and devour. In the next moment, the raging ocean rushed towards Lin Ling, and the flaming lotus bloomed as if it was made of rotten wood. The profound meaning of fire swept towards Mo Zihu. What? Ah! Mo Zihu's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The lotus that seemed capable of burning everything sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground. Mo Zihu is injured. Bang! The surrounding experts watched the scene in front of them and were all shocked. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, the sea god's halberd surged towards Lin Ling. This collision seemed like it would end in a draw. one sword to kill 100 flowers. However, at this moment, the Tyrant Song's sword turned into a beautiful trajectory and fiercely slashed out again. It was like another flower blooming, firmly blocking the sea god's halberd. The profound meaning of life was full of vitality and had the strongest defense. Rumble. After the power of the sea god's halberd disappeared, Lin Ling's slender figure appeared once again from the emerald green sword light. He stood tall like a mountain. He hadn't lost. The crowd's eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 935. Bodhi Flower. No one doubted Mo Zihu's strength. He was a true reclusive genius. Compared to the elites of the 7 major martial halls, he far exceeded them. Only the top elites of the various desolate races had the qualifications to fight him. However, today, one of the Rain clan's 2 prides had been defeated by a youth who was even less famous than him. As for that youth, he did not have a powerful king body, but he had 2 profound meanings. His perception was monstrous. It had to be said that he had exceeded everyone's expectations. Back then, when we exchanged pointers, you didn't defeat me. It was just that you were so arrogant, calling me a loser every time you opened your mouth, looking down on everything. Until this battle, I thought you were amazing, but you're nothing more than this. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and stood up. In the past, he was inferior to Mo Zihu, but today, he had surpassed him. There is always someone better. In the world of martial arts, no one has ever dared to call themselves invincible. If you remain stagnant, you will be surpassed by others. At the same time, his voice sounded once again. And far away, Mo Zihu's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost. He had lost in disgrace. He had lost in shame. He had lost in shame. He was one of the Rain clan's 2 prides, so he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match. Hence, he had always treated Lin Ling as a loser. Even if Lin Ling did not lose, he still believed so. However, today, his so-called loser had defeated him and surpassed him. The words defeated opponent had inexplicably become incomparably ironic. Lin Ling's talent is average, but his perception is terrifying. He rose up from an ordinary genius to become one of the Rain clan's 2 prides. The Rain clan sure is lucky. The eyes of the various desolate race members flickered. They were extremely jealous. For such a monstrous Lin Ling to not be a junior of their desolate race, it was too easy for the Rain clan. 2 profound meanings. Rain Master Mo Ping muttered to himself. Not long ago, Lin Ling had swept through the Rain clan's elite geniuses, but was ultimately not Mo Zihu's match. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ling had risen up again, surpassing Mo Zihu, who he thought highly of. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Mo Nianqian's son. The Rain clan's elders felt extremely uncomfortable. Their juniors could not compare to Mo Nianqian's son. Today, Mo Nianqian had gained face. Lin Ling, you can enter the Bodhi flower to cultivate. You can cultivate for 1 day. Everyone, disperse. Prepare for the year-end assessment in 3 days. Rain Master Mo Ping stood up and sighed softly. He then shook his head and left. Lin. And. Lin and. Lin and. And. Secondly, Lin Ling was unruly and uncontrollable. Hence, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer. He wanted Lin Ling to know how strong the Rain clan was. He wanted Lin Ling to learn how to be respectful. He wanted Lin Ling to flatter him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance soared to the clouds. He didn't lower his head. Instead, he defeated the geniuses of the Rain clan. Even Rain Master Mo Ping had nothing to say. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling clasped his hands and bowed. His words caused Rain Master Mo Ping to tremble. He sighed again. This grandson of his still called him senior. The crowd gradually dispersed. However, everyone stared deeply at Lin Ling. Among the two prides of the Rain clan, one of them was not surnamed Mo. His surname was Lin. He was the son of Mo Nianchen. Big brother Lin Ling. From afar, Yu waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to see her here. I'll look for you in a few days. Yu followed the elders of the Sparrow clan into the depths of the Rain clan. They didn't come here for a day or two. They also wanted to see the year-end assessment. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. After that, he brought Yin Sha and the others with him and left. After passing through several streets, an old man who looked like a butler looked at Lin Ling and said, "Young Master Lin, please follow me." He was here to bring Lin Ling to the Bodhi flower to cultivate. Cultivating in the Bodhi flower depended on timing. Only when the flower bloomed could one enter. The spiritual qi emitted at that time was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. It was extremely rare. The geniuses of the Rain clan were also with them. They could only cultivate in a faraway place. They couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the only one who could cultivate beside the flower. The geniuses of the Rain clan were looking at Lin Ling with fear and reverence. Lin Ling was an outsider, but now, he was above their heads. This made them feel very uncomfortable, especially Mo Zihu. His expression was the most unsightly. He wasn't even sure how he lost. The group of people continued to advance and gradually arrived at the depths of the valley. They were on top of a mountain peak. Purple qi came from the east and radiance leaked out. A majestic spiritual qi assaulted their faces. In the hazy radiance, they could vaguely see a huge flower bud. It was as if it was a living thing that existed since the beginning of the world. What a rich spiritual qi! It's even richer than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He felt that the small world in his body had become active. You all stop here. The old man who led the way said indifferently. He was Rain Master Mo Ping's trusted aide and had followed the Rain clan for many years. His authority wasn't small. The geniuses of the Rain clan helplessly stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Young Master Zihu, you can come closer. The old man looked at Mo Zihu and said. His attitude wasn't bad, but when he looked at Lin Ling, his expression became cold again. Follow me. He also saw that this young master Lin Ling even dared to refute the old master. He didn't care about seniority, which made him extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. The three of them continued to advance. When they were closer to the Bodhi flower, Mo Zihu stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He didn't complete his mission, so he could only cultivate here. Lin Ling continued to advance until he reached the Bodhi flower. Only then did he stop. Cultivate here for a day. After a day, you can leave. Remember, if you exceed the time limit, you will be breaking the rules of the clan. The old man reminded. The Bodhi flower was extremely important. There was a time limit for cultivating here, and no one could exceed the time limit. Understood. Lin Ling indifferently replied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, from the mysterious flower bud, surging life essence swept out, making Lin Ling feel as if he was in an ancient paradise. The life essence was the gas of the Bodhi liquid. It could allow a martial artist to continuously absorb it, opening their spiritual wisdom and transforming their entire body. The effect was 100 times better than the yang spiritual fruit. Lin Ling grasped this opportunity and crazily opened the small worlds within his body. At the same time, his cultivation realm also slowly entered the Saint Spirit realm. Pa. One small world after another rose up. The innate One Qi body absorbed the spiritual energy of the Bodhi flower at an even faster rate, causing Lin Ling's cells to become incomparably condensed and his foundation to become even more solid. This kid with a different surname is lucky. The old man indifferently looked at Lin Ling and said with some unwillingness. After all, this kind of treatment should have been young Master Zihu's, but now it had been snatched away by Lin Ling. He slowly walked away. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a stop. He saw a petal emitting a five-colored light floating down from the huge flower bud. This was a petal leaving the body. Although it was rarely seen, it wasn't impossible. It was said that once all the petals left the body, the flower would disappear. Chapter 936. Strength increase. As time passed, the geniuses of the Rain clan who were relatively far away from the Bodhi flower left one after another. Because, once the time passed, the Bodhi flower would begin to bud, and the effects of cultivation wouldn't be that great. Gradually, Mo Zihu also left. He had improved by quite a bit, but he still looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness. Obviously, Lin Ling's benefits were greater than his. With his talent, even if he got lucky, it wouldn't be of much help. If I could cultivate beside the Bodhi flower, I would definitely break through to the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Damn that Lin Ling. Mo Zihu clenched his teeth and left. If Lin Ling hadn't completed the mission, he would have been the one who benefited the most today. However, everything had disappeared with the wind. He had lost the best place to cultivate. Moreover, he had lost to Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't even know how he had lost that battle. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as his, and his cultivation was weaker than his. However, Lin Ling had suppressed him with just 2 profounds. It made him feel like he was in a dream. He believed that if they fought again, he would definitely win against Lin Ling. Everyone had left, and Lin Ling was the only one cultivating in the hazy light. At this moment, the Rain clan was bustling with noise. In a room filled with sandalwood fragrance, Rain Master Mo Ping was sitting indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and filled a teapot with water. Then, a flame spread out and the water gradually heated up. He gently brewed the tea. Master, this Lin Ling is too much. Beside Rain Master Mo Ping, the old housekeeper said. Because today, Lin Ling had actually humiliated the patriarch of the Rain clan. Don't worry, he's just a child. However, this Lin Ling's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is not bad. Rain Master Mo Ping said indifferently. No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't have the bloodline of the Rain clan. He doesn't have the Water Emperor physique. He can't win glory for the Rain clan. The old housekeeper was still unwilling to accept the result. I know. Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. He also felt unwilling, but what could he do? The geniuses of the Rain clan weren't Lin Ling's opponent. Therefore, they could only blame the geniuses of the Rain clan for being useless. This little bastard is as stubborn as Nianchen. The old steward sighed again. If Lin Ling had humbly flattered him, then he would have accepted Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had always been proud and awe-inspiring, which made him very unhappy. That's right. Unfortunately, his wings have already hardened, and it's very difficult to discipline him. In the entire Rain clan, apart from Mo Zilong, I'm afraid there's no one who can suppress him. Alright, let's not talk about Lin Ling anymore. Although Rain Master Mo Ping was dissatisfied with Lin Ling's lack of discipline, he still confirmed the facts. Young Master Zilong has come out of reclusion. Today, the other members of the desolate race are also here. Master, you should grant them their wish. The steward suddenly said with a laugh. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, this marriage alliance is not bad. It can bring our 2 clans closer. What Nianchen failed to do in the past, let Zilong do it today. That's right. With the marriage alliance between our Rain clan and the Sparrow clan, in time to come, our 2 clans will definitely become the #1 clan. It's said that the heavenly meteor era is about to arrive, but when that happens, our 2 clans will be as one. The steward nodded with a smile and said, I've seen that lass from the Sparrow clan, Yu. Her talent is not bad. She is a match made in heaven with our Rain clan's young master Zilong. Then let's prepare the dowry today. Take out my 1000 Emperor Jade as a betrothal gift. 1000 Emperor Jade? Master is really generous. The two of them constantly conversed as they walked towards the hall. Along the way, due to the marriage alliance between the two clans, the steward had forgotten to take out the Bodhi flower's petals. And at this moment, the hall was bustling with activity. With the experts of the 4 desolate clans gathered, it was indescribably lively. And along the way, the desolate clan's geniuses also livened up the atmosphere with martial arts, causing the banquet to reach an unprecedented climax. When the banquet ended, everyone left one after another, quietly waiting for the end of the year assessment. And at this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been forgotten. He was still cultivating in front of the Bodhi flower. Only when the sun's rays shone from the horizon did he open his eyes slightly. 50,000 small worlds, awaken. Lin Ling roared as his slender body exploded with powerful energy. It caused the ground to shake as the wind and clouds churned. It was as if an ancient giant had arrived. A weight of 50 million. With just one punch, Lin Ling was able to shake an ordinary person at the beginning stages of the sacred spirit realm. One had to know that increasing one's physical strength was harder at the later stages. Even a tiny 50 pounds would require endless resources. And Lin Ling was in the right place. With the help of the Bodhi flower's spiritual essence, he had opened the door to 50 million strength. On the surface, Lin Ling's strength did not increase, but in fact, it had increased by 30%. An increase in strength would greatly increase the power of one's profound. Unfortunately, the flower bud has already been retracted, and the life essence's spiritual energy is no longer spreading. If not, I could still increase my strength. Lin Ling stood up and shook his head regretfully. Be content. A day of cultivating in the Bodhi flower is equivalent to using an endless amount of Bodhi liquid to nourish your body. In my Rain clan, other than those who have made great contributions, there are only 2 people in the younger generation who have such opportunities. One is you, and the other is me. At this moment, a faint voice rang out from not too far away from Lin Ling. A young man in a blue robe stood there quietly. His arms were crossed over his chest, and there was an indescribable expression on his face. Although he was standing not too far behind Lin Ling, it was as if he had vanished from the world. If he didn't speak, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to detect him. Most importantly, that blue robe was exactly the same as what Lin Ling was wearing. Lin Ling turned around and was secretly surprised. This person's strength was very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Moreover, he gave Lin Ling a feeling as if the water of the world could contain hundreds of rivers. If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan, Mo Zilong. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was not difficult to guess the other party's identity. In the entire rainforest Holy Land, other than me, which genius has my strength? The youth shrugged his shoulders. His words were filled with pride. However, he had the qualifications to be proud because he was already standing at the peak of the true geniuses. However, your strength is also not bad. After being proud, the youth said another sentence, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's a pity that your surname is not Mo. However, the youth shook his head. Is there a difference? Lin Ling faintly smiled. Of course, the Rain clan is an ancestral royal family. They value face the most. Everything is for the benefit of the Rain clan. If an outsider rises, the Rain clan will not nurture you. The youth shrugged his shoulders again. I don't need them to nurture me. I can rely on myself. Lin Ling also shrugged his shoulders, causing the youth to be startled. Soon after, the youth laughed. Your comprehension is very monstrous, but your talent is very ordinary. If you rely on yourself to grow, it will be very, very difficult. Time will prove everything. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a confident radiance. Did he need to rely on the Rain clan to grow? No, he did not. He was already a saint prince and could rely on the Bodhi Saint Palace to grow. At that time, he would show the Rain clan that he, Lin Ling, could also shake the Rainforest Holy Land without the Rain clan's help. Chapter 937. Embezzlement, Such Confidence. The young man's pupils constricted as he carefully looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was younger than him by 1 or 2 years, but he had the sharpness and arrogance of a martial artist. Moreover, he was also wearing a blue and white robe, but for some reason, he felt as if he had met a confidant. This Lin Ling was not bad. He was much better than the other geniuses of the Rain clan. Alright, thank you for your reminder. I'm leaving. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling somewhat missed his mother, so he waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait, my father is also your uncle. You can be considered as my younger cousin. Shouldn't you call me older cousin when you see me? The young man was somewhat surprised by Lin Ling's carefree attitude, then he laughed. Then did you call me younger cousin? Lin Ling looked back and blinked. Huh, your strength is tough, but your mouth is also tough. However, I like it very much. The young man was startled for a moment, then he laughed loudly, causing Lin Ling to also laugh. He had a good impression of the legendary Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zilong. This person was also open and aboveboard, a magnanimous person. Finished cultivating? At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over from afar. The person in the lead was Rain Master Mo Ping. After these people arrived, Mo Zilong curled his lips and whispered, "The old antiques are here. Sigh, I hate their arrogant faces the most." I feel the same. Lin Ling also smiled as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping and the others arrive. Mo Zilong was chatting happily with Lin Ling a moment ago, but in the next moment, he regained his serious appearance and respectfully bowed to Rain Master Mo Ping. However, Lin Ling only nodded indifferently. That indifferent appearance made Mo Zilong secretly envious. This younger cousin of his was so arrogant and unruly. In the entire Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to treat the old man like this. Rain Master Mo Ping was obviously familiar with Lin Ling's temperament, so he also nodded indifferently. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. He didn't owe the Rain clan anything, so there was no need for him to pretend. As for being able to cultivate in the Bodhi flower, that was because he had found the eternal youth technique, so he didn't owe them anything. Stinking brat, how rude of you. The Rain clan's elders all had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Wait. Suddenly, someone shouted anxiously, and then he pointed at the Bodhi flower and said, "Grandfather, if I'm not wrong, the Bodhi flower has a total of 36 petals. However, it seems like there are only 35 petals left now. Moreover, there are obvious signs that one of the petals has just been plucked off. This means that one of the petals is missing." The Bodhi flower was priceless. It was even more precious than the Bodhi liquid. A praying mat made from the petals of the Bodhi flower would allow a martial artist to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. Even those with ordinary talent could enter the Saint Spirit realm. How could the Rain clan not value such a precious treasure? Clan leader, it's true. One of the petals is missing. The others also looked at the Bodhi flower. Although many of them didn't have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, they were still very familiar with it. There's nothing on the ground. Another person exclaimed. Then, many people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Mo Zihu coldly shouted, "Lin Ling, stop." At this moment, Lin Ling was still walking forward. However, under Mo Zihu's angry shout, he stopped and frowned. "What's the matter?" "The Bodhi flower is missing a petal. Do you think it's fine?" Mo Zihu took a step forward and said indifferently. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with suspicion. Therefore, he guessed something, the petal is missing. Do you all suspect that I took it? We came here to cultivate. Other than you, none of us have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, I'm afraid that the petal is related to you. Mo Zihu said word by word. Do you have proof? Lin Ling's brows furrowed tightly. What he hated the most was being wrongly accused. He had never touched those petals, but Mo Zihu insisted that it had something to do with him. This was too much. During this cultivation, you were the closest to me. Other than you, who else could it be? This is the proof. Moreover, for so many years, although very few people in our Rain clan have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, it doesn't mean that no one has. It's just that every time we cultivate, the petals are always in perfect condition. However, every time you came here to cultivate, a petal was missing. Therefore, it must be you who took it. A senior of the Rain clan angrily shouted at Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling's uncle. Father, Lin Ling is an outsider. Moreover, he came from a rural area. He has never seen a treasure before. It's rare for him to see a treasure, so naturally, his heart would be moved. This kind of person is simply throwing away the face of our Rain clan. A person with a different surname must have a different heart. The others also shouted angrily. Their Rain clan was proud. How could they do something like embezzlement? Lin Ling was an outsider. They didn't know Lin Ling's temperament, so they all thought that it was Lin Ling who stole the petals. Most importantly, the petals had disappeared, but Lin Ling was the only one who cultivated under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, Lin Ling's suspicions were the greatest. You all suspect me? Lin Ling's expression became even colder. It's not suspicion, it's certainty. Mo Zihu said sinisterly. He was very certain. If it wasn't me who took it? Then, are you going to slap yourself 3 times? Are all of you going to slap yourselves 10 times? Lin Ling's breathing became heavy. Being wrongly accused by others was nothing, but being wrongly accused by one's own family was not a good feeling. Following that, he looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. He wanted to see if this so-called grandfather of his would believe him. Lin Ling, you come from the 100 domains, so you do not know much. This is your first time in the Rain clan, so you will definitely be tempted by treasures. However, you are after all my grandson, so if you take out the petals, we will let bygones be bygones. Rain Master Mo Ping said lightly. Everything was on the surface. Lin Ling had indeed taken the precious petals. You don't believe me either? Lin Ling took a step back as his voice turned colder. His impression of Rain Master Mo Ping plummeted. Because his background was inferior to theirs, and because his surname wasn't Mo, he coveted the petals. Therefore, these people were certain that he had stolen the Bodhi flower's petals. This was too chilling. The facts have already explained everything. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling had disgraced the Rain clan. Even the matter here had attracted the attention of the other desolate race. They were watching from afar, causing the situation to turn into a stalemate. It's not him. Brother Lin Ling is not such a person. Only Mo Xiaoyan spoke. She believed that Lin Ling was not such a person. There must be some misunderstanding. It's not fair to Lin Ling to make a decision too early. Mo Zilong also spoke out. He had seen Lin Ling finish his cultivation, but he did not see Lin Ling steal the petals. Xiaoyan, shut up. The palm is curved inwards, not outwards. How can you help an outsider? Mo Xiaoyan's parents reprimanded her. Chapter 938. Unyielding character, shut up. The other elders glared at him. Someone said to Mo Zilong, Zilong, this is your first time meeting Lin Ling. You're not familiar with him. You don't know that this little guy is very wild. He doesn't listen to anyone and doesn't care about his elders. Obviously, after Lin Ling had returned to the Rain clan, everything had caused them to be humiliated. This made them very dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Hee, you all are too self-righteous. Just like what Lin Ling said to me before, I didn't even call him cousin, so why would he call me cousin? You all have never treated him as your family, so why would he treat you all as his family? Mo Zilong laughed in a carefree manner. Many people narrowed their eyes. Mo Zilong was actually helping Lin Ling? Zilong, thank you, but there's no need to say more. There are some things that can't be changed no matter how much you say. In the Rain clan, Mo Nianchen is my mother, and the others are just passers-by. Of course, you and Xiao Yan are my cousins. Lin Ling madly laughed. Within his laughter, there was a sense of break and disappointment. That sudden laughter made all the Rain clan's people feel complicated. Especially Rain Master Mo Ping, his brows furrowed. This is my green ring. You all can check it. Looking at everyone's expressions, Lin Ling waved his right hand and the green ring landed in Mo Zilong's hand. Mo Zilong nodded. He believed in Lin Ling, so he helped Lin Ling check the green ring to see if there were any petals of the Bodhi flower in it. Yang Spirit Fruit and Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pellet. Although these pellets can't be compared to the Bodhi liquid, they are still priceless. Mo Zihu exclaimed. The other Rain clansmen narrowed their eyes. They also saw that Lin Ling's green ring contained a lot of treasures. There were so many heavenly treasures and pellets that even they were moved. If that was the case, they would think that Lin Ling came from the countryside and was moved by wealth. This was simply nonsense. Lin Ling was richer than many of their Rain clan's geniuses. What a shame. You're talking about other people's low status, but you don't know that other people are richer than you. Mo Zilong mocked as he took out the treasures in the green ring. Brother Zilong, who knows where he got it? Maybe he stole it. Mo Zihu said unwillingly. Lin Ling was an outsider, but he was richer than him. Mo Zihu, you said that I stole the petals of the Bodhi flower, but if I didn't, you'd better slap yourself 3 times. Lin Ling glared at Mo Zihu coldly. The more he looked at the latter, the more annoyed he was. You. Mo Zihu's face turned ashen. Lin Ling was at death's door and still dared to be arrogant. Sorry, I don't see any petals of the Bodhi flower. However, at that moment, Mo Zilong raised his head and looked at the crowd, confirming everything. Everyone frowned. Lin Ling's azure ring didn't have any petals? That's impossible. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Master, I forgot to tell you yesterday. One of the petals of the Bodhi flower fell off yesterday, and I collected it. I originally wanted to give it to you, but the feast had already begun, so I forgot about it. At that moment, a figure walked over quickly from afar, then apologized to Rain Master Mo Ping. This person was the housekeeper of the Rain clan. Yesterday, he brought Lin Ling here to cultivate and collected the petals of the Bodhi flower, but he forgot to remind Rain Master Mo Ping. What? Everyone's pupils constricted, and they looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Their expressions became complicated. They seemed to have wrongly accused Lin Ling. The crowd became silent. Because you all were prejudiced against him, you all felt that he was in the wrong no matter what he did. Now you've embarrassed yourselves. Mo Zilong's gentle voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to become even more unsightly. Some people even lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at Lin Ling. They were indeed prejudiced against Lin Ling, so they hurriedly came to decide on Lin Ling's crime. But in the end, they realized that they had wronged this person with a different surname. Lin Ling smiled lightly, and didn't say anything. He slowly walked towards Mo Zilong, took back his azure ring, and left step by step. The whole process was casual, and he didn't fly into a rage from being wrongly accused. But because of this, everyone felt that they didn't have the face to face him. Slap yourself 3 times. Mo Zilong spoke for Lin Ling. These people were too excessive, and they were asking for their own humiliation. Of course, this included the Rain clan's self-righteous patriarch. Lin Ling, we missed you before. As an apology, next month at this time, you can come cultivate in front of the Bodhi flower again. Rain Master Mo Ping was stunned for a long time, and his heart became complicated. In fact, he was also sure of Lin Ling's crime, and even thought about how Lin Ling would beg his grandfather for forgiveness. However, Lin Ling didn't, and even smiled. That smile made him feel complicated. And now, Lin Ling left without saying a word, making him feel as if he had lost something. No need. I, Lin Ling, relied on myself to reach where I am today. I've never begged for charity. Also, don't think that the Rain clan is so arrogant. In the future, I will surpass the Rain clan. In the distance, Lin Ling's firm voice floated out like the wind. He was still so proud and stubborn. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, pure and clean. He didn't need these people's pity, he would rely on himself for everything. He also didn't need these people's apology, because he already didn't treat them as his family. He, Lin Ling, came to the Rain clan to find his mother, not to rely on the Rain clan. In the future, he would let the Rain clan know who was relying on whom. Ling, Rain Master Mo Ping said heavily. At this moment, the thin and weak figure in the distance seemed even more lonely, but his spine was firm, as if he could reach the heavens and step on the earth. That proud figure didn't bend from the moment he arrived at the Rain clan. That was his grandson, Lin Ling. And in the future, would this little grandson of his that he had never paid attention to surpass the Rain clan? His heart was shaken. Everyone from the Rain clan was shaken. Today, they had wrongly accused and looked down on Lin Ling, but in the future, Lin Ling would prove everything. I believe in you. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Mo Zilong muttered to himself. That was the only bloodline in the Rain clan that defied the Rain clan's rules. He believed that the latter would do it. Big brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu looked at that slender figure and clenched her fist tightly. She already knew that Lin Ling was treated unfairly in the Rain clan. The Rain clan was too arrogant and didn't even recognize Lin Ling as a bloodline. Lin Ling's journey back to the Rain clan was much more difficult than her, Yu. However, she believed that if her brother could rise up in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he would definitely rise up in the Rain clan, too. There will be a day where I will make mother proud of me. While walking slowly, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails pierced into his palms. He didn't feel it, but his heart to become stronger was even more determined. Chapter 939. Yuyu's arrival. The 9 prefectures are filled with wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. How sad. I advise the heavens to be full of vigor and not stick to one pattern. Among the various desolate race members in the distance, an elder looked at the proud youth and said lightly, the assault of the wind and frost will make him even stronger. Rain Master Mo Ping has been proud all his life, but he has missed this grandson of his. The others were also moved. Lin Ling had given up the next opportunity to cultivate the Bodhi flower. It was all for the sake of his pride, for the sake of his hot-bloodedness. It gave them a feeling that they wanted to see how terrifying this genius who had been looked down upon would be after he rose up. Previously, all of you wronged him and boasted. Now, you should slap yourselves 3 times. In the silent crowd, Mo Zilong's voice floated out, causing the Rain clan's people to be extremely embarrassed. Some of them laughed and said, it was just a joke. How can you take it seriously? How can the Rain clan joke? When you wronged him, why wasn't it a joke? Mo Zilong took a step forward and looked at the elder indifferently. He was not afraid at all, causing the elder's eyes to narrow. However, he knew that he was in the wrong, so he could not say anything. Those who spoke before, slap yourselves 3 times. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression turned serious. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned and left. As for those who had wronged Lin Ling, their expressions turned ugly, especially Mo Zihu. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Previously, he had wanted to win a round against Lin Ling, but in the end, he had brought shame upon himself. Serves you right. Mo Zilong sneered at Mo Zihu. He was even more disdainful towards this cousin of his. How could such a person be qualified to be called one of the two prides of the Rain clan with him? At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the ice gorge. Mo Nianchen was looking at him worriedly. Previously, she had already found out through her slave uncle that Lin Ling had completed his mission. At that time, she had been happy for him and proud of him. Later on, she had learned about what had happened to Lin Ling in the Rain clan. She felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling. Her father did not value Lin Ling and did not treat Lin Ling as his own grandson. Of course, no one knows a father better than a daughter. She also knew that her father's temperament was serious, old-fashioned, and could be said to be stubborn. Towards this, she was helpless. However, her heart was pained. One had to know that her son had lived a difficult life since he was young. After returning to the enormous Rain clan, he didn't receive any love or care. How could she not feel heartache? Ling, Mo Nianchen walked over and called out softly. His eyes were already wet. Young Master Ling. Slave uncle's heart ached as well. However, in the eyes of the two, Lin Ling was incomparably calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Mother, it's fine. I'm already used to it." His casual words caused Mo Nianchen and slave uncle's hearts to tremble once more. Lin Ling was already used to it. What had Lin Ling experienced in the past that allowed him to remain so calm in the face of such injustice? They discovered that they had underestimated Lin Ling. "Mother, I'm hungry." After Lin Ling smiled, he returned to his usual self. He held his mother's hand and led her into the depths of the ice gorge. He didn't speak too much about what had happened earlier. Mo Nianchen and slave uncle exchanged a glance. They didn't speak too much about that topic. However, they could sense that Lin Ling's eyes were shining with a strong fighting spirit. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. The ice gorge seemed cold, but the three of them were laughing indescribably. In the evening, a beautiful figure appeared in the ice gorge. Mo Nianchen's eyes narrowed. What a beautiful girl. The girl was wearing a purple dress. She was like an orchid in an empty valley. Her temperament was otherworldly. She stood quietly on the ice and snow. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look lively and innocent. Her body was like a jade willow, light and tender. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. When the girl saw Mo Nianchen, her delicate little face blushed inexplicably. She was a little shy. "Auntie, I'm here to see Lin Ling." "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Mo Nianchen trembled. Such a beautiful and perfect girl was here to see Lin Ling. Her son was really lucky. She hurriedly said, "Come in. Come in." "Okay." "Yes." The girl nodded obediently. The more Mo Nianchen looked at her, the more she liked her. At this time, Lin Ling also saw the girl. He couldn't help but be delighted. You're finally here." "Yes." He wasn't surprised because Yu had said that she would come to see him. "Big brother Lin Ling." "Yes." Yu's voice was as clear as a bell. She stepped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling, rushing into Lin Ling's embrace. This made Lin Ling chuckle. He hadn't seen this girl for a long time. He missed her. This kid. Yes. Mo Nianchen, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The relationship between the two of them was not simple. Her son had actually found her such a perfect wife. It made her feel as sweet as honey. "Nushu, add an extra pair of chopsticks tonight." Mo Nianchen said to her Nushu, who was also smiling. The smile on her face was much gentler, with a kind of gratification. No matter how famous Lin Ling was outside, in her heart, Lin Ling was still her child. Seeing her child find a partner made her happier than anything else. Big brother Chen, Ling, has grown up. Mo Nianchen was happily cooking with her Nushu. Mo Nianchen murmured to herself, causing the eyes of the old housekeeper to moisten. This meal was incomparably warm and filled with laughter. The more Mo Nianchen looked at Yu, the more she liked her. She also knew about Yu's identity. She was actually the little princess of the Sparrow tribe. However, Yu didn't have the willfulness of a princess. Instead, she was extremely obedient and her voice was sweet. Mo Nianchen even treated Yu as her daughter-in-law. Auntie Nianchen, I'll help you with the food. Although Yu was the little princess of the Sparrow tribe, she didn't like the Sparrow tribe. Instead, she liked to spend those peaceful days with Lin Ling. Good. Mo Nianchen was grinning from ear to ear. She believed that if Lin Chen was still alive, he would definitely like such an obedient daughter-in-law. Ling, look at Yu. She's so beautiful, her butt is round and big. She's so obedient. When are you going to marry her? Mo Nianchen smiled and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Pfft. Lin Ling spat out the soup that he was drinking. What kind of eyesight did his mother have? How could she see that Yu's butt was round and big? Moreover, she had only seen Yu once and she was already talking about marriage. Say something. Let me tell you, I'll only recognize Yu in this life. Mo Nianchen's expression became even more serious. Lin Ling raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I'll marry her soon. But she has to agree first. That's true. Yu is so beautiful and obedient. She's also a little princess. It'll be difficult for you to marry her. Mo Nianchen rubbed her chin and said. Are you really my mother? How can you talk to your son like that? Lin Ling rolled his eyes helplessly. Although he said that, he knew that his mother was joking. Moreover, he liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere. Yu could naturally hear Mo Nianchen's words from afar. When she heard that Mo Nianchen liked her, her heart was filled with sweetness. When she heard that Lin Ling wanted to marry her, her heart was in a mess. In her heart, she had already decided that she was Lin Ling's woman. She had been waiting for Lin Ling to say the word. Chapter 940. My only wish is to have a person of my heart. Alright, Ling, there's no need for you to help. You can take a walk with Yu. After the meal, Mo Nianchen winked at Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling was about to help clear the table. What do you mean? Lin Ling was also blinking. His mother was so strange today. Idiot, she came so far to see you. Of course you have to accompany her. You're just like your father. Mo Nianchen immediately reprimanded. Ah. Lin Ling opened his mouth and looked at Yu, whose eyes were already red. He smiled and held Yu's hand as they walked into the depths of the ice valley. The ice valley looked cold, but it was also quiet and elegant, as if it was the quietest place in the world. Lin Ling led Yu forward. Under the night sky, the ice dragons quietly flew out, but they did not dare to approach Lin Ling and Yu. Instead, they flew in the distance, shining like fireflies, adding to the beauty of the ice valley. It's so beautiful. Yu stretched out her hand and looked at the beautiful scene. Her delicate face revealed a smile. She suddenly wanted to walk with Lin Ling like this until the end of time. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling nodded gently. His right hand suddenly hugged Yu's slim waist. With a step, he floated into the sky like the wind and finally landed on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, the place was covered in silver and white snow, and the fireflies were shining like stars. It was even more beautiful. It's even more beautiful here. Yu Yu's Hongyan mouth revealed a surprised smile. At this moment, she was even sweeter. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the beautiful face, which made his heart beat violently. Yu Yu was so beautiful, as if she was the purest girl in the world. However, those clear eyes of hers were filled with innocence, especially those red lips. Lin Ling's breathing became heavier as he quietly approached her face. Brother Ling. Yu Yu's heart was also beating violently. Her hand that was holding Lin Ling's hand tightened. In her mind, everything that had happened in the Gu Yen sect was like a fleeting cloud. At that time, she was an ugly duckling. It was Lin Ling who held her hand and walked under the sun, protecting her until the end of time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have gotten a little closer. After their lips touched, an indescribable electric shock flowed through their bodies. It was as if the two of them had blended together and would never be separated. The two of them quietly looked at each other. However, they slowly closed their eyes and allowed time to pass in the sky. Yu Yu. Lin Ling's hands embraced that perfect body, and his heart beat even more violently. He also felt that Yu Yu's breathing had also become heavy. However, Yu Yu did not stop him. A long, long time ago, she had already decided that this man would be her for the rest of her life. This was because she loved this man. She loved this brother who had always protected her. As for Lin Ling, when he had transformed into a celestial vortex and shared weal and woe with Yu Yu, he had already decided that this girl was his. In fact, there was only a thin barrier between them. A bell-like moan quietly rang out. Yu Yu, who was hugging Lin Ling, exerted even more strength. It was as if she wanted to melt into Lin Ling's body. In the distance, the silvery sky was wrapped in snow. Fireflies were like stars. Everything was so peaceful. Let time pass through the long river. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, it would not change until death. Brother Ling, Yu Yu believes in you. After a long time, Yu Yu finally raised her shy little face. Her eyes were clear and resolute as she looked at Lin Ling. She was talking about what she had seen today. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded gently. The smile on his lips was still as confident as ever. Today, the Rain clan had wronged him and looked down on him. However, in time to come, he would definitely make the Rain clan regret it. He would definitely not embarrass his mother. Why don't you come to the Sparrow clan? Yu Yu was still worried about Lin Ling. After all, she was part of the 4 desolate races, so she naturally knew how powerful the desolate race was. Without the nurturing of the Rain clan, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to grow. Furthermore, she did not want to see Lin Ling receive unequal treatment in the Rain clan. There's no need. Don't you believe in Brother Ling? Then continue believing. Besides, Brother Ling is not as simple as you think. In this rainforest sacred land, the 4 desolate races are not the only ones at the top. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he scratched Yu Yu's little nose. Yu Yu's eyes lit up. She somewhat understood what Lin Ling meant. Could it be that place? However, that place rarely nurtured geniuses. Even if it did, it would only be for a short period of time. However, she sensed that Lin Ling did not want to talk about it. Hence, she guessed that it was a secret. Perhaps, that place was already nurturing geniuses, but for some reason, that place did not allow those geniuses to speak of it. I believe that Brother Lin Ling will definitely rise. Yu Yu said as she waved her little fist. This made Lin Ling give a confident smile. Suddenly, his eyes turned strange. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy, and he even had an impulse. As for Yu Yu, her bright eyes also became dazed. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and her breath was like orchids. Her body felt sore and weak. The two of them were in love with each other. At this moment, there was no barrier between them. It was as if there was no distinction between you and me. They were both enjoying the most wonderful feeling in the world, and they were even immersed in it. This was because they loved each other. Brother Ling. Yu shouted softly. The feeling of being with the person she loved made her lose some of her rationality. Yes. Lin Ling looked at his woman gently. This girl, who was his childhood sweetheart, finally belonged to him today. After that, he waved his hand, and a flame spread out, enveloping the two of them. It blocked out the merciless frost of the world, and made the two of them, who were wrapped in the flame, feel incomparably warm. At this moment, they were in a state of deep love. In addition, they were in love with each other. Hence, it was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. Brother Ling. Yu's painful but satisfied voice came from within the ball of flame. It made Yu's eyes burn with passion and madness. Gradually, she forgot everything. She only wanted to be with the man she loved the most until the end of time. Outside the ball of flame, the snow was still falling, and the fireflies were still flying. It was as if they were proving the most perfect union between a man and a woman in this world, proving their love. Chapter 941. Entering the Holy Spirit realm, the morning sun shone down as the wind blew. The valley was still peaceful, and a touch of warmth and love drifted out from the mountain peak. The girl lay quietly in the young man's arms, allowing her hair to cascade down like a waterfall. Her face was filled with happiness. Yesterday's entanglement brought with it a bit of piercing pain, but it also made her integrate into the young man's heart. At that moment, in addition to the heart-wrenching pain, there was also an indescribable masculine chi that rushed into her body and mixed with the spiritual chi in her body, forming a pleasant and exciting feeling. With the help of the pure yang chi, she unknowingly reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The combination of yin and yang was the wonder of heaven and earth. When the two of them both had the most outstanding spiritual energy in heaven and earth, they could promote each other and bring their strength to another level. At this moment, the girl looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She looked at his handsome face, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. She lightly kissed the young man's cheek, and then quietly lay down beside the young man again. She knew that her lover had also obtained great benefits, and was currently making a breakthrough in his cultivation. Holy Spirit Realm. With the help of the terrifying innate power in her body, he had broken through to the Emperor Spirit Realm and officially entered the ranks of the top experts in the rainforest's holy land. Being able to help the person she loved the most, the girl was incomparably happy and satisfied. At this moment, earth-shaking changes were happening in Lin Ling's body. The Dao platform had collapsed, the Saint platform had condensed, and it had connected to the other side. He had comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth. As if the universe was collapsing, countless spiritual energy rippled in all directions. However, a black hole appeared and crazily sucked in the scattered spiritual energy, quietly forming a planet-like object. This object, the Saint platform, was the source of all Holy Spirit Realm experts' power. The most frightening thing about it was that it could connect to heaven and earth and control the power of heaven and earth. It was as if it wasn't born from a human body, but a gift from the heavens to every Holy Spirit Realm expert. Because the Saint platform could connect to heaven and earth, it could control the power of heaven and earth and form its own profound. It could be said that every Saint Spirit Realm expert had their own martial profundity as long as the conditions were right for them to break through to the next realm. The profound world was the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a simple punch contained the rules of heaven and earth. It could crush any martial arts because it was a heaven-level martial arts. The Saint Arena slowly condensed, and a wisp of flame floated around the arena as Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged. This was the profundity of fire. Moreover, fire seemed to be the foundation of the Saint Arena, and it was also the beginning of the Saint Arena. Therefore, the fire grew bigger and bigger, as if it was the fire that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It allowed the fire element to grow bigger and bigger, growing bigger and bigger. The Fire Upanishad had another transformation, gradually entering the second level of the Fire Upanishad. It was even more ferocious and scorching, as if it could destroy everything. This kind of fire was not some strange fire. It was the purest fire in the world, the most original fire. If this kind of fire was combined with the strange fire in the world, the fire would be even more terrifying. The first flame at the beginning of the world was like this. It seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was the source of all flames. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current king body talent was still ordinary. Because of this, after the fire element reached the second level of the fire Upanishad, it didn't transform again. Then, a green light slowly rose up, as if a sapling was growing. Billowing vitality rippled outwards. It was gentle, but it also had a sharp edge to it. It was like a sword that could draw out any life force. However, this green light was obviously not the foundation of the Saint Arena, thus it didn't increase as the Saint Arena formed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The inner world emitted a thunderous roar as it gradually took shape. An ancient power quietly bloomed, becoming even more massive. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes, a confident smile on his face. Saint Spirit Realm. In the Rainforest Holy Land, Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were top existences. For instance, the 7 profound martial houses apprentice Elder Xian, or the 5 great ancient countries Lord Long and Duan Zunwang. But now, Lin Ling was almost 20 years old, and he had already stepped into the circle of top powerhouses. At this moment, he was like a dragon that had risen from the abyss, possessing the power to summon hundreds to his call. Moreover, he had become the second genius of the Rain clan to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. He had the qualifications to laugh at everything. Saint Spirit Realm. Lin Ling said again, his heart incomparably excited. According to his estimate, if he wanted to reach the Saint Spirit Realm, he would need at least half a year. But now, after being in perfect harmony with Yu Yu, he had smoothly broken through. All of this was because of Yu Yu's help. And now, if he fought Mo Zihu again, he could easily crush him. After all, although Mo Zihu had the talent of a king body, the latter didn't have as many profound meanings as him, nor was he as strong. Lin Ling's fire Upanishad had already reached the second level. This kind of fire was like the fire of the beginning of the world. It was even hotter than before. Even a light punch had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, to incinerate the heavens. Yu Yu, thank you. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked at the young girl in his arms. Hee, this is the result of Big Brother Lin Ling's bitter cultivation. Yu Yu gently smiled. Her beautiful little face was still blushing, but more of her feminine charm was revealed. This made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He inexplicably thought of yesterday's beautiful scene. He thought of those perky peaks and the leisurely forbidden area. Let's do it again, okay? Lin Ling faintly smiled. There was a touch of evil charm in his smile. No, it's not good in broad daylight. Yu Yu's body suddenly softened. Yesterday, Lin Ling had fought more than 30 times, but this guy still wanted more. Hee, that's true. Then let's do it tonight. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Yu Yu's delicate cheeks to turn even redder. The two looked at each other, but they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they embraced each other and continued to enjoy this rare moment. This was because they both knew that in the following days, they would be moving towards becoming stronger and would have less time to interact with each other. After a long time, Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and jumped down from the mountain peak. They walked towards the ice gorge. At this moment, in the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen and slave uncle were talking. Young Master Ling is fierce. When he was cultivating in the ancient face sect, he was the weakest existence. Later, he rose step by step and became the #1 genius of the ancient face sect. He was found by 14th uncle of the Fire Ancient clan and brought back to be trained. Young Master Ling lived up to expectations and surpassed all the other geniuses in the Fire Ancient clan. When the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom changed, he protected the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Slave uncle excitedly said. Today, he had gone to the Seven Profound Martial House and learned everything from Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ling has done even better than his father. Mo Nianchen was also incomparably excited at this moment. Hearing his son's proud achievements was more exciting than hearing any other news. Later, young Master Ling assisted His Majesty the Second Prince in the turmoil of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He turned the Second Prince from a nameless competitor to the most powerful existence. Finally, young Master Ling decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 942. Marriage Alliance. After entering the Seven Profound Martial House, young Master Ling is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. He once again rose up step by step, becoming first place in the semi-finals. Now that he has come to our Rain clan, everyone thinks that young Master Ling is a country bumpkin and doesn't place him in their eyes. But the result is that all of the Rain clan's geniuses have lost to young Master Ling. Young Master Ling is one of the two prides of the Rain clan. Huh, miss, your son has really won glory for you. Slave uncle's face flushed red with excitement. Even he was exceptionally proud of his son. Mo Nianchen also trembled, the smile on her face becoming even wider. Her son had walked further than her lover, this made her incomparably proud. She also believed that Lin Chen was also incomparably proud. This was the fruit of their love, their son Lin Ling. Unfortunately, father is too stubborn. He always thinks that only the Rain clan's bloodline can fight for endless glory for the Rain clan. He simply doesn't believe in Ling. After smiling, Mo Nianchen said with some disappointment. The Rain clan was an ancient and great clan, they naturally believed in their bloodline. Even though Lin Ling had created countless miracles, in the end, his surname was not Mo. Subconsciously, they didn't regard Lin Ling as a direct relative, but rather as a collateral relative. Collateral relatives had a great status in the Rainforest Holy Land, but their status in the Rain clan was ordinary. In the end, the Rain clan was proud. Don't worry, Mississippi. I believe that young Master Ling will change the Patriarch's opinion. He absolutely won't lose face for you. And when young Master Ling rises, you will definitely be able to leave Ice Gorge. At that time, no one in the Rain clan will look down on Miss and think that Miss has let down the Rain clan. Slave uncle affirmed. He had complete confidence in Lin Ling. Mo Nianchen faintly smiled. I don't care what I look like. I just don't want Ling to suffer too much. She simply didn't care about her own situation. She was only worried about her son. That's true, but if Miss can leave Ice Gorge, that will also help young Master Ling. He knew very well how frightening his master's strength was after he regained his strength. His words made Mo Nianchen's eyes light up. She did not care about her own situation, but she cared about her son's situation. As far as she knew, Lin Ling had many enemies in the sacred rainforest. She would not allow those people to bully her son. However, the Rain clan's rules were very strict. If she wanted to leave Ice Valley, she needed the Patriarch's approval. Therefore, she still wanted to see Lin Ling's rise and have the Patriarch agree to let her leave Ice Valley. Mother. Auntie Mo. Mo Nianchen looked over and saw a couple walking over. The man was handsome, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. Everything was so perfect. Even she was a little taken aback by the sight of them. Although Lin Ling was her son, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her son was really very good-looking, and her daughter-in-law was the most beautiful girl in the world. Miss, looking at their relationship, it seems like it has taken a step closer. Slave uncle was indeed experienced. He immediately smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. That's right. They have long been in love. They just lacked the opportunity to break through that barrier. Now, they have finally confirmed their relationship. Mo Nianchen was also extremely happy. Following that, their eyes narrowed. This was because they sensed that Lin Ling and Yu's strength had broken through. Yu was originally the #1 genius of the Sparrow clan. She had received the attention of the Sparrow clan's elders and had been nurtured with endless resources. She had long reached the sacred spirit realm. She was also the #1 genius of the desolate race along with the Rain clan's Mo Zilong. And now, she had reached the mid-stages of the sacred spirit realm. As for Lin Ling, he was not as lucky. He had relied on himself. Therefore, his cultivation level was lower than Yu Yu's. However, he had also stepped into the sacred spirit realm. As such, Lin Ling had become the third genius of the Rain clan to reach the sacred spirit realm. Mo Nianchen and slave uncle looked at each other and became even more excited. Mother, I have broken through. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand as they walked over from afar. He knew that his mother had sensed his cultivation level. Good, good, good. Mo Nianchen was so excited that she did not know what to say. All she could do was say, good. This was because she knew what it meant to enter the sacred spirit realm. It meant that he had stepped into the circle of the top experts in the rainforest sacred land. Congratulations, Lin Ling. At this moment, a surprised voice came from afar. A young man walked over and appeared in front of them. He was Mo Zilong. He had come to see Lin Ling. However, when he saw Lin Ling and Yu Yu holding hands and looking at each other sweetly, he was stunned. Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand the relationship between Yu Yu and Lin Ling. You two seem to be lovers. Mo Zilong frowned and said. Everyone was a little surprised by his appearance. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. She and I are childhood friends. We've actually been lovers for a long time. He had a good impression of Mo Zilong. This is a little troublesome. Mo Zilong was stunned again. Then, he shrugged helplessly. Yesterday, the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan had a marriage alliance. It was a marriage alliance between the #1 genius of the Rain clan and the #1 genius of the Sparrow clan. In other words, it was me and the little princess of the Sparrow clan. However, I never expected that you already knew her. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Mo Nianchen immediately stood up. Father, you are going overboard. Back then, the marriage alliance between me and the Desolate clan was for the sake of the Desolate clan. Today, you want my daughter-in-law to marry someone else. Father, you are too selfish. A powerful aura quietly emerged from her body. It was so cold that it was like the wrath of the heavens. She could tolerate any hardship, but she could not tolerate this matter. Therefore, she looked at Mo Zilong coldly. Mo Zilong's body trembled. It was rumored that among the children of his grandfather, Aunt Nianchen's strength was ranked in the top 3. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Aunt Mo, that was grandfather's intention. It has nothing to do with me. Then, Mo Zilong smiled bitterly and said, furthermore, that is an engagement. It has not been confirmed yet. He could sense that Lin Ling's gaze was cold. However, he was helpless. After all, the marriage was arranged by the Rain clan. He had no choice. Furthermore, he did not know that Lin Ling knew the little princess of Yu Yu. I will tell the Sparrow clan that I, Yu Yu, will not marry anyone other than Lin Ling. If they force me, I will just die. Yu Yu's firm voice sounded. She looked like a weak girl, but at this moment, she was extremely strong. Her voice made Mo Nianchen's heart tremble. He liked this girl even more. Don't look at me with hatred. I have already said that this has nothing to do with me. Grandfather wants the Rain clan to become stronger, so he arranged the marriage. Mo Zilong said bitterly. He knew that it was not a man's doing to snatch someone's love. However, he was really innocent. Rain Master Mo Ping did everything for the benefit of the Rain clan. He did not do anything wrong. His mistake was to treat everyone as a chess piece. Cousin Zilong, this has nothing to do with you. Chapter 943. That was what he said. However, Yu Yu is my woman. Not to mention Rain Master Mo Ping, even the heavens can't take her away from me. If a god tries to take her away, I'll kill the god. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was resolute, causing Yu Yu's heart to tremble. Her lips curled into a smile. Lin Ling was very domineering now, but it made her feel even sweeter because her man was telling everyone that she was Lin Ling's woman. It's only an engagement now. There are still 3 months left. Lin Ling, you still have time to prepare. Mo Zilong's heart trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was determined. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't have much time left, but there was still hope. Let's go and see Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said coldly. It's not good to see Senior Rain Master now. Yu Yu was a little worried. She was afraid that Lin Ling's relationship with his grandfather would worsen because of her. Silly girl, you're my woman. How can I not announce it to the world? So what if you're Senior Rain Master? If you provoke me, I'll exterminate the Rain clan in the future. Lin Ling's eyes were even colder. He rarely got angry, but this time, he was furious. Today, he wasn't as strong as the Rain clan, so he was bullied by them. However, if the Rain clan went too far, so what if he exterminated them in the future? His family didn't treat him as family, so why should he give them face? Moreover, he had already given them a lot of face. Then, Lin Ling left the ice valley with Yu Yu. Mo Zilong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. He was shocked. This Lin Ling was really a sentimental person. He dared to go against the world for his lover. Luckily, he had a good relationship with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, he would feel that it would be a nightmare. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling's previous words. Perhaps, he was also very unhappy with this big family that had so many rules, because all the rules didn't pay attention to human relations. At this moment, in the Rain clan's grand hall, people from the various desolate races were gathered there. It made the grand hall extremely lively. They were obviously discussing the marriage between the two races. And in the grand hall, other than the desolate races experts, the Rain clan's respected seniors and top geniuses were also present. Young Master Ling, you're not invited to this banquet. You're not allowed to enter. However, at this moment, outside the hall, Lin Ling arrived while holding Yu Yu's hand. However, they were stopped by 2 guards from the branch family. Moreover, their words were extremely dignified. Scram! Lin Ling coldly looked at the 2 of them, causing their pupils to dilate. Lin Ling wanted them to scram? Although they were from the branch family, their surname was Mo. As for Lin Ling, his surname was Lin, so he had the right to tell them to scram. And in terms of seniority, they were Lin Ling's elders. The 2 of you, make way. Lin Ling's mother is from the direct bloodline, and the elders in your family are from the branch family. By blocking Lin Ling's path, you are offending your superiors. Yu Yu was relatively calm as she coldly looked at the 2 of them. This made them frown. What Yu Yu said was the truth. However, Lin Ling was not invited to the banquet, and if they made way for Lin Ling, they would be mocked by others. Hence, they were momentarily hesitant. Although that is the case, if you want to enter, we can help you pass the message. One of them said with a frown. Yu Yu, why are you wasting your breath on them? However, Lin Ling did not plan to waste his breath on them. He was angry today, so he did not plan to use his status to pressure them. He dared to come here, so he dared to attack anyone who blocked his path. What do you mean? The 2 of them narrowed their eyes. This is what I mean. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and a wisp of fire rippled out. There was the 9 nether heavenly flame and the vermilion bird flame, as if it was the fire of 10,000 flames. Then, he waved his hand, and without any complicated martial arts, the profound of fire bloomed. Boom! The flames bloomed, as if the first fire of heaven and earth had erupted. The door was instantly shattered, and the two of them spat out blood. Their bodies were wrapped in flames, and they were sent flying backwards. Moreover, the power was mighty, and they flew over the garden in front of the main hall and crashed into the main hall. What did he mean? Attacking meant. Go in. Lin Ling said coldly, and led Yu Yu through the door, passing through the garden and appearing proudly in the main hall. At this moment, the hall was completely silent. Previously, everyone was laughing and talking about the marriage. However, in the next moment, two figures smashed into the hall, causing everyone to have no idea what was going on. And now, Lin Ling had appeared in the main hall while holding Yu Yu's hand. It was domineering and magnificent, but it explained everything. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Today, all the ancient figures of the desolate race were present, and yet, Lin Ling had barged in. At the same time, Mo Zilong had rushed over from outside the main hall. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils immediately constricted. Indeed, there was nothing the angry Lin Ling did not dare to do. This was equivalent to slapping the old master in the face. Lin Ling, are you mad? There are guests here. Who allowed you to be so rude? Quickly kneel down and apologize. In the silence, Mo Zihu took a step forward and pointed at Lin Ling, shouting angrily. As for Rain Master Mo Ping and company, their faces were livid. They still did not understand what had happened. Loser, scram. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling as the corners of his mouth moved slightly. A cold voice came out of his mouth as he looked at Mo Zihu condescendingly from above. Don't be too arrogant. In the past, I lost to you because of my carelessness. Today, if you do not give me an explanation, don't even think of leaving here. Mo Zihu gritted his teeth. He was one of the Rain clan's two prides, but ever since Lin Ling appeared, he had been humiliated to the point of losing all his dignity. Explanation? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. The primordial fire in his hand bloomed once again, transforming into a lotus flower with 10 petals. However, it was even hotter and more sacred. The flames were 5-colored. It was the combination of all Lin Ling's flames in the past. This is an explanation. The flames were gently waved by Lin Ling. Although it looked slow, it froze space. Destruction, dominance. Boom. With one move, Mo Zihu spurted out blood and was similarly blown away. In the past, he was not Lin Ling's opponent. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Holy Spirit realm, he could defeat him like a defeated dog. So powerful. The crowd's pupils trembled. Mo Zihu was defeated in one move. One must know that in the previous battle between Lin Ling and Mo Zihu, the result was only decided after they were almost evenly matched. Holy Spirit Realm. Soon after, some experts looked at Lin Ling's cultivation and their hearts finally trembled. Lin Ling had broken through again. Silence. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked at that frivolous figure and were so shocked that they were speechless. Is this your pride, the Rain clan's two prides? Only Lin Ling's tyrannical voice drifted out. However, it was directed at Rain Master Mo Ping and contained a thick sense of sarcasm. Rain clan's two prides? Trash that couldn't even block a single move. You, what do you want to do? Chapter 944. Announcing to the world, Lin Ling's face was cold and fearless. Yu Yu was his reverse scale, and no one could offend her. Since he dared to come here today, he had already prepared himself. He would rather die than live in dishonor. If he was pushed to the edge, he would at most summon the ancient flame devil. He did not answer Mo Ping's question, but looked at Mo Zihu with disdain. The so-called Rain clan's prides are just a dog that knows how to bootlick. Compared to Mo Zilong, you're too lacking. You're simply an insult to the name of the Rain clan's prides. Lin Ling. On the ground, Mo Zihu's mouth was overflowing with blood. His body was surrounded by a mysterious flame, and he had lost all face. Last time, when he fought with Lin Ling, his attack could affect Lin Ling, but it was blocked by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's flame lotus also affected him, but it was not blocked by him. This led to his loss. He was unwilling to accept his loss, but he believed that if they were to fight to the death, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. However, today, Lin Ling defeated him in one move. It was like a dream. "Grandpa, I haven't lost yet." Mo Zihu slapped the ground and jumped up. He did not care about his injuries and pounced at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not believe that Lin Ling had surpassed him. The crowd's eyes flickered. The previous incident was too strange. They did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat Mo Zihu so easily. "I have an innate emperor physique, I have a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and I have profound. How can I lose to you?" Following Mo Zihu's roar, an azure halberd of the sea god appeared. It cut through the void and slashed at Lin Ling. Crash! The profound of ocean rain appeared. It was like the rain of an ancient sea, causing the waves to roar and the earth to shatter. Lin Ling smiled gently. Mo Zihu was unwilling to accept this. Then he would beat him until he was willing. Whoosh! The tyrannical song sword appeared, and flames surged. The second-level fire profound surged out like the most primitive flame, overbearing and majestic. Rumble! The halberd and greatsword collided and a tyrannical wave of spiritual energy erupted. In the center of the hall, two figures emitted a radiance similar to that of a sea urchin as they resisted each other. However, in everyone's eyes, Mo Zihu's all-out attack was blocked by Lin Ling with a single hand behind his back and a single sword. "I have 50 million points of power, and I have the Tyrant Song Sword, a mid-tier spiritual weapon. I even have two profound meanings. How can you not lose to me?" Scram! In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from the huge sword, and it slashed out as if it was capable of annihilating an army. Pop! Pop! A black crack appeared in the void. Mo Zihu couldn't even hold the halberd of the sea god firmly. He was sent flying again, this time towards Mo Ping. But in the end, Mo Ping extended her right hand and blocked the terrifying force of the attack. Clang! At the same time, the Poseidon's halberd drew a beautiful arc in the air before ruthlessly thrusting into the ground. The crisp sound was shocking. Overpowered, the second time it was overpowered. At this moment, everyone finally knew that Lin Ling had defeated Mo Zihu with ease. Moreover, through Lin Ling's words, they had a clear understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Although Lin Ling did not have an innate emperor body, his physical body was an advantage. With 50 million points of power, his spiritual weapon was not weaker than Mo Zihu's, and his profound martial meaning was several levels higher. It would be strange if Mo Zihu did not lose. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. In front of him, Mo Zihu was just trash that couldn't even block a single move. Flattery. Apart from having your grandfather help you, you don't seem to have anything else to be proud of. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. His figure seemed to have returned to the frivolous and arrogant days of the past. Mo Zihu's face was incomparably pale. Shame. He had been ruthlessly defeated twice by Lin Ling. Moreover, it was a complete suppression. This was a great humiliation. However, in the face of this humiliation, he could not resist. He could only stand there and be humiliated by Lin Ling. All of this was like a dream. One had to know that when he first met Lin Ling, he was high above and could suppress Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling was even nobler than him. You came here to humiliate Mo Zihu? Rain Master Mo Ping frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very arrogant. Today, not only did he not report his arrival to the main hall, he even directly fought his way in. He simply did not put his grandfather in his eyes. I came here for only one thing. Yu is my woman. She was, is, and will be. His gaze swept across the crowd. Lin Ling finally looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of restraint. There was only a fearless heart. For Yu, he did not fear the entire world. What? Everyone's pupils constricted. They were shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, you are too audacious. You do not put us in your eyes at all. Yu represents the Sparrow clan and Rain clan in marriage. What qualifications do you have to speak for her? In the silence, a Rain clan elder shouted angrily. Do you have the qualifications to speak? Get lost. That person was Lin Ling's uncle, but Lin Ling did not treat him as his uncle at all. Instead, he laughed frivolously. His laughter shook the heavens, causing the hearts of the Rain clan's juniors to tremble. In the history of the Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to speak to his seniors in such a manner. You said that I do not put you in my eyes, then have you ever put me in your eyes? When I defeated your juniors, you were unwilling to accept it and targeted me everywhere. When I completed the task, you were still unwilling to accept it and made things difficult for me everywhere. It was as if I was supposed to be under your feet and you could step on me however you wanted. You did not verify it and casually wronged me. At that time, did you treat me as your relative? The angry voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the entire hall into silence. Everyone was speechless. Yes, they did not treat Lin Ling as their junior. Instead, they treated Lin Ling as an outsider. But now, they used their status as seniors. Why should Lin Ling give them face? You are right. I do not agree with them on this point. However, Yu is the little princess of our Sparrow clan. Since when did it become your turn to speak? On the side of the Sparrow clan, an elder spoke slowly. In fact, he was rather optimistic about this junior who had an ordinary background but constantly amazed the world. However, this junior was too frivolous and did not even put their Sparrow clan in his eyes. Then may I ask where you were when Yu was just an ordinary disciple of the Guyan sect? When Yu was just an ordinary martial artist, where were you? Lin Ling took a step forward and looked at the elder fearlessly. This matter was related to Yu. Hence, he would shoulder everything and would not tolerate it. The old man was also speechless. In the Guyan sect, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who protected me. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who helped me awaken my bloodline. If I was still an ordinary girl, the Sparrow clan would not even value me. Now that the Sparrow clan values me, it is just icing on the cake. The most important thing is to help me in my hour of need. Yu also took a step forward and held onto Lin Ling's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked resolutely at everyone as she spoke. Icing on the cake was something to be grateful for, but the most important thing was to help him in his hour of need. That elder from the Sparrow clan was even more speechless. He did not expect that Princess Yu and Lin Ling had such a past. Chapter 945. Debt Collection. My goal for coming here today is to announce to the world that Yu is my, Lin Ling's, woman. Lin Ling's gaze turned even more resolute. Yu was already his woman, so how could he not dare to affirm it? I know you are indignant, but it won't be long before I personally bring Yu back. All of you, raise your eyes and wait. Let's go. Under the silence, Lin Ling finally said those words. Following that, he held Yu's hand and left. This was his goal for coming here today. How resolute. And in the grand hall, everyone's hearts palpitated. However, a few of the Rain clan's juniors were moved, especially the girls. Their eyes shimmered. If there was a man in this world who treated them in such a way, announcing their relationship without fear of power, they would also give themselves to him. Unfortunately, how many people had the courage to say such words in front of an expert? As for the seniors of the Rain clan and Desolate race, their expressions were ugly. They had just discussed the marriage between the two races, but Lin Ling had told them in front of countless people that the marriage did not count. Stop. At the moment Lin Ling stepped out of the door, Rain Master Mo Ping could not help but shout. Not everyone is like you, prioritizing profit in everything you do. However, outside the door, Lin Ling did not stop. His cold voice replied. He was going to step out of the door today. If Rain Master Mo Ping wanted to shed all pretenses, then he would release the ancient flame demon. When that happened, they would see who would suffer more casualties. You can try taking another step. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression was extremely cold. This grandson of his had not only embarrassed him, he had even rebutted him in front of his face, causing his dignity to be violated. Father, in the past, you sacrificed me because of benefits. Today, you want to implicate my son because of benefits? I can give in to you on anything, but on this matter, your daughter will not allow it. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the grand hall. It made Rain Master Mo Ping's angry eyes focus. It was her. If you insist on separating them, then don't blame your daughter for not acknowledging you. The voice resounded once again. This time, Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. For Lin Ling, his daughter, who had always obeyed him, was going to sever ties with him? Other than that time when she ran away from marriage, his daughter had always been obedient. Every dog has its day. Time will prove everything. Don't underestimate your grandson. The cold voice resounded in the hall, causing the hearts of countless people. They knew that Mo Nianchen was talking about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling did not have the Rain clan's bloodline, so his future achievements were limited. However, they had forgotten that Lin with his ordinary bloodline, he had crushed all the geniuses. Therefore, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, all of this might not be impossible. Perhaps, they would not, Rain was, but not to be accepted to be. Alright, the engagement will continue. However, I will give him half a year's time. After half a year, if he can't prove everything, then don't blame your father. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flickered. He finally made a decision. Perhaps he did not want his daughter to sever ties with him because of an outsider like Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left with Yu Yu's hand. However, he had also heard those words. This caused his lips to curve into a faint smile. Half a year? Sure, at that time, he would return in a domineering manner and crush everything. Yu Yu, unless the mountains are no longer sharp and the heavens and earth are united, I will marry you. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked gently at Yu Yu. There was only determination in his eyes. Brother Ling, Yu Yu believes in you. Yu Yu's beautiful face revealed a smile as she nodded heavily. This time, I will be leaving. It won't be long before I return. At that time, we can be together. Lin Ling took a step forward and gently hugged Yu Yu. As he looked at the ancient Rain clan building, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This place had left him with far too many bad memories. However, the moment he returned, he would change everything. The news of Lin Ling's departure spread throughout the Rain clan in half a day. As for this arrogant youth, many Rain clan members had complex feelings. They never thought that a foreign bloodline would be able to cause the ancient Desolate clan to stir up monstrous waves. And now, Lin Ling wanted to use half a year's time to prove everything. This caused them to raise their heads in anticipation. Of course, many Rain clan seniors did not favor Lin Ling. After all, they already stood at the pinnacle of the rainforest Holy Land. If Lin Ling wanted to prove everything, what did he rely on? Because of the 7 profound martial house? There simply wasn't enough cultivation resources there to satisfy Lin Ling. And as far as they knew, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was forged with the help of Mo Nianchen. Thus, Lin Ling did not have any hope. I believe in him. In the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen looked at the fluttering white snow, her eyes filled with incomparable determination. Her son had walked through countless storms, and now he could create a miracle. And at this moment, after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he immediately headed towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. To the main city, the matters of the four desolate clans were like matters of the royal palace. Not many people knew about it. The Rain clan is vast, arrogant, and overbearing. If I want to surpass the Rain clan, then I must have a strength that can match the Rain clan. Lin Ling walked down the street. He thought of the Flame Legion, and a heroic thought rose in his heart. He wanted the Flame Legion to shock the entire rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the street. Then, a youth in a green brocade robe walked over with four people. Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling could not help but smile. After returning to the rainforest Holy Land, he had not seen Qin Jingtian for a long time. The person who came was Qin Jingtian of the Great Qin Empire, the son of Old Master Qin. Patriarch Lin. The faces of the people behind Qin Jingtian changed. They came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently one of the 24 patriarchs of the Great Qin Empire. After you returned, I also knew that you were busy, so I did not disturb you. Qin Jingtian looked at Lin Ling and smiled happily. In his heart, he had already treated Lin Ling as his family. This was because the destruction of the fighting evil lineage was done by Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling had done it for his father. Why are you all here? Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian had been through a lot, so there was no need to be courteous. It's all because of the Justice Duan family. They opened a pill shop again, and their business is booming. They seem to be trying to steal our business, so I came to take a look on behalf of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Jingtian sighed and shook his head helplessly. The resources of the 5 ancient countries could not be compared to the 4 desolate tribes, so they placed great importance on the rainforest Holy Land's business. The Justice Duan family. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. After Old Master Qin died, he swore to destroy the 2 ancient countries. This promise was still fresh in his mind. It just so happens that I'm short of money. Since they dare to open a pill shop, we'll benefit from it. Then, Lin Ling's lips curled into a devilish smile. He had been thinking about how to increase the strength of the Flame Legion, but now he seemed to have heard good news. Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Qin Jingtian was puzzled. Chapter 946. Hanging Pot Hall Chi. Qin Jingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. The people behind him also sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, what great courage! The Justice Duan family dared to open an elixir shop in the rainforest because they had something to rely on. Although the Great Qin Empire did not want to see the rise of the Justice Duan family, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Yes, Lin Ling is from one of the 4 great desolate tribes. Qin Jingtian thought of the reason for Lin Ling's confidence. Let's go. Lin Ling chuckled. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang, Yin Sha, quickly come and see me. Since he was going to rob the Justice Duan family, he naturally needed help. So, Lin Ling also summoned the powerhouses around him. Okay, their elixir shop is on Changlong Street. Although Qin Jingtian found it unbelievable, he was familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not an impulsive person. If he dared to do so, he must have his own confidence. Changlong Street was an ancient street in the main city. It was also the 3rd street to be developed in the rainforest. Naturally, it was more prosperous than the other streets. The warriors who came here were either rich or noble. The Justice Duan family indeed had a geographical advantage by opening an elixir shop here. What a beautiful elixir shop! It can be compared to the ancient elixir shops of the four great desolate tribes. Yes, and the elixir shops of the four great desolate tribes are not open often. However, this elixir shop is open every day. It is really good news for us warriors. It is said that as long as you have the money, you can buy any elixir shop. It is very powerful. Of course, this elixir shop is opened by the Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. It is said that this elixir shop used up a quarter of the Justice Duan family's income. In front of the elixir shop, the crowd discussed with envy. In their eyes, the elixir shop was grand and majestic. The building was built in the shape of an ancient cauldron. It was as if the heavens had bestowed this elixir shop to the mortal world. At the entrance of the elixir shop, 4 words were hung there. Medicine to help the world, all lives are equal. Grand and majestic. At this moment, at the entrance of the elixir shop, there was an endless stream of people entering. They were either rich or respectable. Obviously, ordinary martial artists could not enter. Of course, this was normal. After all, there were all kinds of elixirs here. The spiritual herbs were priceless. Would ordinary martial artists be able to afford those rare medicinal pills? From the very beginning, the Justice Duan family had planned to let the pill shop take the high-end route. Therefore, there were many alchemists and powerhouses in charge. Practicing medicine to help the world, all living beings are equal, what a hypocritical plaque. At this moment, several silhouettes slowly walked towards the sacred medicinal pill shop. The young man in the lead indifferently said, causing the passers-by to suck in a breath of cold air. These people were extremely arrogant, daring to say such things about the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop. I wonder which family's hedonistic young master is from. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people laughed coldly. They were not surprised, because the world did not lack such hedonistic young masters. Only when they suffered would these hedonistic young masters understand that there is always someone better out there. At this moment, the hedonistic young masters in everyone's hearts were indifferently looking at the majestic medicinal pill shop. The eyes of the handsome young man in the lead turned cold. Looking at the bustling medicinal pill shop, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He thought of the old man who died unjustly. Young Master Qin, the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop has everything you need. It shouldn't be difficult to buy the medicinal pills we want. Young Master Lin, don't underestimate the power of the 5 great ancient countries. The young man turned his head and said, while the other young man behind him nodded. They were Lin Ling and Qin Zhengtian. Behind them were Yin Sha and the other guards of the great Qin Empire. Today, they were here to collect their debts. Then let's go in. Lin Ling said indifferently and strode towards the luxurious door. Dear guests, do you have the medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall? After taking a few steps, a lavishly dressed attendant smiled and said with a sincere attitude. What is a healing token? Qin Zhengtian asked. The Xian Hall is the medicinal pill shop of the Justice Duan clan. It is the first time it has opened, so customers come like clouds. To avoid causing chaos in the Xian Hall, only those with a healing token can enter. The attendant said respectfully, but his tone was arrogant and his eyes were full of disdain. These young men seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, but they did not even know this rule. They were obviously hedonistic young masters from some small family. Unfortunately, they dared to come to the Xian Hall and pretend to be rich. They were simply courting death. Those people are indeed hedonistic young masters with empty shells. The crowd in the distance secretly laughed. They all knew this rule, but those people did not. To put it bluntly, those without status were not allowed to enter. It did not matter which country's crown prince you were, as long as you did not have a healing token, you could not enter. This was the prestige of the Justice Duan clan. Guests, please go back. The attendant was still smiling, but his voice was full of disdain. Let me ask you, what is the meaning of healing to the world and all lives are equal on your signboard? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. Healing to the world is to save the world. This is the original intention of the Justice Duan clan. As for all lives are equal, that is because the Duan clan does not bully the weak. Everyone is equal. The attendant said proudly, puffing out his chest. Slap. A slap flew over and landed on the attendant's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. His eyes widened, and he could not speak. Nonsense. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Crazy. The crowd's pupils constricted. Those hedonistic young masters were crazy. They dared to hit someone from the Justice Duan clan. Could they not tell who was stronger and who was weaker? Guest, you hit me? The attendant did not seem to react. Slap. However, the slap sounded again, as if to tell him that today, he was the one being slapped. Since you're here to heal the world, why is the elixir shop collecting money? Isn't the Justice Duan clan benevolent? Moreover, since all lives are equal, why can those people enter but not us? Lin Ling's frivolous voice floated out like the wind, leaving the attendant speechless. Indeed, since they were here to heal the world, why would they collect money? Since all lives are equal, why would they discriminate based on status? Since they could not do that, what was the point of having a signboard? Today is the first day of the Hanging Pot Hall's opening, but you did not live up to the motto. Why don't you let me tear down your signboard? Lin Ling shouted again, looking even more like a hedonistic young master. Arrogant, whose young master is this? So arrogant. The crowd was in an uproar. Although the young man's words were not wrong, it was obvious that he was being picky. He was not afraid of death. When the Justice Duan clan's elites appeared, he would definitely suffer. He might even implicate his clan. Chapter 947. Duan Bai, thank you for your reminder, but my family can afford to pay for a mere elixir store. Moreover, if you piss me off, I'll tear it down. Lin Ling chuckled mockingly. Qin Zhengtian also chuckled. He knew what Lin Ling meant. After all, they were here to collect a debt. The funny thing was that the waiter thought they were hedonistic young masters. This place is owned by the Justice Duan family. The waiter took a step forward and said loudly. He finally revealed his identity. The Justice Duan family? So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded as if it was the first time he heard this news. The waiter smiled faintly. Next, he wanted to see this hedonistic young master's ugly face. Slap. However, the crisp sound of a slap rang out again. Who told you to tell me your family name? Are you going to tell me your mother's name and your wife's name? Do you think I'm interested? Lin Ling smiled even more brilliantly. This. The crowd's face stiffened. They had the same thought as the waiter, but who knew that the young master would become even more arrogant? Do you know what the Justice Duan family is? The waiter glared at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling didn't know what the Justice Duan family was. After all, this was the first time a young master from the 100 territories came to the rainforest sacred ground. They might not have heard of the 5 ancient countries. I said, are you deaf? If you don't understand, then let me tell you. The Justice Duan family is my grandson. Lin Ling smiled again, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank, and his voice exploded like a great bell. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then, many shocked gazes looked at the young man. The young man had said in front of everyone that the Justice Duan family was his grandson. This kind of hedonistic young master had reached the peak. In the rainforest sacred ground, who would dare to say such a thing? Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. Bring your face over and let me slap you 3 more times. Young Master Qin, you too. Lin Ling looked at the servant again and laughed. His laughter was cold and evil. You're courting death. The servant's face was extremely ugly. He had brought out the Justice Duan family, but it was useless. How dare you mess around in the hanging pot hall? At this moment, a white-haired old man slowly walked out. This person had his hands behind his back and looked very old and virtuous. It was obvious that he was a person of high status in the hanging hu hall. Grandmaster Da, these people are here to cause trouble. The waiter seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Master Da Wang is a famous alchemist in the rainforest Holy Land. In the past, he was invited by Tua Tian province to be an apprentice, but was rejected by Master Da Wang. This person is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has achieved great success in the rainforest Holy Land. The crowd was shocked. The Justice Duan family had spent a lot of money this time. They had even recruited such a famous alchemist. Master Da Wang also heard the envious voices around him. He seemed to be enjoying it. Then, he looked at Lin Ling calmly. He wanted to know what Lin Ling would say. Pa. However, it was still a slap. An extremely crisp slap. Master Da Wang, I don't know. Woof Woof only knows my family's Da Huang. After the slap, Lin Ling said calmly. Master Da Wang's eyes widened. Lin Ling dared to hit him? And he even described him as a dog? As for the waiter beside him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that with Master Da Wang's arrival, these foppish young masters would suffer. But in the end, these people even dared to hit Master Da Wang. Old man, if you continue to put on an act in front of me, it won't be just a slap. And the dog beside you, get over here and finish the previous slaps. Lin Ling took a step forward, seemingly unwilling to give up. Alright, Lin Ling, come in. At this moment, a calm voice finally came from the hanging hu hall. Obviously, the incident at the entrance had attracted the attention of the people in the hanging hu hall. Moreover, others might not know Lin Ling, but how could the big shots of the Justice Duan family not recognize Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Master Da Wang's expression changed drastically, and so did the waiter. They thought that this was a foppish young master, but who knew that this person was Lin Ling, who was famous in the sacred ground of the rainforest. He's the rumored Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling looked at the towering hanging hu hall and smiled. He strode in with Qin Zhengtian. He wanted to see who from the Justice Duan family was guarding this place today. Young Master Qin, give him a few slaps so that his dog eyes can recognize more people. Hit Master Woof Woof too. Lin Ling said calmly as he stepped through the door. Qin Zhengtian smiled. Today, he had helped his father vent his anger. I'll hit him too. Master Da Wang frowned, but he was no longer as arrogant as before. This was because this young man was Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll hit you until you can't stand up. Lin Ling said without turning his head. This made Master Da Wang grit his teeth, but he didn't dare to speak. Pa pa pa. The sound of Qin Zhengtian's slaps could be heard at the same time. How arrogant. He doesn't have a hanging hu token, but he entered the hanging hu hall and slapped the master's face at the door. The crowd's hearts beat violently. Many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, Mad God Lin Ling. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that this kind of arrogance was well deserved. The funniest thing was that they had thought that Lin Ling was a foppish young master and would suffer today. However, Lin Ling had tyrannically barged into the hanging hu hall. Suddenly, the crowd was filled with anticipation. It was said that Lin Ling and the Justice Duan family were not on good terms. Who knew what would happen today? However, Lin Ling dared to come to the hanging hu hall with only a few people. The consequences would not be good. What a big elixir workshop. After entering the hanging hu hall, Lin Ling shouted loudly, shocking the people in the elixir workshop. Was Lin Ling chasing away customers with such a loud noise? Sir, the elixir workshop is a valuable place. Please lower your voice. A person who looked like a guard walked over. I want to be loud. What can you do? The elixir workshop is open for business. Don't tell me that customers are not allowed to speak. Lin Ling's voice became louder. At this moment, he was even more like a foppish young master. However, no one dared to treat him as one. After all, the champion of the semi-finals had the right to speak. All right, Xiao Wan, you can leave. I'll do it. At this moment, from the depths of the vast hall, a middle-aged man walked over. He was dignified and had an indescribable elegance. From afar, he saluted Lin Ling and said, "The number one genius of the Rainforest Holy Land has come to the Jianghu Hall today. Apologies for the poor reception." This person was not angered by Lin Ling's recklessness. Instead, he was very polite. Obviously, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble for the opening of the Jianghu Hall today. However, there was a hidden danger in his words. With one sentence, he pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. He said that Lin Ling was the number one genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but not the number one genius of the Martial Arts Hall. The two seemed close, but if he met the top genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, then there would be trouble. Chapter 948. He's here to pick a fight. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Unfortunately, your name has spread far and wide while I'm just a nobody," said the middle-aged man with a smile. He was extremely polite, as if he admired Lin Ling a lot. Then, he said to the others, "This young man is the most outstanding cultivator in the world. He's a dragon among men. How can you neglect him? Give him whatever he wants. This is the respect you should have for the most outstanding cultivator." "Yes, Lord." Everyone saluted respectfully, looking at Lin Ling with reverence. Of course, the guests were envious. Lin Ling was treated well. However, who was Lin Ling? He had grown up from nothing since he was young. What kind of storm had he not seen? What kind of people had he not seen? Lin Ling had seen people who were sweet and sly. "Who do you think you are?" Lin Ling smiled and said softly. His words were frivolous and domineering. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes, especially the guards. Each of them was boiling with anger. Their lord was so polite and courteous to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not give him any face. This was too much. I'm Duan Zun Wang's son, Duan Bai. Of course, I'm not as famous as Lin Ling. I'm just a nobody in the Duan family." However, Duan Bai did not rise. He still smiled amiably as if he saw Lin Ling as his best friend. "Indeed, compared to me, you're just a nobody." Lin Ling smiled, took a step forward, and gently patted Duan Bai's cheek. Duan Zun Wang's son. In the past, there were two people Lin Ling must kill in the prairie. One was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the other was Duan Zun Wang. The other was Duan Zun Wang. Unfortunately, he died in the prairie. He. Duan Bai smiled again, but his smile was a little forced. Before, he was just being polite, flattering Lin Ling normally. People with status would reply politely, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would reply without any courtesy? He was indeed a nobody. "Your father, that damned old man, is he still alive?" Lin Ling said with a smile. He put his arm around Duan Bai's shoulder as if they were really good friends. However, his words were extremely vicious. If the other party wanted to play dirty, then he would play along. "Lin Ling, don't go too far." A guard in the hall shouted angrily. Lin Ling was cursing their Duan Zun Wang. "It's fine. Your Excellency Lin Ling is a straightforward person and not a hypocrite. Tell me what you think." However, Duan Bai merely waved his hand in an extremely magnanimous manner. Many of the guests secretly admired him. No wonder he was the head of the Hanging Pot Hall. He was so magnanimous that he could suppress anything. My father's body is in good condition, and he's about to break through to the next realm. Duanbai said with a smile. Sigh, what a pity. Bad people stink for 1,000 years. How can they live so long? Lin Ling sighed softly. Then, as if he felt that he had said something wrong, he immediately said, I'm sorry, I'm a straightforward person, so I say what I think. I didn't mean it. A straightforward person saying what he thought meant that Lin Ling wanted Duan Zun Wang to die. This time, no matter how well-mannered Duanbai was, his expression was incomparably ugly. After all, no one would want others to curse their own father. Alright, enough nonsense. Brother Duan, tell me about your shabby elixir shop. Lin Ling patted Duanbai's shoulder, not looking like he was apologizing at all. Behind him, Qin Jingtian was secretly laughing. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so good at acting. He clearly wanted to destroy this place, but he was still pretending to be polite. Shabby elixir shop. The guards gritted their teeth again. The elixir shop here was one of the best in the rainforest, but Lin Ling said that it was shabby? Hee, this elixir shop has 72 alchemists. As long as you have money, you can refine any elixir. If it's fake, you'll pay 10 times the compensation. Duanbai said proudly, then continued, of course, Sir Lin Ling is the #1 genius, so you can buy elixirs here at a 40% discount. He quickly regained his amiable appearance, as if he and Lin Ling were sworn brothers, 72 good-for-nothings. Like Master Wang from before? Brother Duan, you have bad taste. Lin Ling said with a smile. Master De Wang's face darkened when he walked into the main hall. He was a respected senior in the rainforest, but in front of this junior, he was a good-for-nothing. However, since I'm here, I naturally have to buy elixirs. But if it's fake, you can refine any elixir. I'm curious. Lin Ling glanced at the magnificent main hall and thought for a while. He said, give me an elixir that can help me break through to the Holy Spirit realm. It must have no side effects, and it must allow me to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy. Also, the price is negotiable. If you can afford it, I can afford it. What? The crowd's eyes widened. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm without any side effects and requiring one to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy? Was there such an elixir in the world? If there was, the Duan family would have been the most powerful family in the rainforest. Lin Ling was deliberately looking for trouble, wasn't he? Sir Lin Ling, you really know how to joke. Duanbai was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. Who's joking with you? Lin Ling's face became indifferent. Brother Duan, friendship is friendship, business is business. How can your hanging pot hall not fulfill its promise? Lin Ling, can you find such an elixir? If you can't, what right do you have to talk nonsense? Leave, the hanging pot hall does not welcome you. In the distance, an elder who was also an alchemist shouted angrily. He did not like Lin Ling. Whoosh! A flame shot out like a meteor and wrapped around the alchemist, burning him. Who allowed you to speak? A cold voice sounded in the main hall. Lin Ling looked indifferently. Domineering. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was too domineering. He attacked immediately because of a disagreement. Okay, since Sir Lin Ling said so, there must be such an elixir. You can study it more. Duanbai's manners were indeed good. Study? Who gave you time? I want it now. However, Lin Ling shouted again. He was not reasonable at all. Sir Lin Ling, you're picking a fight. Duanbai could not bear it anymore. Have you run out of patience? You should have done this earlier. We're enemies. Why do you have to pretend to be brothers? Lin Ling smiled gently. His domineering look disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Duanbai's eyes narrowed. He felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. However, you're right. I'm here to pick a fight. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's strong ambition finally exploded. His powerful aura shook the entire main hall. Today, he was here to pick a fight. Duanbai's face was extremely ugly. From the beginning, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. No matter how well-mannered he was, no matter how humble he was, it was useless. Because Lin Ling was playing with him. Good show, let's begin. The Hanging Pot Hall opens today, but it's also closing. Under many shocked gazes, Lin Ling's frivolous voice drifted out of the Hanging Pot Hall and even into the ears of the people on the street. Countless people's eyes narrowed. Chapter 949. The arrival of the Flame Legion. Lin Ling is here to cause trouble. Many people were shocked. The opening of the Hanging Pot Hall had cost the Justice Duan family a lot of money, but it had also shocked half of the sacred land of the rainforest. However, on the opening day, Lin Ling said that it was also the closing day. It was obvious that Lin Ling was here for revenge. Bastard! Within the Hanging Pot Hall, the guards' faces were cold. Lin Ling had gone too far. Sir Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family does have some conflicts with you, but what kind of grudge can't be resolved in this world? Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future. Duanbai took a deep breath, but quickly regained his smile. He said softly, also, let me remind you that the Hanging Pot Hall is so big that there will naturally be many Holy Spirit Realm experts guarding it. If you really want to cause trouble, you won't be able to get away with it. Duanbai's tolerance was terrifying. Even though Lin Ling had said so, he still didn't explode. However, although he was polite on the surface, his right hand behind his back was already informing Lin Ling of the arrival of more experts. His words seemed polite, but they were both soft and hard. He wanted to let Lin Ling see the current situation clearly. Lin Ling's lips curled up, revealing a friendly smile. Duanbai was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was smiling about. Hiding a knife in a smile is useless against me. Threatening me is even more useless. I won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Finally, Lin Ling's smiling but cold voice floated out from his mouth. A figure shot over like a ghost, and a dagger appeared in front of Duanbai's neck. A Holy Spirit Realm expert. Duanbai's eyes narrowed. Previously, his gaze had been on Lin Ling, and he didn't notice the expert behind Lin Ling. Moreover, he had always thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, because that would be equivalent to a direct confrontation with the Justice Duan family. However, the scene in front of him told him that Lin Ling had come prepared. Moreover, a Saint Spirit Realm expert was equivalent to an ambitious and ruthless character in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were on the same level as his father, but Lin Ling was able to summon such an expert. This was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, he sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was an assassin. "Milord!" The Duan clan's guards in the main hall shouted anxiously. Lin Ling really dared to make a move. Outside the main hall, there was complete silence. Everyone was curious about what had happened in the Hanging Pot Hall, but no one dared to go closer. They wondered if Lin Ling had been caught. Subconsciously, they believed that since Lin Ling dared to cause trouble in the Justice Duan family's territory, he should suffer a loss. Thud thud thud. At this time, a large number of footsteps could be heard. The crowd was separated, and a large group of people arrived. These people were not very strong, but they had the bloody and murderous aura of an army. "This is the place." Lin Ling said to loot this place. The leader of the group was a valiant woman. She looked at the Hanging Pot Hall and smiled. With a wave of her hand, she led the group into the Hanging Pot Hall. Loot? The crowd was in an uproar. There were many Emperor Spirit Realm experts among them, so they could naturally see that although the army had an extraordinary aura, their overall strength was very weak. There was not a single Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Such an army dared to attack the Justice Duan family. Was their leader crazy? Flame army, surround this place. The army rushed into the Hanging Pot Hall. At the same time, a small group surrounded the Hanging Pot Hall. The rules were very strict. Flame army? What an unfamiliar name. Where did this army come from? The crowd was even more puzzled. At the same time, inside the Hanging Pot Hall, everyone was shocked by the army that rushed in. The Hanging Pot Hall was noble and sacred, but now it had been turned into a bustling market. It felt very surreal. Lin Ling. When the leader saw Lin Ling, she immediately smiled happily. Beside her was a dark-skinned woman. They quickly came to Lin Ling and bowed. Besides them, there were also many people who came directly to Lin Ling. They were Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaoman, Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others. These people were the elites of the Flame Army. It's good that you're here. This place is overflowing with wealth. There are many pills and spiritual herbs. It's enough for you to greatly increase your strength. Loot this place. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Yes, sir. Everyone in the Flame Army was excited. On their way here, they naturally knew where this place was. This was the elixir shop that the Justice Duan family valued greatly. However, their lord was powerful enough to conquer mountains and rivers. There was nothing he did not dare to do. The Justice Duan family could still loot this place. Lin Ling, you came prepared. You're crazy. Duanbai looked at the luxurious hall that was dirted by the footprints. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. You've been captured. You don't have the right to speak. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and patted Duanbai's cheek. Duanbai gritted his teeth. What elegance! What righteousness! What education! At this moment, all of that had been thrown out of the window. You're too overbearing. If you have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, then go to the ancient country and find the Duan family. The Hanging Pot Hall did not provoke you, but you allowed your people to loot this place. Lin Ling, the rainforest sacred land is not for you to say. At this moment, 3 figures appeared on the second floor of the main hall. They stood there quietly, as if they had suddenly appeared out of thin air, causing Lin Ling's men to stop what they were doing. Duanbai glanced at the 3 figures, and his heart relaxed. Since the Hanging Pot Hall dared to open here, it would naturally be guarded by experts. These 3 figures were the experts guarding the hall, and they were also his father's trusted aides. In the past, I did not provoke the Justice Duan family, but Duan Zunwang tried to kill me in the prairie. At that time, didn't you say he was overbearing? Lin Ling looked at the 3 people on the second floor. His expression was indifferent. He already knew that there would be experts guarding the Hanging Pot Hall. Duanbai was only the person in charge of everything, not the expert guarding it. Of course, there would not be many of these experts. Because of the Justice Duan family's reputation, ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. As for the 3 of them, they were Holy Spirit Realm experts. They were enough to suppress some small matters. This world is heartless. The weak are eliminated, and the strong are kings. Therefore, this is not a matter of being overbearing or not, but a matter of standing. Since I have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, as long as it has something to do with the Justice Duan family, I will not let it go. Unless the Emperor of the Justice Duan family personally apologizes, pays his respects to Old Master Shao, and hands over the murderer, this matter will not be resolved. Otherwise, this grudge will never be resolved. Lin Ling's voice was even colder and filled with determination. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified for His Majesty to step in for you? Among the 3 people, an old man immediately shouted angrily. However, the woman beside him waved her hand, stopping him from speaking any further. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "This is impossible. How can the emperor of an ancient country apologize and hand over the murderer because of you? What face does the ancient country have left? Then what are you talking about?" Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Chapter 950. Beheading this woman looked weak, but she had an aura that was not inferior to men. Her words were filled with confidence. "Young man, you are very arrogant. You dare to bring people to the hanging pot hall to cause trouble. But do you know what is the scariest thing in this world? Hee, perhaps you think it's death. Moreover, I don't think you're afraid of death, but I have 1,000 ways to make you wish for a quick death. When you fall into my hands, you only want to die." Among the three people, a cold-looking middle-aged man spoke. "Third madam, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." The old man couldn't help but speak up. The woman seemed to be the leader of the three, but this time, she didn't stop the two of them from speaking. Her gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, as if she was trying to let Lin Ling understand the situation. The three heroes of the Duan clan aren't very famous in the rainforest, but in the 100 regions, especially the upper 3 regions, everyone knows about them. Finally, the woman said slowly, "Let Duan Bai go and leave this place, and we will let bygones be bygones. The grudge between you and the Duan family will naturally be settled by someone else. However, the hanging pot hall is guarded by the three of us. We do not wish for you to come here and cause trouble." She seemed to be giving Lin Ling a chance. The members of the Flame Legion remained silent. Ouyang Feiyang, Long Xiaochen, and the others wore solemn expressions. They could vaguely guess that their opponent was a Holy Spirit realm expert. An expert of this level wasn't someone they could look up to. As for the guards in the main hall, they were all sneering at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been very arrogant before, but what else could he say now? "In Sha, you continue. Ming Wang, play with them." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly took out the huge sword on his back and said coldly to Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang smiled and stepped forward. "You've chosen to attack?" The three people on the second floor were startled, and their pupils constricted. Everyone knew about Lin Ling's strength. He was the strongest in the semi-finals, and he was invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm. He could even threaten an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, but he could only barely do so. They were all nurtured by the Duan family, so how could they be ordinary early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivators? How arrogant! "I'll do it." The old man among the three couldn't hold back any longer. With a cold laugh, he shot toward Lin Ling and viciously slapped out with his palm. "Die, Lin Ling." Rumble. A strange thing happened. Everyone in the hall noticed it and found it difficult to breathe. It was as if the air had been sucked out. Great Void Enlightenment Palm. This palm was vast and ancient, and it was the old man's proudest skill. This skill had its own profound meaning, and it was comprehended by him when he was old. It could control the air in an area and compress it to form an explosive chi. Furthermore, this was when he suppressed his strength. If he used his full strength, the entire Hanging Hu Hall would be reduced to dust. This was because the air would be sucked dry, forming an endless void-killing move. Profound martial arts. Duanbai's eyes flashed. He wasn't a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, but he had heard that Holy Spirit Realm cultivators had their own profound meanings. Once they used their profound meanings, they could control the power of heaven and earth and suppress all true martial intents. Lin Ling was going to die. Everyone had the same thought. However, the reality was beyond their expectations, and they were disappointed. One sword to kill 100 flowers. The sword was full of vitality, and the profound meaning of life appeared. The expensive wooden furniture in the hall withered, as if their vitality had been sucked out. The bonsai plants were the same. The sword flashed with a green light and fiercely collided with the palm. Light bloomed. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had blocked that palm, and the old man's eyes were wide open. That was the palm he was most proud of. He had wanted to see this junior die under his palm, but the result was the complete opposite of what he had expected. You blocked my palm? The old man couldn't believe it. No, I'm going to kill you. Lin Ling said coldly as the sword moved forward. His words shocked the old man. However, in the next moment, the sword that was full of vitality disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a destructive flame. One sword to kill 100 heroes. There was no complicated martial art. It was just a simple slash, but it carried the terrifying profound meaning of fire. Although the profound meaning of life was powerful, it was still strong in defense and full of vitality, which made Lin Ling invincible. However, the profound meaning of fire was destructive, burning everything. Rumble. The sword slashed out, and flames spewed out. The old man was protected by profound meaning, and the air was isolated, but it still couldn't stop the sword of fire. The fire could burn even without air. Plop. The old man's head was chopped into pieces, and the sword chi didn't stop. It landed on the wall of the hall in the distance, and the whole hall was cut down. Rumble. The walls of the hall were not ordinary walls. They could withstand the attacks of strong cultivators, but now they fell down, shocking the people outside. However, the people in the hall were even more shocked. Everyone from the Justice Duan family sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy Spirit Realm. The woman spat out these words with difficulty. What a terrifying genius. He was only in the Emperor Spirit Realm not long ago, but now he was in the Holy Spirit Realm. This cultivation speed was shocking. Now, it's 2 against 2. In the silent hall, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure shot up to the second floor. He was burly like a bear, but he exuded an ancient sorcery aura. He lightly punched out. Master, there's no need for 2 against 2. I alone am enough. Rumble. The punch tore through the void. The gloomy man's face changed. He seemed to have seen an ancient martial artist appear in front of him. That punch was the most ancient punch in the world. This person is terrifying. Sanyang, let's work together. The gloomy man said anxiously. However, the woman beside him didn't move, which made him even more anxious. Rumble. Lin Fan's fist pierced through the air and landed heavily on the man's body. The man couldn't even use a single move. He coughed out blood and stood there with a pale face. In front of him, the Heaven Fiend Ming King smiled and said indifferently, "So weak and you dare to pretend to be an expert? Sanyang, why didn't you do anything?" The gloomy man said with difficulty. The situation was urgent and he couldn't deal with this mysterious expert alone. However, his companion didn't do anything. He can't move. However, the evil deity Ming Wang smiled and said again, which made the gloomy man tremble. In the end, he asked in horror, "Who are you?" "I am the evil deity Ming Wang." The gloomy man's eyes widened. The heavenly fiend Ming Wang was a famous expert of the rainforest Holy Land. Even the 5 great ancient countries couldn't catch him. He was actually Lin Ling's man. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Plop. The gloomy man fell to the ground. He was killed in one move. However, it was normal. The evil deity Ming Wang was so strong that even Yin Sha couldn't do anything to him. Besides Lin Ling, no one in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm was as strong as him. Dead. 2 of the 3 heroes of the Duan clan died in the blink of an eye. Chapter 951. Graduation today, move out. On the first floor, Lin Ling waved his hand. The members of the Flame Corps were excited. As expected of their leader, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Then, the members of the Flame Corps rushed into the depths of the hall and began to loot. They knew that these were the cultivation resources that would make them powerful. Don't let a single blade of grass go. Tian Xiaoman's excited and emotional voice rang out. The members of the Duan family did not dare to move. They were trembling with anger. 30% of the Duan family's domestic products were piled up here. Some of the spiritual herbs were priceless. If not for the hanging pot hall, His Majesty would not be willing to take them out. But now, they were all robbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling made them want to kill him. Kill. Finally, a cold voice rang out. They were not willing to be robbed, so they wanted to fight back. Insha, leave no one alive. Lin Ling smiled coldly. If they wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. No, don't move. Duanbai shouted anxiously. He was the calmest. He knew that he could not resist Lin Ling. If he resisted, it would be a massacre. Unfortunately, his voice was too slow. The shadow was like a shadow from hell. It was incomparably fast. Every time the dagger pierced through, a life would disappear. It was mysterious and strange. Insha was an assassin. She was best at killing, especially when it came to those who were weaker than her. She knew how to kill faster and kill with one blow. Plop. Plop. One by one, the members of the Duan family fell. They resisted, but in reality, they gave Lin Ling the chance to kill them and send them to the Nine Serenities hell. Lin Ling, you're a demon. Duanbai looked at the members of his family falling one by one. His eyes were red with pain. Lin Ling stood coldly beside him, ignoring him. If they had a chance to live, they would have just stopped resisting. But if they resisted, they would have died, so they can't blame anyone. Moreover, if the same thing happened to us today, I'm afraid you wouldn't even give us a chance to survive. You would have directly killed them all. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had come here to rob, not to kill, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. This was because the guards of the Duan clan were not weak, while the members of the Flame Legion had not yet matured. If they were to clash head-on, the Flame Legion would definitely suffer heavy casualties. How could Lin Ling not be heartless when it concerned his friends and family? So be it, demon. Moreover, he had given them a chance, but those people did not cherish it. If you can't accept this, you can kill me right now. I'm right beside you. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently. However, Duanbai sat on the ground with a plop, not daring to resist at all. He could only watch as those people were killed. As for attacking Lin Ling, was that even possible? Standing in front of him, he didn't dare to move. If you don't attack, it doesn't mean I won't kill you. If they don't resist, they don't have to die. But if you don't resist, you still have to die. However, Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Duanbai. Why? Duanbai's face turned pale. Lin Ling came today, and he thought he could suppress everything. Who knew that Lin Ling was so ambitious that he didn't care about the dignity of the Duan clan at all and attacked directly? Now, he even wanted to kill him. Because of his father. Lin Ling pointed at Qin Zhengtian and said. Qin Zhengtian's eyes were cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duanbai. This was because the latter's father had killed old Master Shao. Others could live if they didn't resist, but he couldn't. The reason was that he was the son of Duan Zunwang, so he had to pay with his own blood. I want to die. Duanbai muttered to himself. He understood what Qin Zhengtian meant. What a pitiful smiling tiger. Do you think you can fool me by trying to get close to me? Unfortunately, I know what you're thinking. While you're fooling me, you're also notifying the Duan clan that the experts of the Justice Duan clan are coming. You're just stalling for time. Unfortunately, you met me. I don't care about such things. Lin Ling said softly. Duanbai's body trembled again. Previously, he had indeed been stalling for time. However, as the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. This did not work on Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that he was stalling for time. You can die now. Qin Jingtian walked over slowly, and the murderous intent on his body grew stronger. Lin Ling didn't look at Duanbai anymore. Instead, he paid attention to the scene in front of him. He wanted to prevent the Flame Legion from being killed by a sneak attack because he knew that Qin Jingtian would avenge his father. Hurry up, the experts of the Justice Duan clan will be here soon. One by one, the Duan clan guards were killed. Tian Xiaoman ordered the Flame Legion to speed up. An hour later, the Flame Legion came out with a large number of things on their backs. They all had smiles on their faces. They had returned with a rewarding journey. Lin Ling smiled faintly and glanced at Duanbai. Duanbai had also been killed by Qin Jingtian. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The Flame Legion left in a grandiose manner. There was only one woman left in the hall. It was the three heroes of the Duan clan. At this moment, she was being controlled by the evil deity Ming Wang's soul power and couldn't move. Only Lin Ling could sense that her body was wrapped in threads. Soul threads. Lin Ling walked forward step by step until he was in front of the woman. "Do you know why I didn't kill you? First, you were very confident and had a strong backing, so I'll let you see how laughable your backing is. Second, I want you to help me pass a message to Duan Zunwang and the Duan clan's emperor. As long as they don't hand over the culprit and apologize, this enmity will never be resolved. Also, let me tell you something. You think they're ants and you can kill them as you wish, but in reality, you're the ant." With that, Lin Ling turned and left. The woman's eyes flickered as she was shocked. Previously, she had indeed had a lot to rely on. She had arrogantly told Lin Ling to get lost. However, in the end, the three of them had been easily killed. Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. It was extremely easy for him to kill an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. Now, Lin Ling had robbed the Justice Duan clan, but he wasn't afraid at all. He even arrogantly asked her to pass the message. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the Justice Duan clan's revenge. At this moment, the crowd on the street was silent as they watched the members of the Flame Corps walk out. When they saw the last person walk out, their hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was still alive. He had really robbed the Hanging Pot Hall. At this moment, after Lin Ling walked out of the Hanging Pot Hall, he looked at the magnificent building and smiled. He stretched out his left hand and a forbidden lotus with 10 petals appeared. He waved it gently and then strode away. The lotus was incomparably resplendent as it danced in the air, attracting countless gazes. However, when it landed on the luxurious building, an earth-shaking rumble erupted. It was as if a meteor had smashed down from the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Rumble. The collapse of the towering building shook the hearts of the people. The Hanging Pot Hall ends today. Before the dust flew into the air, a calm voice floated out from his slender figure. Ends today. Chapter 952. Attack. The Hanging Pot Hall had been destroyed on the first day of its opening. The Justice Duan family could not take this lying down. They could not let go of their reputation, let alone money. Lin Ling, the mad god, is going to change the situation in the rainforest. Some of the older martial artists were mumbling to themselves. No one knew what had happened at the Hanging Pot Hall. They only knew that Lin Ling had won the battle with the Justice Duan family. However, the people on the street didn't leave. They still stood there quietly. After a full 2 hours, a huge force finally arrived. A large group of people appeared in front of everyone's eyes like celestial soldiers. The person in the lead was an old man wearing black armor. He looked like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. His hair and beard were white, but he had the aura of a lion. This person was Duan Zunwang. Who did this? After a moment of silence, a voice that was as deep as the might of the heavens rang out. Their people were too late. The hanging pot hall was destroyed. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. Sir, there's one more person in the hanging pot hall. At this time, someone reported. Then, the woman with the 3 heroes of the Duan family appeared. Duan Zunwang frowned and waved his right hand. The soul power around the woman's body was cut off by an invisible force. Speak. One word, but it was filled with endless anger and pressure. It's Lin Ling. He brought people to rob this place and killed everyone in the hanging pot hall. I'm the only one left. The woman knelt on one knee. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. Bai is dead. Duan Zunwang's body emitted a terrifying wind of sorrow. His son, Duan Bai, had died. Deng deng deng. He took 3 steps back. The people of the Duan family were worried. They shouted, "Sir!" In the end, Duan Zunwang waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He was just surprised by the bad news. He did not expect to see his son die before his own. In the past, he chased after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not die. He grew up step by step and killed the fighting evil faction. Now, he was ready to fight against the Justice Duan family. His son, on the other hand, had died an unjust death. He had placed 3 Holy Spirit Realm experts in the hanging pot hall. He thought that it would be enough to suppress everything, but who knew that only one of them was alive? Sir, this is my fault. The woman lowered her head. They're dead, why aren't you dead? Duan Zunwang's eyes widened like an angry lion. Lin Ling asked me to deliver a message. As long as the Justice Duan family doesn't hand over the murderer, and your majesty doesn't apologize, there will be no grudge between us. The woman repeated Lin Ling's words. Shameful, shameful. Duan Zunwang slowly said. He had lost all face. Then his right hand turned into a saber and ruthlessly chopped down. His saber hand was like a crescent moon, falling on the woman's neck. The woman wanted to say something, but she could not. Her eyes widened. She never thought that Duan Zunwang would kill her. Go to the 7 profound martial house and kill Lin Ling. Today, even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, we must kill this disciple. Duan Zunwang waved his hand and angrily led his powerhouses towards the 7 profound martial house. His son had died, and in addition to the shame and humiliation of hanging pot hall, how could his Justice Duan family not take revenge? The woman fell to the ground. Her last thought was, "Sir, I haven't said anything." Lin Ling has already reached the Holy Spirit realm, and he has powerful helpers by his side. Unfortunately, she could only say these words in hell. Sensational. The rainforest Holy Land is in an uproar because of Lin Ling. As the crowd watched the murderous army leave, their hearts were even more shaken. The rainforest Holy Land was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Ling had rebuked the Great Serpent Mansion. But today, he had once again provoked the Justice Duan family. In the rainforest Holy Land's younger generation, if not for him, who would have such courage? The crowd also went to the 7 profound martial house to see what the final result would be. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading a massive number of people back to the 7 profound martial house. This imposing aura caused many of the 7 profound martial house disciples' eyes to twinkle. When their eyes fell on the tall and handsome youth in the lead, their hearts surged with excitement. Lin Ling had returned. How domineering, he's taking the 7 profound martial house as his own home. Many people secretly said. Lin Ling had many people, but there were no restrictions on them entering and leaving the 7 profound martial house. This also showed just how important Lin Ling was in the 7 profound martial house. Of course, the current Lin Ling was a student of the 7 profound martial house. And in the mountain valley, after the Flame Legion returned, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others excitedly walked out. Ling, you're back. After Old Ancestor Extreme Flame saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled with joy. He hadn't seen his grandson for many days, but his grandson seemed to have changed even more. He was like an eagle flying high in the sky, faintly revealing the demeanor of a king. But in the rainforest Holy Land, there were very, very few people that could bloom with this kind of radiance. Grandfather, we've had a great harvest. After Lin Ling saw Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, he beamed. Before, he had heard Tian Xiaoman's report, so he knew of the harvest this time. It could indeed be called a great harvest. There were a massive number of spirit grasses and medicinal herbs, as well as formed pills. This was enough for the Flame Legion to give birth to a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. And at that time, the Flame Legion would rise in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling also had a trump card to contend with the 5 great ancient countries, and even the 4 great desolate races. Good, good, good. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was indescribably excited. His eyes swept over the smiling people, and then he teased, Long Xiaochen, you actually didn't even let go of a vase. Huh, this vase is very exquisite, and it's also quite old. It's pleasing to the eye, so I casually took it away. But Grandfather Extreme Flame, don't laugh at me. That Ouyang Feiyang fellow even brought over my bed. He said that it was made of 100 lotus wood, and sleeping on that bed can increase one's cultivation. Long Xiaochen scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. Huh, this is a robbery. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed, and the crowd also laughed. But as they looked at the handsome youth, their hearts were filled with excitement. All of this was brought to them by their leader. Lin Ling, get out here. At this time, a thunderous roar came from the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens. The entire 7 Profound Martial House could hear it, and outside the 7 Profound Martial House, the Justice Duan family had arrived. And at this moment, at the entrance of the 7 Profound Martial House, a massive number of people had gathered there. Their eyes fell on the magnificent group of people in front of them, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was a terrifying lineup. The person in the lead had reached an extremely high boundary of the Saint Spirit Realm, and his aura was enough to shake the heavens. And besides that person, there were many other powerhouses, all of them at the Saint Spirit Realm. If this group of people appeared in the 100 domains, it was enough to sweep away any influence. It's the Justice Duan family. Some of the 7 Profound Martial House disciples recognized this group of people. The 5 great ancient countries were truly filled with powerhouses. Then, they heard the voices of passers-by that Lin Ling had gone to loot the Hanging Pot Hall, causing the Justice Duan family to be enraged. Now they were coming to kill him. Lin Ling, you have great courage. Chapter 953. So what? Today, I will only kill one person. Lin Ling, please forgive me for my recklessness. At this moment, Duan Zunwang looked at the distant skies, his pupils cold as he shouted out loud. He was speaking to the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. After all, the Martial Hall was filled with powerhouses. If the Martial House Master didn't allow it, then he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. However, after he spoke, the skies were silent, as if tacitly agreeing with their actions. It was as if they were saying that Lin Ling had brought trouble upon himself, so he had to solve it himself. The Martial House Master seems to have agreed with Duan Zunwang to kill Lin Ling. The crowd was also aware of this. If so, then Lin Ling would undoubtedly die today. Thank you. Duan Zunwang lightly smiled. His smile was very cold, filled with bloodthirst and madness. He could kill Lin Ling without restraint. Lin Ling, get out here, otherwise I will kill my way in and kill all of your people. Duan Zunwang shouted out once more. Lin Ling didn't dare to come out now. You are one of the 5 great ancient countries, yet you dare to cause a ruckus in the sacred martial hall? What a scandal. At this time, from the ancient gate, a proud voice gently floated out. A slender youth in a blue robe slowly walked out. Beside him were a large number of people. Among them was a red-furred monster beast that loyally followed the youth, making him seem majestic and awe-inspiring, as if the Son of Heaven had arrived. This person was naturally Lin Ling. Lin Ling still dares to come out. Seeing this arrogant figure, many people were surprised. Now that Duanzunwang had brought powerhouses to kill him, Lin Ling should have immediately fled, but he actually dared to come out. Many of the 7 profound martial house disciples looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have changed. His aura was even more mysterious than before, his pupils were even deeper, and the lines on his face were even firmer. Lin Ling. Duanzunwang stared fixedly at the slender figure, and a low voice came out of his mouth, "You killed my son." "So what?" Lin Ling lightly shouted. That fearless aura made even more people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling said in front of Duanzunwang, "So what if he killed him?" This was all too surreal. Had Lin Ling grown to the point where he was not even afraid of Duanzunwang? The speed of this young man's growth was too terrifying. The enmity between the two of us is death. Either you die, or I die. Do you think that I will let your son go? Lin Ling spoke again, but his gaze swept over the huge camp behind Duanzunwang. "Not bad, 8 Saint Spirit Realm experts and you, Duanzunwang, are enough for me to kill." What? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duanzunwang had personally come, and had even brought a large number of experts with him. It was fine if Lin Ling was not afraid, but he actually wanted to fight back. Today, Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded their imagination. How could they know that Old Man Zhao's death was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, because Old Man Zhao died for Lin Ling? Therefore, he would avenge Old Man Zhao. If Duanzunwang did not die, and the Duan clan's emperor did not apologize, he would not give up. Many people knew that Lin Ling had almost died in the past, but after he came back alive and wiped out the fighting evil faction, they knew that Lin Ling was avenging Old Man Zhao. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrogantly provoked the Justice Duan clan today, not only did many people not feel disgusted, but they also secretly admired him in their hearts. This was what it meant to be a cultivator of our generation, magnanimous and unrestrained. If you have a grudge, no matter where you are, you will take revenge even if the sky falls and the earth rends. Moreover, you will take revenge for others. This was also a person with a temperament. Kill us? Duanzunwang's face was as gloomy as water, incomparably gloomy. He thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their absence and dared to be so arrogant in the Hanging Pot Hall. But who would have thought that even though they had killed their way to the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he wanted to kill them all. "You think you can kill us?" At this time, a proud voice sounded out from behind Duanzunwang. A youth slowly walked out. This person was not too old, but he had both looks and talent. He had a majestic aura, and a cloak draped over his back. He had the demeanor of the number 1 talent of the Rainforest Holy Land. It's Duan Wuji. Many people from the 7 profound martial house recognized this youth. In the semi-finals, although Duan Wuji had not taken first place, the brilliance that he had bloomed had made many people remember him. After all, to be able to enter the semi-finals of the semi-finals, none of them were weak. It was just that in the semi-finals, Lin Ling had taken first place. But now, Duan Wuji seemed to want to provoke Lin Ling. That's right, during this time, Duan Wuji has entered one of the 4 desolate tribes to cultivate. It's possible that his strength has greatly increased. Many people guessed the reason. Of course, this was indeed the case. Cultivating in the desolate tribe, Duan Wuji had seen the vast world of martial arts, and his strength had risen to another level. Therefore, he was confident that he could obliterate the previous semi-final champion. Lin Ling, as far as I know, you are not well received in the Rain clan. Therefore, even if I kill you today, the Rain clan will not come forward to help you. Huh, you are borrowing the status of the Rain clan to act so unscrupulously today. Unfortunately, there are some news that not everyone knows. Duan Wuji seemed to have found Lin Ling's trump card that he was not afraid of. What, Lin Ling is not well received in the Rain clan? Many people's eyes flickered. In that case, even if Duan Zun Wang killed Lin Ling today, the Rain clan wouldn't care about it. Lin Ling wanted to rely on his status as a member of the Rain clan to protect himself, but it was obviously useless. You're just a defeated loser, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling chuckled and did not mind. Nothing much. I just want to say that you are dreaming if you think you can kill us. At best, you are just bluffing us. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Besides, I alone am enough to kill you. Duan Wuji laughed confidently. This made the crowd even more certain that Duan Wuji's strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe. Phew. However, at this moment, a flaming sword beam slashed over. It tore through the void at an unbelievable speed. And just as Duan Wuji finished speaking, his pupils constricted. What a terrifying profundity of fire. Boom. His entire body was split into two, killed by a single sword strike. Being in the desolate tribe, you sure know a lot of things. But don't you know that I am one of the Rain clan's twin prides? After that sword strike, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out like the wind, shocking everyone. At this moment, many people realized that Lin Ling had reached the sacred spirit realm. And on the ground, Duan Wuji had been killed by a single sword strike. The flames were still burning him, making the crowd find it extremely ironic. Duan Wuji thought that his strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe, allowing him to hold his head up high. Today, he wanted to use Lin Ling's presence to prove his strength. However, the result was that Lin Ling's strength had increased at an even more terrifying rate than his. He wanted to prove himself, but he ended up becoming a laughing stock. Sacred Spirit Realm. Duan Zun Wang looked at the distant youth in disbelief. He never expected Lin Ling to have reached the Sacred Spirit Realm. So Lin Ling's arrogance today was because he did have the right to be arrogant. You said that I can't kill you. This is the first one. Chapter 954. Hundreds respond to a single call. Silence floated out from the seven profound martial house's main gate, as if it were some kind of disease that was spreading. The disciples of the seven profound martial house were like puppets that had lost their souls. Lin Ling had reached the Saint Spirit Realm. This was the first Saint Spirit Realm talent in the seven profound martial house. Especially Yu Fanzi and the other proud sons of heaven that had participated in the semi-finals. Their hearts were bitter. When the semi-finals had ended, they had not admitted defeat. At that time, Lin Ling had only been at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. They believed that if they were given more time, they would be able to reach the Saint Spirit Realm and surpass Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had stepped into the Saint Spirit Realm faster than they had. Profound martial arts, I am sincerely convinced. The title of the number one proud son of heaven in the martial hall can be said to be true. Yu Fanzi looked at that proud figure and muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the dead Duan Wuji and suddenly felt that it was ironic. Lin Ling had gone to the desolate race to cultivate, and so had Duan Wuji. However, Duan Wuji had been unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Wuji had thought that he knew a lot and was in control of everything, but the truth was that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. In the world of high-level martial artists, there was a saying that when one reached the Saint Spirit Realm, they would naturally comprehend their own profound meaning. But the truth was that this was only true for martial artists with emperor bodies. For ordinary martial artists with ordinary talent to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. 1. Consume precious pills and squeeze out one's potential. For instance, the triple essence shedding spirit pill was a pill that took 3 years to refine. 2. Comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. But Lin Ling did not have an emperor body, so he had obviously taken the second path to step into the Saint Spirit realm. You've reached the Saint Spirit realm, no wonder you are so confident. But do you think you can stop me by yourself? Duan Zunwang's expression was gloomy. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Ling. The ant of the past had completely grown up today. But if he did not kill him today, then it would be even more difficult to kill him. You idiot! Lin Ling gently shook his head. I dared to rob the Hanging Pot Hall, so I naturally expected you to come. Even though you came, I was not afraid. Naturally, I have the ability to face you. Or rather, from the very beginning, I planned to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Whoever dares to come, I will kill. Many people's expressions changed drastically. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was indeed waiting for Duan Zunwang to come. Today, he was going to catch them all in one fell swoop. This kind of arrogance exceeded their imagination. It could be said to be lawless, looking down on the world. A Holy Spirit realm cultivator can't kill us. Duan Zunwang raised his hand. His expression was cold. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would kill him. What if I join in? At this time, an old voice floated out from behind Lin Ling. An old man with snow-white robes and a sword slowly walked out. It was the Sword Elder. Duan Zunwang's pupils shrank. He thought that the martial house master had tacitly agreed with his actions, and that no one from the Seven Profound Martial House would help Lin Ling. But who would have thought that the other side would send out a powerhouse? This powerhouse was old Xian's strength. What if we join in? However, this was only the beginning. Two more old men walked out. They were old Longdan and old Huding. Lin Ling is a student of the Seven Profound Martial House. Duan Zunwang, the Seven Profound Martial House is not a place where you can run wild. Don't think that the Martial House Master has tacitly agreed that Lin Ling is alone in the Seven Profound Martial House. But you are wrong. Lin Ling also has his own world in the Seven Profound Martial House. Another figure appeared. A woman full of feminine charm walked out. This was Gusu Shui. She had the status of a student, and her strength was also extremely terrifying. As the crowd saw these top powerhouses walk out, they all felt as if they were dreaming. The Martial House Master did not help Lin Ling, and the Rain Clan did not help Lin Ling. But Lin Ling also had his own world in the Seven Profound Martial House. Looking at it now, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling did not rely on anyone, but he also had his own world. 3 Xian elders, 1 student, and in addition to Lin Ling, a Saint Spirit powerhouse, they were not much weaker than Duan Zunwang's side. In fact, they were faintly stronger. When did Lin Ling have such a terrifying influence? Many people discovered that not only was Lin Ling's strength terrifying, but his charisma was also formidable. He was able to easily summon a massive number of powerhouses. Of course, this was also normal. From the fact that Lin Ling had helped Old Man Shao in his revenge, it could be seen that Lin Ling was a person who treated his friends with sincerity. Therefore, all of his friends were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. We have 5 Saint Spirit powerhouses here. Then let's add me, Sky Fiend Bright King, and Yin Sha. At this moment, 2 more figures appeared at Lin Ling's side. They were also Saint Spirit powerhouses. Like this, there were a total of 7 people. 7 people. Duan Zunwang clenched his teeth. He had once again underestimated Lin Ling, and this time he had underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Unknowingly, this weak and small youth had grown up. He was like a strong and healthy tree. With a single call, he could summon the entire world. 7 Saint Spirit powerhouses against 8. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling already had a force that was comparable to Duan Zunwang's. After Lin Ling appeared, the Flame Legion was also excited. They wanted to fight, they wanted to raise the banner of flame in the holy land of the rainforest. They hoped that they could fight side by side with their leader in the holy land of the rainforest. Because this was a kind of glory. In front of the 7 profound martial houses' gates, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Duan Zunwang's face was as stiff as an ice sculpture. He was intimidated by the powerhouses at Lin Ling's side. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but it was becoming more and more difficult. The great Qin dynasty patriarch has arrived. Come. At this time, in the distance, dust began to spread. On the ground, countless figures shot over. In the sky, dark clouds billowed, as if a giant beast was approaching from afar. These were the people of the great Qin dynasty. Today, Lin Ling had helped the great Qin dynasty pull out the thorn in their side, the hanging pot hull. How could the great Qin dynasty not mobilize their forces? Moreover, today's operation was under the banner of Lin Ling's name. The great Qin dynasty was not afraid that a single move would affect the entire situation. In addition to Lin Ling's terrifying potential, the great Qin dynasty was naturally willing to gamble on Lin Ling's future. Today, they would accompany Lin Ling to fight to the end of the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mighty army and powerhouses arrived. They were actually a large number of patriarchs. The aura of these powerhouses made it difficult for everyone to breathe. What did it mean to have hundreds respond to a single call? What did it mean to command the winds and clouds? Today was the day. Lin Ling, a former disciple of the 7 profound martial house, had rallied countless powerhouses to fight for him. It was as if he had raised his banner in the rainforest holy land. In the 5 great ancient countries, among the great powers, a new force led by Lin Ling had risen. This rise was bound to shake the rainforest holy land. You said that I can't kill you. Silence. The silent atmosphere spread, and only Lin Ling's voice drifted out like thunder, frivolous, unrestrained, domineering, and magnificent. Can't kill you? Lin Ling was asking Duan Zunwang. He was asking with all his heart, without any reservations. Duan Zunwang couldn't answer. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His previous majesty that was like a heavenly general had now turned into a pale white complexion. When he came to kill Lin Ling would be killed like an ant. But Lin Ling had said that he would fight back. He thought it was a joke, but now it wasn't a joke. He knew that Lin Ling could kill them all. So, today he didn't come to kill Lin Ling, but to die. Chapter 955. To flee in defeat. If you can't answer, kill. Kill. Lin Ling's hand came crashing down. At this moment, Duan Zunwang was still in shock. His hand was still raised high, ready to kill. But in the end, he didn't bring it down. Instead, Lin Ling fell. Kill. Kill. The great Qin Empire was the first to move. With so many powerhouses gathered, they had a chance to weaken the Justice Duan family. They would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, they also wanted to avenge Qin Shao. Kill. Kill. The Sky Fiend Bright Lord and Yin Sha were not good people. This concerned Lin Ling's life or death, so they would use all of their strength. Kill. Kill. A vast and mighty aura erupted from the 7 profound martial houses' gates, shaking the heavens and tearing the void apart. This was a true battle between powerhouses. The weakest was at the Emperor's Spirit Realm, and there were even a massive number of Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses. This sort of battle was extremely rare even in the holy land of the rainforest. After all, after reaching the Saint Spirit Realm, martial artists rarely fought like an army. Most of them fought one-on-one. This was because Saint Spirit powerhouses were arrogant and did not take orders from others. Not only that, but this sort of battle's aura was too terrifying. Countless ordinary martial artists would be implicated and eventually die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying spiritual energy erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ancient buildings of the Seven Profound Martial House were turned to dust. The crowd retreated far away, witnessing the terrifying battle in the center. Lin Ling did not move. The great Qin Empire had already moved. In addition to the powerhouses on his side, it was enough to control the situation. Thus, he coldly looked at the scene in front of him. Duan Zunwang had brought many people, countless powerhouses. But at this moment, facing Lin Ling's combined forces with the great Qin Empire, they could only be defeated one by one. A massive number of Duan family members died, and the weakest of them were at the Emperor Spirit Realm. To raise a Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse required endless resources. Each one of them was a fierce and ruthless existence in the 100 territories. But here, they were so weak and pathetic. However, Lin Ling didn't feel any sympathy. That was because this world was heartless to begin with. The strong were respected. If he was weak today, then he would be the one to be obliterated. This was a result of their different standpoints. And if he were to die, then even more people from the Fire Ancient clan would die. Therefore, there was no right or wrong in this great battle between the strong. There was only natural selection. Lin Ling is so scary. The crowd watched the scene in silence, their hearts pounding. Everyone's hearts were shaken. They had personally witnessed the death of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. The explosion of spiritual energy caused them to feel as if they were dreaming. This was a figure that they had to look up to, but he had died before their eyes just like that. Apart from the people in the distance, many forces in the Rainforest Holy Land were also watching this scene. Their hearts were extremely complicated. As for the Seven Profound Martial House Master Tianlin was also watching. His heart was more complex than anyone else's. He had watched as Lin Ling grew up, and had his own powerful supporters. Not only did he have his own territory in the Seven Profound Martial House, but he also had his own banner in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling would eventually come looking for him to fight. But he could only watch as Lin Ling grew up. There was nothing he could do. This was because there were too many people around Lin Ling. If he tried to force his way through, not to mention that he couldn't kill Lin Ling, even if he could, he would receive an even worse infamy. Moreover, he guessed that Lin Ling's presence in Bodhi Sacred Palace was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps there were people in Bodhi Sacred Palace watching Lin Ling. All in all, he could only watch as Lin Ling gradually reached his height. Junior apprentice brother, you have lost to me your entire life. The only thing you can be proud of is that you received such a terrifying disciple. In front of the Seven Profound Martial House's main gate, blood flowed like a river. It was hard to imagine that this was the sacred and majestic temple of martial arts, but it was more like a battlefield of blood and slaughter. The Duan family had been surrounded and killed by a massive force. Only a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse and Duan Zunwang had managed to escape. But the price was that all the people he had brought with him had died. In order to let them escape, they had become scapegoats. How ironic. Duan Zunwang had come with a great momentum, but he had been slaughtered without leaving behind a single piece of armor. The Hanging Pot Hall had been plundered by Lin Ling. The Justice Duan family had already lost face, but this time, they had lost even more face. Fire burned and smoke billowed. The mountains outside the Seven Profound Martial House's main gate were dyed red with blood. The earth was riddled with holes, as if it had been baptized by the end of the world. Finally, a soft voice floated out, "Clean up the battlefield." It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The remaining people began to clean up the battlefield. The Justice Duan family had arrived in a grandiose manner, each of them carrying treasures. But after being obliterated, these treasures were naturally ownerless. The great Qin Empire had also suffered casualties. Of course, compared to the Justice Duan family, they were several times better. As for the Flame Legion, they secretly clenched their fists. They had not participated in this war, and this made them very unwilling. Their desire to become stronger became even more resolute. Lin Ling, we have won this war. On the great Qin Empire's side, the family heads walked towards Lin Ling, smiling as they bowed. Lin Ling's current status was no lower than theirs. Senior Shao Nan, thank you for your help. Lin Ling also bowed towards the family heads. In truth, even without their help, Lin Ling could have solved everything. But the great Qin Emperor was indeed worthy of being called the Emperor. He knew how to conduct himself, and with just one help, Lin Ling owed him a favor. Lin Ling also knew this, but he didn't care too much. Come, everyone, let's go to my mountain valley. Lin Ling said to the crowd after bowing. He planned to hold a banquet to thank these people for their help. Unfortunately, Duanzunwang had escaped today. Otherwise, he would have been able to avenge Qin Shao. But Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry, because he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would personally kill Duanzunwang. Good, let's go. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the distance, as the crowd watched the mighty crowd disappear, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed more like the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Today, the martial house master had tacitly approved of Duanzunwang's actions and allowed Lin Ling to solve it himself. But Lin Ling would solve everything right under his nose, and then return to the 7 profound martial house as if he were the master returning home. Even if they weren't martial house master Skylin, they could still feel the anger in his heart. Lin Ling, fierce, you've reached the Saint Spirit realm. In the mountain valley, the crowd surged. All of the powerhouses looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with deep horror. Especially those from the great Qin Empire. They finally understood why the great Qin Emperor valued Lin Ling so much. As long as Lin Ling needed help, they would help him without hesitation. This was because Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. If this continued, then another king of the Rainforest Holy Land would inevitably rise. I was just lucky. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash, causing even more people to nod in agreement. Many of the family heads also began to dream. In the past, Lin Ling had been a junior in their hearts. But today, Lin Ling truly stood on equal footing with them. He truly deserved the position of family head, and was even stronger than many of them. What was most terrifying was that this family head was only 20 years old. In the vast life of a martial artist, 20 years old was like a child that had just come of age. Chapter 956. His fame spread far and wide. Lin Ling also noticed that the patriarchs were looking at him with reverence, which made him smile bitterly in his heart. It was as if he had aged a lot at this moment. In addition, he also sighed. In the past, when he saw these patriarchs, he looked up to them. But now, he felt that these top experts were no longer illusions. They were so real, as if they were his friends. He knew that this was because of his strength. Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the Rainforest Sacred Land. He had his own name and his own flag in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Tonight, everyone will stay here. My valley is like a town, it is enough for everyone to stay. Moreover, the spiritual qi is rich, it is very suitable for martial artists to live in. Yes. Lin Ling collected his thoughts and looked at the crowd. Yes, I noticed it the moment I entered the valley. Lin Ling, you have really found a good place. Many people laughed. Some were even envious. How could they know that the valley had spiritual roots and it was getting bigger and bigger? The valley was filled with laughter. It was as if it was the most stable home in the chaotic world. Here, as long as the flag did not fall, it would be peaceful forever. And the flag was Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was crazy, cold, and ruthless. But only they knew that Lin Ling carried everything on his shoulders in order to protect them. In the martial world where the strong were respected, having such a leader made them willing to follow him for life. The valley was peaceful, but other places were not so peaceful. The Justice Duan family's side was depressed. The current emperor only had one order, and that was to kill Lin Ling at all costs. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's side was also like a storm because they knew that Lin Ling would finally come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire one day to seek justice for the blood feud. Apart from them, all the big and small forces were waiting. They knew that the first place of the semi-finals, Lin Ling, had risen. Not only was his influence terrifying, but his strength was also terrifying. He was the youngest Saint Spirit Realm genius of the 7 martial arts halls. Lin Ling had also broken the martial arts hall's record and stepped into the ranks of the Rainforest Holy Land's #1 genius. The news spread from the sacred land of the rainforest to the 100 territories, causing a great number of youths to feel their blood boil. It was as if they were Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's background was similar to theirs, yet he had achieved such a shocking feat. And that kind of true temperament was admired by countless martial artists. In the 100 territories, a poem that originated from Lin Ling was also born because of this. His domineering aura was unparalleled. Who would dare to challenge him? His armor was dyed red with blood. One man and one sword could rule the world. His infamy was unparalleled under the heavens. He had sealed his sword and cultivated in peace. If anyone dared to invade him, he would unsheath his sword and armor and exterminate their entire family. So what if he was infamous? If anyone dares to invade, I'll draw my sword and wipe them all out. Night fell. The moonlight shone brightly, covering the earth with a thin layer of silver gauze. The mountains and valleys had a brief moment of peace and tranquility. Everyone had fallen asleep. Under the silent night, a slender figure looked at the full moon in the sky. That handsome face carried a trace of coldness and a trace of regret. Then, he slowly walked forward, his body drawing a long shadow under the moonlight. He was Lin Ling. He had personally witnessed everything in today's battle. That was a great battle between Saint Spirit Realm experts. That battle had displayed the terrifying profundities of martial arts. There was Icebound 1,000 Miles, Book of Gaia, Call the Wind, and Summon the Rain. When a martial artist reached the Saint Spirit Realm, they could control the power of heaven and earth with a wave of their hand. Currently, Lin Ling was only at the beginning of the Saint Spirit Realm. The Ancient Flame Devil is my trump card. My eyes are my innate talent, but they are mostly supportive. My innate talent, Monarch Body, is a flaw. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he arrived at the spiritual root. Currently, Lin Ling could only work on strengthening his physical body and continuously increase his strength. Others had monarch bodies and all kinds of mysterious abilities, such as the Door of Seals and the ability to seal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not have such abilities. Therefore, he could only develop his foundation and strengthen his physical body. Cultivating the physical body was very difficult. However, once he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of any abilities. Coupled with the profundities of fire, Lin Ling had enough trump cards to dominate the Saint Spirit Realm. This spiritual root is getting bigger and bigger, and it has a flower bud. Lin Ling looked at the spiritual root behind him and was surprised. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid last time, the ancient spirit root seemed to have grown as well. This also provided the flame core with enough cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Linglong Valley to find Long Dan and Long Hu. He took out all the spiritual herbs and asked them to help him refine pills. This time, he had prepared enough spiritual herbs. Good, good, good. Your alchemy skills are unique. Let's exchange some pointers. If you want to refine pills, I have the complete collection of dragon pills. It contains my many years of alchemy experience and a large number of pill recipes. It is very suitable for you. Knowing that Lin Ling wanted to refine pills, Long Dan Elder fully supported him. In the past, Lin Ling had taught him how to refine pills. Today, he was returning the favor. Moreover, Lin Ling could learn his complete collection of dragon pills. This meant that Lin Ling was his man. Bullshit, Lin Ling, don't learn his complete collection of dragon pills. You should learn my heaven and earth 10,000 refinements technique. His complete collection of dragon pills is trash. Who doesn't know that I, Elder Hu Ding, have the final say in the Linglong Valley? Elder Hu Ding was not satisfied. The two of them had been fighting for their entire lives, fighting for the position of the #1 alchemist in Nimble Valley. Lin Ling was a genius alchemist, and even more so, the #1 genius. Whoever obtained Lin Ling would have endless glory, so they fought for it even more. Damn you, stupid old man, your heaven and earth 10,000 refinements technique is an imitation of the ancient alchemy master Tian He's 24 heavenly refinements technique. You have the nerve to take it out. Get lost. Elder Long Dan was not convinced. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, learn from me. If you have any pills that you don't understand, I will personally refine them for you. Bullshit, Lin Ling, what pills do you want to refine? I will refine them for you. Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan were fighting. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. These two seniors were old enough to be his grandfather, but they would fight every time they met. He smiled and said, Seniors, there's no need to fight. I'll learn both of your alchemy methods. Seniors, you're both giants, and this junior has long admired you. Your alchemy experience is #1 in the Rainforest Holy Land. It's this junior's fortune to have the opportunity to learn your alchemy methods. Hee, Lin Ling, you're exaggerating. You flatter me, you flatter me. The two alchemy masters smiled modestly, but they seemed to be enjoying it, which made Lin Ling's heart relax. This person was old and seemed to be knowledgeable, but in reality, he was like a child. After a few words of praise, he immediately smiled. Before, Lin Ling's words were flattery, but he did not expect the effect to be so good. However, Lin Ling, learning two alchemy methods together is very difficult. Elder Long Dan said with some disbelief. Don't worry, I will do my best. Chapter 957. Nothing was impossible. Did you hear that? Lin Ling was praising me before, saying that I was the #1 alchemist in the Rainforest Holy Land. Bullshit, he was obviously talking about me. You stupid old ghost, who doesn't know that you have a record of failing 1,000 times in alchemy. Old Ghost Long, you're talking about my weakness. You want to die? Let's fight. Let's fight. Lin Ling had already walked far away, but he could still hear the angry roars of the two old men. This made him shake his head. It seemed that in a battle between dragons and tigers, they would never shake hands and make peace. After returning to the mountain valley, Lin Ling immediately went into closed-door seclusion to study. This time he wanted to greatly enhance his alchemy skills and greatly enhance the strength of the flame core. At present, the mountain valley had an excellent place to practice, and he did not lack emperor-level martial arts. In addition to the spirit grasses and herbs he had plundered, this was enough to raise a large number of powerhouses. The complete collection of dragon pills, there are a total of 100,000 refining methods for pills. The universe 10,000 refinements, not only introduces spirit grasses and herbs, but also explains the principles of alchemy. Lin Ling's massive soul force gushed out, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge. His eyes were even more terrifying. He didn't forget the pill recipes, as if they were imprinted in his mind. These mysterious eyes were a great help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's memory and perception had reached the level of a monstrous genius. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, Lin Ling began to read as well as refine pills. This boy, he's abnormal. The sword elder passed by. He saw Lin Ling flipping through ancient books and refining pills, multitasking. This caused the sword elder's beard to straighten. The 7 profound martial house was a world of geniuses. What kind of genius had he not seen? But Lin Ling was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen in his life. He learned things too quickly. The 7 profound martial house really can't tolerate him. Sword Elder finally left helplessly, but when he looked at the sky, he suddenly missed Sakura. I wonder how that fellow is doing in the outside world. Time quietly passed. 10 days had passed. At the location of the spirit root in the mountain valley, a large number of pill bottles were placed there. They were stacked layer upon layer like an ocean, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. At the center, Lin Ling slowly stood up. His long hair danced in the wind, and his youthful face carried the aura of a master. After 10 days, he had finally refined all the pills the Flame Legion needed. My alchemy skills have greatly improved. Lin Ling's eyes shone with confidence. With a wave of his right hand, all of the medicinal pills were sucked into his body. Then, he took a big step forward. In the valley, the members of the Flame Corps were cultivating. At that moment, the air rippled and a slender figure appeared in front of them. Lin Ling. Leader. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Lin Ling, the king in their hearts, was peerless and unparalleled. In the past, when the Heaven Mystics' kingdom had conquered them, he had said that he would lead them to a mighty reputation. At that time, everyone had been skeptical. But afterwards, their king had proven everything. He had quelled the turmoil in the Heaven Mystics' kingdom and risen to the top of the rainforest Holy Land. Now, they knew that the battle was not over. Their king still needed them to hold the weapons in their hands and raise the flag once more. I need you all to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm in half a year. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out from his mouth. What? Everyone's pupils shrank. Half a year, how was this possible? If they really succeeded, then they would be fiercer than most of the geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. Leader, this seems impossible. Although everyone worshipped Lin Ling, they still felt that this was too unrealistic. Lin Ling's face was solemn and dignified. He swept his eyes over everyone and lightly said, I came from the 100 domains and entered the 7 profound martial house for the first time. Many people thought that it was impossible for me to rise. However, from a Star Guard disciple, I became a proud son of heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Of the countless proud sons of heaven, many people thought that I would decline. But, from the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list, I became the number 1 proud son of heaven on the 7 profound martial halls. When I challenged the Justice Duan family, many people thought that it was impossible and that I would inevitably die. However, when honored King Duan arrived, I killed him and forced him to flee alone. So, in this world, there is nothing impossible. I, Lin Ling, have never been impossible. The difference is whether or not you put all of your strength into it, whether or not you give up your life and focus on it. His voice gently floated out, but it was like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Yes, there was nothing impossible in life. The difference was whether or not you took action, whether or not you had such a goal. For instance, their leader had created an epic record. Everyone thought it was impossible, but their leader had done it. One step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time, and finally achieved it. In life, there was nothing impossible. It depended on whether or not you put all of your effort into it. Leader, we understand. Yes. Everyone knelt down on one knee. Lin Ling was a living example. I need you to experience life and death, blood and sweat. You will break up and go to the 100 territories to train. You can form a team or go alone. You must kill all 50,000 fugitives on this list. That's right. You must kill them all. Yes. Lin Ling coldly shouted. An ancient list of names floated out from his hands. This was obtained from the Great Qin dynasty. It was a list of murderous demons, evil martial artists, and other powerhouses of the 100 domains. If these powerhouses were able to enter the wanted list, then their strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. Among you, some may die, but some may also rise. A martial artist can only become stronger by experiencing life and death. And what I can do, other than giving you my blessings, is to provide you with endless cultivation resources. Those who complete the mission can come to Commander Tian Xiaoman to receive cultivation elixirs. You can also cultivate in the valley. Of course, you can also choose not to go and continue to stay in the valley. And I, Lin Ling, will not chase you away. As long as you follow me, I will take care of you for the rest of your lives. But what I want to say is, when a storm is coming and a great enemy is coming, your home valley may not be the safest place. It needs men, it needs warriors to pick up the weapons in their hands and protect this place. If you don't fight, are you going to let your mother and father fight? Lin Ling said word by word, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Among them, many had let their families come to the valley to live together with the Fire Ancient clan. And even if they did not, they still lived in Tianxian City and enjoyed extraordinary treatment. But all of this was brought by their leader. Their leader blocked the storm, and when a great enemy came, they picked up their weapons and fought to protect their home. And as members of the Fire Legion, as the pride of the Fire, how could they hide behind their leader and let their mothers fight for them? Leader, let's fight. Everyone raised their fists, their blood boiling. Okay, go ahead and fight with all your might. If you give, there will be rewards. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources, I have already prepared them for you. Chapter 958. Towards the mountain demon sea, we will not disappoint the leader. Go! Everyone stood up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Their banner had done everything they could, they would not lose face for the Flame Legion. One by one, the warriors took the pills and scattered, disappearing from the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. Half a year later, when that transformed army gathered again, he didn't know whether or not it would cause a great commotion in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, wait for me. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others also strode away. They had been cultivating in the 7 profound martial house for far too long. Now it was time for them to step into the tempering of life and death. Moreover, they finally understood why Lin Ling had grown to be such a monstrous genius. It was because Lin Ling had repeatedly crossed the line between life and death. This was the difference between them. I believe in you. Lin Ling nodded. After everyone left, the people of the Fire Ancient clan also walked out. They looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The current Lin Ling was more like their patriarch, their peerless king. Ling, Ancestor Extreme Flame was pleased. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. Instead, he spoke his own thoughts. In the coming days, he would be leaving the Fire Ancient clan and going to the Bodhi Saint Palace. So before he left, he had to inform them. Go, we will always be here waiting for you. Ancestor Extreme Flame also knew that in this world, the strong were revered. One could only continue to grow stronger. If one became lazy and was eliminated, then everyone would kick a man who was down. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. After preparing, he left. All the way to the foot of the giant Bodhi tree, they didn't encounter any trouble. Perhaps at this time, no one would have thought that Lin Ling would leave the 7 profound martial house and go out adventuring. Under the Bodhi tree, an old man sat cross-legged like a stone statue. As Lin Ling gradually approached, the old man opened his eyes. An ancient aura rippled out, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble slightly. Currently, he was considered to be above average in the rainforest, but when he saw the people from the Bodhi Saint Palace, he still felt insignificant. This old man was the elder sword-wielding elder. At this moment, he was astonished. Lin Ling had broken through. He knew that Lin Ling had comprehended his profound meaning. Even if Lin Ling only had a king body, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to break through so quickly. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. With your strength increased, you'll have a greater advantage in this trip to the secret realm. The elder sword-wielding elder said with a serious expression. At the same time, a giant leaf fluttered down from the sky, and the two stepped onto it. In this trip to the ancient tomb, you will represent the rainforest's holy land. You must not lose face for the Bodhi Saint Palace. If your lucky chance is good, then the Bodhi Saint Palace will not question anything you obtain in the ancient tomb. The elder sword-wielding elder said as he looked into the distance. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. This was his chance. In the past, when he had gone to the ancient tomb, he had obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was the ancient flame demon. Now that the ancient tomb had opened again, just what sort of benefits would he obtain? Perhaps when he came out again, he would have the strength to change the entire rainforest's holy land. Elder sword-wielding elder, what is the difference between this ancient tomb and the rumors? Lin Ling asked curiously. He remembered that the ancient tomb was in the Icefield region. The rumor about the ancient tomb is true. It's just that the entrance is different. We've already seen the entrance in the Icefield many times, but there's nothing special about the end. This time, it's still the same ancient tomb, but it's from a different entrance. The ancient tomb is not as simple as you think. It concerns the secrets of the Holy Lands. If anyone has the chance to find it, they will be able to shake the 6 Holy Lands in the future. The elder sword-wielding elder said solemnly. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. The entrance to the Icefield region was not worthy of the Bodhi Saint Palace's attention. But the Bodhi Saint Palace definitely did not continue, missing the secret hidden in the depths. If it weren't for Little Flame, he would have also missed it. As for the ancient tomb secret, Lin Ling did not know what it was, but he felt that the ancient flame demon should be one of them. The ability to shake the 6 holy lands mentioned by the Bodhi Saint Palace might also include the ancient flame demon. The two of them followed the tree leaves and arrived at the Bodhi Saint Palace. At this moment, a large number of holy princes were looking at Lin Ling. Among them, Yanggan and Shizhueyue smiled. Lin Ling had finally arrived. Alright, everyone is finally here. Head to the Mountain Demon Sea of the 100 Territories. Remember, this operation is a secret and must not be leaked. With everyone present, the elder sword-wielding elder announced the gathering location. All the holy princes nodded and did not speak. Perhaps they were all super geniuses hidden in the rainforest and were not familiar with each other. They were just acquaintances. Once you're there, this old mother will tell you everything. Moreover, there are already holy princes waiting there. The elder sword-wielding elder did not plan to lead the group forward. Mountain Demon Sea Gathering. All the holy princes bowed respectfully and slowly left. Lin Ling, together. Yanggan walked towards Lin Ling. Behind him, Shizhueyue frowned and also walked over, saying coldly, together. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. The three of them immediately followed the Bodhi ancient tree and left. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was not sure how many holy princes were going this time. The Bodhi Saint Palace was too mysterious. Even now, he did not know how many holy princes were in the palace. The 100 Territories, the Mountain Demon Sea. This place had a long history, but other than its ancient history, there was nothing special about it. Moreover, this place was in the lower 3 regions, so it was even less of a concern to the powerful cultivators. Thus, nobody knew that there was another entrance to the ancient tomb here. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Lin Ling and the other two were not weak. Within a day, they arrived at the Mountain Demon Sea. As far as the eye could see, ancient trees were uprooted from the ground and ancient mountains were old and green. It was filled with a sense of mystery. Lin Ling felt his whole body relax. In the rainforest, the world of the powerful cultivators, he was always tense. After arriving at the 100 Territories, the blue sky and white clouds, the ancient trees and mountains made him feel relaxed and happy. Trash, you think you can become an inner court disciple? Yi Xiao, you are too weak. Crawl under my pants. When they passed by a mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a large number of people were cheering. They were all young people. They were looking at a young man in brown clothes and laughing at him. The young man was weak, and he was being bullied by the crowd. However, he didn't say anything and just gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, let's go. What are you looking at? Yang Gan and Lin Ling flew over the mountain, but Lin Ling stopped. Yang Gan felt a bit strange. After all, it was normal for the strong to bully the weak. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on the young man in brown clothes. The young man's clothes were patched, and he was thin and weak. Apparently, he was poor, but Lin Ling felt familiar with his thin body. If I don't kneel, I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Today, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Finally, the young man in brown clothes firmly said. That sentence made Lin Ling's heart tremble. What a familiar sentence. He had experienced the same thing when he was in the Guyan sect. At that time, he had no one to help him, and he had to rely on himself. Today, the young man was the same. Since we have met, it is fate that brought us together. Chapter 959. The righteous spirit art, you think we don't dare? Let us kill you. You are nothing but a useless trash. Shut up. At the foot of the mountain, angry shouts sounded. A young man with a pale face and brocade clothes waved his hand, and the other young men behind him all started to show their killing intent. This young man was obviously in a high position. Most importantly, he knew that Yi Xiao's father used to be a powerful cultivator. Unfortunately, he was killed by an enemy, but he seemed to have left some powerful martial art to Yi Xiao. The others didn't know about it, but he knew about it. That was why he wanted to kill Yi Xiao and see if he had any martial art on him. Bang, bang, bang. These people weren't strong. They were only in the body refining stage, but they were still too much for Yi Xiao to handle. He tried to fight back, but it was useless. Kill him. The young man in brocade clothes shouted. The others hesitated. They were just young men. They had never killed anyone before. They were just showing off. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will pay you back 10 times for the humiliation you have suffered today. On the ground, the young man's mouth was bleeding, but he was still tough. You are asking for death. The young man in brocade clothes stepped forward and a long saber appeared in his hand. It was shining with cold light. He looked at the young man on the ground and slashed down. He is really going to kill him. The other young men were shocked. Yi Xiao's clear eyes were filled with unwillingness. In order to take revenge, he joined a sect to learn martial arts. However, in a sect, only the strong ones were respected. He had no background, no potential, and was living like a servant. He had offended this rich young master before, and now this young master dared to kill him. However, he couldn't die. He had to avenge his father. It is normal for young men to fight each other. However, to kill each other because of this, that is too overbearing. At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted. He looked over and saw a young man in a blue and white robe walking over. The young man was clean, holding a flagon of liquor in his hand. It was like he was coming from the void. Yi Xiao would never forget this scene. Crack! The saber that was about to fall was hit by something and turned into pieces. The crowd was shocked. How dare you interfere in my business? The young man in brocade clothes' expression changed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. He waved his hand, kill him. When you can kill him easily, he can kill you easily too. The young man who was walking over was Lin Ling. He was calm at the moment. Lin feng shui. He shui shui. Shui shui shui. The whole process shui 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 took less than 30 minutes. Everyone's eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble. He died because he wanted to kill the other party, but you didn't have such thoughts. You only have the heart of a teenager to compete with each other. So, you can leave. Shui shui, s shui shui shui. Shui shui shui. Of, tites shui. Teat shui. T. Teat. All of the youths were terrified, and they fled in panic. Lin Ling shook his head. With his strength, he naturally wouldn't care about such a small fry. He looked at the stubborn, skinny youth, and an indescribable emotion flowed out from the depths of his eyes. Maybe, when he looked at the young man, he saw himself when he was young. The young man was also alone. He didn't want to accept his fate. He would never lower his head. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. Yi Xiao struggled to stand up. He kneeled on one knee in front of Lin Ling. His life had been full of ups and downs. When he was young, his father was still alive. Everyone respected him and held him in the highest position. However, after his father died, he fell from heaven to hell. Everyone wanted to trample him under their feet to regain their lost sense of superiority. That was why nobody had ever been so nice to him. Nobody had ever saved him. Big brother, I can't repay you for saving my life. This martial art was left by my father. Today, I will give it to you. Yi Xiao took out a piece of cloth from the bottom of his shoe and looked at Lin Ling with a solemn face. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the young man to be so grateful. After all, Lin Ling was just doing him a favor. He smiled and shook his head, no need. However, Yi Xiao's eyes were still firm. Maybe he knew since he was a kid that people who helped him should be repaid. He couldn't repay anything, so he had to give everything he had. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He found the young man was more like his old self. Okay. Let me take a look at it for you. He walked over and held the young man up. He picked up the oilcloth and looked at it carefully. The oilcloth was taken out from the young man's shoe. Lin Ling didn't care about the stinky smell. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling. When he got closer to Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling was so handsome. His eyes were like stars, and his nose was like a sword. He looked so handsome, and his face was like a king. Yi Xiao admired Lin Ling because he was powerful enough to make a decision for Lin Ling. This was the kind of cultivator he wanted. And at this moment, Yang Gan and Shi Zhuiyue also came to Lin Ling's side and helped him look at the tarpaulin. They all thought that the cultivation technique that the youth took out would be very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they realized that the cultivation technique recorded on the tarpaulin was not ordinary. It was a saint-ranked martial art. Moreover, it was mysterious, profound, and profound. It was called the art of righteousness. It was a martial art that cultivated righteousness. It was invulnerable to all evils. However, there was a flaw in the martial art. It only had the second half of the martial art. It didn't have the first half, which meant there was only a path of cultivation, but no understanding of the mystery. Your father is an indomitable superior cultivator. This martial art is powerful, but it is too mysterious. That's why you can't understand it. After a while, Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiao and said. Yi Xiao was shocked. No wonder he couldn't figure out how to cultivate martial arts. Since I can't learn it, if you like it, big brother, I will give it to you. After that, Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling and Yang Gan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. This little guy is so frank. In fact, we all thought this martial art wasn't in a high level, so we read it. However, we didn't expect it to be a saint-level martial art. Now we both know how to cultivate it. We just need to understand it. It makes no difference whether we want it or not. However, a man's wealth is his own ruin. It will be a disaster if you keep this martial art. I can keep it for you. When you are powerful enough, you can come to me and take it back. Lin Ling said with a smile. Besides, I saw that you didn't want to give it up. You must have something in your heart that you can't let go of. Now that we have met, I guess we are destined to meet. Lin Ling said again. He reached out his right hand and several Dan beads fell into Yi Zhao's hand. These Dan beads are enough to help you improve your cultivation. The fortune of heaven and earth Dan beads can improve your talent. Chapter 960. Righteousness. Big brother. Yi Zhao was trembling. It was the first time for him to see such a horrible thing. His big brother was much stronger than he had imagined. Besides, his big brother had saved his life. He should have paid him back. However, his big brother had kept the martial art for him. He had taught him the martial art in a special way. He had even given him some Dan beads that could transform him completely. Puff! Yi Zhao kneeled down again and kowtowed to Lin Ling 3 times, "Big brother, thank you." Tears came out from his eyes. It was important to add flowers to a brocade, but it was more important to help him in his hour of need. When he was weak and helpless, his big brother had helped him and given him the chance to rise up. This kid. Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward to help Yi Zhao up. All right, we have some matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for us to stay. Those who bullied you before, I'll leave them to you. I believe that you'll be able to wash away your shame. Remember, unless you're dead, never give up. Lin Ling spoke blandly and left with Yang Gan. At the same time, a soft voice came from afar. When you are much stronger, you can come to me and take back the martial art. My name is Lin Ling. Yi Zhao remembered the name and looked at the leaving figures. He kneeled down again and kowtowed, "Master for 1 day, Father for life. Master Lin Ling, you are the most important person in my life." After that, he buried the Dan beads on the ground. He was going to take the Dan beads and cultivate at night. He immediately went back to the sect to accept his punishment. After all, the young man in brocade clothes was dead. It was not a small matter. Of course, he didn't kill him. He would only get some light punishment. Right now, he had a strong foundation, so he decided to train and grow in secret. On his way back, he heard the powerful warriors on the streets talking. One of the names shocked him to his core, Lin Ling. He was a weak young man from the middle 3 regions. He was born in an ordinary family, but he had become the #1 cultivator in the 7 martial arts halls in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was admired by countless young men in hundreds of regions. He was their idol. It is him. Yi Zhao was so nervous that he was shaking. Tears came out from his eyes again. Ha, ha. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so easy to approach. Lin Ling and the other 2 were flying to the Mountain Demon Sea. On the way, Yang Gan smiled. Even Shi Zhueyue was surprised. Lin Ling's name was known throughout the Rainforest Holy Land. This person was arrogant and domineering. Anyone who dared to offend him would immediately be killed. However, they did not expect Lin Ling's heart to be like a ferocious tiger, sniffing the roses. Lin Ling, but if I see you. Calm. You don't bully the weak. Instead, you become stronger when you meet the strong. Yang Gan said with a smile. Then, he focused on the noble spirit art. This martial art is quite powerful. It's a pity that it's incomplete. Without the comprehension of the profound, it's impossible to cultivate it. This martial art is very strong. Shi Zhueyue didn't talk much, but he added an evaluation. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Yang Gan and Shi Zhueyue were from the Bodhi Saint Palace. Their knowledge had reached a terrifying level. Their evaluation was strong. This martial art must be extraordinary. As he thought about it, Lin Ling took out the oilcloth. His eyes quietly changed, and the eye of time appeared. Gradually, the upper half of the oilcloth appeared. This meant that the oilcloth had been complete a long, long time ago, but for some reason, the other half had been torn off. The missing half was the understanding of the profound. Righteous qi exists in the world. Chaos creates manifold. Below are rivers and mountains. Above are the sun and stars. A voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. It was so familiar. It was the song of righteousness. He didn't expect the people in this world to know this. Awe-inspiring righteousness, great and upright, impenetrable by 100 evils. The so-called righteousness, this righteousness, is the righteousness of the human world, is the righteousness of righteousness and virtue. The righteousness of the world is the first to worry, and the joy of the world is the last. On top of a mountain, a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly was standing indifferently. He was looking at the world, commanding the wind and clouds. Righteous qi was also a kind of power of the world. My heart is still the same. My heart is firm. That is righteous qi. To cultivate righteous qi, one had to cultivate according to the understanding of the profound. This was someone else's martial art. 2. Use another key to open the door of righteous qi. This martial art is too complicated. Yi Shao can't cultivate it now. He has to find me when he is stronger. I will teach him then. Lin Ling muttered to himself, causing Yang Gan and the other man beside him to shake their heads. Although the power of this martial art was not weak, it was obvious that it was impossible to cultivate. They didn't know why Lin Ling was so confident and even said that he could guide others. Worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That should be the source of Yi Zhao's father's righteous qi. However, I can't do that. That's why I can't cultivate this profound. Lin Ling murmured in his heart. Then his eyes lit up. To open the door of righteous qi, one didn't have to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That was the most powerful thought of righteous qi. In fact, other than that, there were many other ways to cultivate righteous qi. For example, kindness, righteousness, and vitality. Lin Ling's heart trembled. Vitality. That's right. It was vitality. Vitality was also righteous qi. It nourished the earth and loved the heavens. Those who had the profound meaning of life might not be able to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later, but they had the power to save all living beings. I have the profound meaning of life. Maybe, I can turn the profound meaning of life into righteous qi. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. The three of them kept moving forward. On the way, they stopped at an inn. It was night. Lin Ling was cultivating in the room. Waves of vitality were flowing out from his body. It was full of vitality, and it was nourishing the living beings around him. At the moment, he looked so holy and pure. The profound meaning of life had a strong defense. However, because it was too kind, it didn't have much attacking power. If it was converted into righteous qi, it could make Lin Ling upright and righteous. With his physical strength, Lin Ling's sword would be even scarier. It could break everything with one sword strike. Time flew. The glow on Lin Ling's body changed. It became golden. It was so majestic, like a King Kong descending. His vigor was so upright that no evil could invade him. Everything was just as Lin Ling thought. The profound meaning of life, love, and kindness could open the door of righteous qi. Righteous qi wasn't kindness. It wasn't Buddhism's way of saving all living beings from suffering. It was a martial art that protected one's heart. As long as there was righteous qi in one's heart, one could kill any monster with one sword strike. In the ancient times, righteous qi soared up to the clouds. Righteous qi was like a sword, just and upright. The profound meaning of life has turned into righteous qi.